Have you ever wanted to start a Minecraft world like the ones you see on YouTube, with sprawling cities, abundant resource farms, and thousands of hours of passion and dedication put into it? If you ever felt the pull to a quote Minecraft forever world, but just don't know where to start, then this video might be for you. In this video, I spent 1,000 days in my Minecraft forever world, all the way from my starter base to the already massive yet ever expanding settlement. You'll also get a good look at where I started as a creator and how far I've been able to come in such a short time by finally dedicating myself to pursuing this channel. The amount of growth in this video is unimaginable. You'll just have to stick around and see. Also, a lot of the progress on this world was done live right here on the channel, so feel free to drop by the stream one of these days. I'd love to have you. Anyways, in the vein of not taking too much of your guys' time, this is already a super long video. Enjoy the video. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my Minecraft channel. My name is Brandu, and today we're going to be finishing a base that I've been procrastinating for a couple of days now. So far, this is what I have. I decided I wanted to make like a rustic, modern sort of base. I also decided to throw some farms on the second level in between just to give it a little bit of depth, a little bit of utility. But I have been procrastinating getting the roof done because of how much I've decided to add along the way, and also the kind of roof that I wanted to do, and also the kind of materials that I decided to use for a starter base. So with all of that context to what we're doing here out of the way, we do have a little bit of a checklist over here on the back of our enchantment setup, of which we are going to move inside in this video. I think we're going to put it right up there on the top floor. But what do we got on the docket today? So I want to go and mine a couple of stacks of diamonds first things first. I'll probably spend close to 3 hours in the mines trying to get a couple of stacks. Number two, we're going to gather some resources from the nether, some quartz bricks, or quartz, I guess, and some black stone so that we can finish off this base, because on the inside you can see that we have not finished walling up the first level, so we're gonna have to do that. Now, the third thing on our checklist is obviously just to finish the starter base. I do have a little bit of a sub checklist on the inside of the base that we'll go over in a minute, but after we finish the starter base, as you can see, and as these guys have been interrupting the entire intro of this video, I think we're going to build a happy gas docking station, or possibly a happy gas sanctuary. I'm not too sure which I want to go with yet, so we'll figure it out once we get there. So like I mentioned before, we do have to go mining to start this video because our tools and our armor are getting pretty low, but unfortunately, a creeper, I had all of my chests lined up here before, but a creeper blew up like 8 chests all at once. It was a nightmare. And I lost a lot of items. I don't know how. I thought I picked everything up, but I guess I lost quite a bit of stuff. I need to go back to the nether and grab some soul sand. But the reason I want kelp and soul sand is because over by the mines that we're going to, we have a zombie spawner that I want to turn into a mob farm. That way, at some point in this video, we can get all of our good enchantments. Alrighty, so now that I have all those saplings planted, I'm just going to go to the nether. I'm just going to cut to when I'm in the mines, honestly. I don't have much to say about the nether, ever. I don't want to lose all my stuff, and I'm angry that I have to keep going there so much just to finish my starter base. To be honest with you, I'm just going to probably grab a stack of this, even though I'm just mining it by fist, because I lost, like I said before, I lost all my soul sand. While I'm on the way back, and because we're a little bit further into the video at this point, I do just want to let you guys know that I'm not entirely sure what I want to do with this series, even what I want to do with this world. To be honest with you, just a little bit of context on me and on my channel. I just actually, like, the last time I got into my 2-week Minecraft phase a couple of months ago, obviously ended up becoming a bit more than a 2-week Minecraft phase. So I just actually beat the game for the first time on Bedrock Edition. I know, right? Why would I be playing on Bedrock Edition if I have a PC? But I did, and maybe I'll show you guys that world one day because I'm actually pretty proud of it. But with all that context aside, like I was saying, I'm not exactly sure what I want to do with this world in the long term. I know I want to do a hardcore series for the channel eventually. I want to challenge myself in that regard. But as far as what exactly the plan for this world is, I know I want to make a small civilization. I know I want to get to the end game. I know I want to get my elytras and shulker boxes and do some pretty grand builds. As you guys saw from the start of the video, like, I'm not a bad builder by any stretch of the imagination. I'd actually say this time around what got me sticking to the game, as opposed to all the other times I played it before, is just the fact that I have seen my building skills improve dramatically. And so even though we have a pretty grand build already for our starter base, I want to do some crazy stuff on this world to just sort of get into the vibes of spending a long time on particular builds, a week or two if I need to, and just making them what I want them to be, you know, as if it's a world I'm going to be spending a very long time in. I may not. I may start a separate forever world eventually. I may start a hardcore world eventually. But this is basically going to be a world that lays the foundation for me becoming like a really, really good builder. Somebody that maybe does this for more than just like a hobby and does it as a bit more of an entertainment form. So with all that being said, if you guys do enjoy the content, be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe if you want to catch future videos. Whatever they end up being, I will be happy to have you stick around. And yeah, we can all become better builders together. We can all spend a little bit more than a 2-week phase on this beautiful, lovely game together. What the heck just happened? Why? Why did I get knocked out of there? I was trying to have a moment with the people. What the Anyways, like I said, I do have many plans for the future on this channel. It is something that I want to take seriously as a passion project. As you can see, my storage and living situation is kind of a mess, so we're going to do something about that in this episode too. I'm thinking we're going to integrate the storage into the Happy Ghast sanctuary that we build at the end. I'd like to do a very grand, but only 2-level building that allows for this ghasts to be docked, but also for a massive storage system to exist underneath the Happy Ghast sanctuary. I don't have a very big brain, so it's not going to be like an auto storage system or anything like that, but it's just going to be something that we can have on this world to keep all of our various resources. Speaking of various resources, I completely forgot to use the warp fungus on a stick when we went to the Nether in the saddle. I don't think there was really a need the last time, so we're just going to go ahead and pop it in the closest chest because, like I said, my inventory and storage system is a nightmare. I'm also going to go ahead and take this quartz brick that we got like 7 quartz the last time we went into there, so I'm going to go ahead and put this last quartz brick right there. It gives me an idea for what I want to do for the window design, actually. So I'm thinking we'll do something sort of like this, because if we were to put a pane there, obviously it would look a little bit funky. When we get another quartz brick to put right there, it'll look a little bit better, but then we'll do sort of the same thing over there, and it'll look exactly the same, and then we'll sort of stick. I know it'll look a little bit uneven, but I need to stop making my houses 5 blocks tall. I heard in a video one day that that's a very even sweet spot, and for some reason it's just not. It kind of screws me over every time when it comes to the sort of like vertical symmetry of my builds. So maybe we'll do something like this. We'll do the same thing and just extend it by 1 block. Yeah, I think maybe that'll work. Yeah, I'm just gonna replicate the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I think that'll look really good once we get the rest of the blocks in there that we're looking for. Alrighty, now that I have everything I need for a mob farm, I'm gonna take this stone cutter as well, and I'm gonna head out towards the mines. So I will see you guys when I'm there. Okay, so if this takes me down, then I think this is where we're gonna start heading down to get some diamonds and everything that we need to sort of just continue basically playing the game. I need some iron as well. I have quite a bit of it, but I don't have an iron farm yet, so maybe that's something we'll make in the next episode. That's definitely something I will need. Oh, there we go. That's also what I'm looking for, some glowing. Perfect. I think I'm gonna grab some deep slate while I'm down here as well. Not that I'm short of it, but I definitely will need some in the future, so we'll just grab that really quickly while we're down here. I know I probably could have waited to do that until I got my other tools fixed up, but that's okay. We need it anyways. I really think you never can have enough of these darker stone variants. Absolutely beautiful for accenting pretty much any build. Oh, some diamonds. There we go. That's what we're here for. I'll take those. Thank you. I've been short supply of these for a couple of days now. I felt a little bit of burnout for the game lately, but you know, we're back in full stride. Whoa, this is a huge opening. I've never been here before. Uh-oh. A lot of mobs down there. Oh my goodness, I just came across diamonds right there. Amazing, as I was trying to staircase my way down. Oh my goodness. This feels so good. Let's get on down here and grab these diamonds too. Oh. Nice try though. Yeah, buddy. Think you're slick. More diamonds. Okay, that was just one anyways. Okay. Oh, more over there. More over there. Right, we got some more over here as well. My goodness, man. Oh my goodness. Wait, don't do that. Okay. What the heck, dude? An 8 vein. After we're done getting this gold, we're gonna go straight to the mob farm, or the future mob farm, and we're gonna put everything in place so that we can get enchantments and stuff like that by the end of this episode. 31 diamonds is pretty sufficient, and I'm sure we'll find more along the way. So let me just pull up the coordinates of this mob farm that I found before, and yeah, we'll cut to when we're there. More diamonds. There we go. Love to see that. Oh, it was just 2 this time. We've gotten so lucky so far with diamonds, though. As you guys can see, this is just a fraction. This is just a little snippet of how it's been when I've actually spent time in the mines on this world. I just have to remember that the next time I want to complain about having to go down into the mines to repair my tools and armor. Ah, there we go. That I just broke right in. Perfect. This is exactly what I was hoping for. And as you guys can see, we have been here. We got some scaffolding up. We got some stuff in the chest, and we got the torches around the spawner. So when mining out this this area for my mob farm here, I actually made a bit of an amateur mistake, and I mined out too far down below. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. I'm not veteran enough to have that understanding of Minecraft mob spawn mechanics. But with that being said, I'm just gonna fill it in just to be safe. Okay, so now that we got that all fixed up, now we can actually get started on this. So we're gonna want to mine 1 block out right here. Now that we're just 2 blocks below. Before, I always do it like that. I'll mine 4 blocks up, 4 blocks out, but always 4 blocks down too, even though it only needs to be 2. So again, don't know if it makes a difference or not. I just know that if it needs to be done a certain way, I'm not here to try and mess up the system.
To that wall, and then the 2, go ahead and mine 2 more at the end. Go ahead and mine this block gap 1 more down.
So if I head back up here, go across my little infinite water source that I can actually probably get rid of for now. I have infinite water sources over there. And then head back down here. Then this is the little mob farm that we have. So I'll slap some torches around. I'm going to make it nice and livable. I'm going to actually decorate it in the future as well. That's inspired by Wax Fraud. My whole channel is basically going to be inspired by Wax Fraud and other Minecraft creators that just go all out on pretty much everything that they do. You know, if we're going to be spending a lot of time here over the course of this world before, you know, the levels that we have get out of hand and, you know, we have too many that we know what to even do with, then, you know, we might as well make the place look a little bit nice. Break that like that, break that like that. Get door there. Cobblestone that up. And let's see, I think we should be able to get the farm going here. Come on. Come on. Okay, yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Okay, this is not good. Get out of here. Okay. Totally fine. Oh, wait. I forgot to... I'm ridiculous. I have to put kelp, bone meal that all the way up. What's 61 minus 24? Ah, that should be good. Okay, so now we have... Perfect. Okay, and before this kills me and takes me all the way down, I don't want that to happen. Okay, I hope nothing went wrong up there. Well, I didn't leave the door open. But... Okay, wait, I think I heard them dropping. I think it's too high up. Or too, yeah, I think the drop is too far. I've done this before. Okay, dude, let me try and do this again. Okay, so from the looks of it, we have officially got the mob farm working. So I'm going to torch it up in here. And like I said before, we are definitely going to decorate this. We're going to make it look really nice. I don't know, maybe we'll not just decorate this area, but maybe we'll decorate the area around it. Sort of like how you create a path foliage area around your base. I might do something similar with the caves down here. I like the idea of doing that. I went ahead and torched up all the areas around here that I know of. I don't know if I might find some other patches and come across some other areas later that need to be sort of like spawn proofed. But for now, it seems to be running relatively efficiently. So we're going to hang out here for a little bit. We're going to get some levels, maybe like 40 or 50. And then we're going to head back to the base with our 42 diamonds. And this was a successful excursion. Alrighty, so as you can see, we have done a little bit of work on this area around the spawner here. And we've also made it look a little bit nicer on the inside. So I don't know what a chicken is doing in the spawner. I've literally never seen that before. What? Let me know in the comments. Is that a thing? What? Anyways, as you can see, we did make it look a little bit nicer in here. I'm not going to do anything too crazy with the decorating on the inside of the mob spawner here until the next episode because we have other plans. But yeah, man, if we're going to be spending some time here, then we might as well make it look relatively nice and not just be, you know, cobbled deep slate all over the place. So I also went ahead and grabbed some glow lichen. So I'm going to break these torches and replace this with glow lichen because I think we should still have enough light without them. Right there, right there. Or wait. No, right there. Oh, let me go grab another polished deep slate real quick. And then we'll go ahead and put this right here. Put the glow lichen down. And then I'm gonna do something with this door as well. I'm gonna put it somewhere else. Alrighty, so now that we're level 51 again, we can go ahead and head back to the base. But before I do so, I am gonna go ahead and grab some more diamonds because obviously we had to repair our here. So obviously the goal was to get 1 to 2 stacks of diamonds. So if we can leave this cave with a stack or a stack and a half of diamonds, I'll be happy. Also, before we do that, I just want to mention as well that you guys probably noticed a significant increase in the frame rate from this recording to the last little bit of the video. Yeah, sorry, I was recording in 30 FPS. Totally didn't mean to do that, but it looks a lot better now. Anyways, back to the video. Let's cut to the diamond mining montage. I'm also gonna grab as much of this glow lichen as I can while we're down here, just for aesthetics. I absolutely love the look of it with complementary shaders on. Oh, yeah, no way. Yeah, I know exactly where this is. Not at all far from my base. Well, that works out pretty perfectly. Okay. Successful adventure. Okay, so I wanted to start recording right now because I'm still at the enchantment table. I haven't even taken the pickaxe off of it yet. I just went to go get a, not even a fortune enchantment. It was just an efficiency 4 enchantment. Obviously, we love to see that as early game as we are. But then I got everything else as well. Fortune 3 and Unbreaking 3. So I'm very happy with that. We'll take that off of the enchantment table. And I went ahead and just threw efficiency 3 on a shovel. I think I got feather falling 3 on a pair of boots, which is amazing as well. Quite a few times I almost died to fall damage in this playthrough so far. So, you know, we're glad to throw those on. I also just got a random Aqua Affinity helmet. I don't know why exactly, just to look shiny, I guess. But anyways, as I said before, we are all enchanted up now. I'm very happy. Before we even made the mob spawner, we already had a very nice diamond sword. I think we have looting 3, looting 3, unbreaking 3, sweeping edge, and smite. Obviously, we'd be a little bit happier with sharpness, but so I'm happy with smite. So as of recording this segment of the video, it is a brand new day. All of my free time basically went to getting the resources necessary to do what we just did and basically gear ourselves up. I'm also very happy because I did just enchant a pickaxe with Fortune 2 as well. I got Unbreaking 3 on it, which I was happy about, but it didn't have any efficiency on it. So to have efficiency 4, Fortune 3 is gonna be absolutely supreme, especially when it comes to getting the nether quartz that we need to finish this build. Okay, so this wandering trader has decided to make himself welcome in my home, and he lost his llama off the lead, and I got the lead, and the llama just decided to stroll upstairs, so this llama's mine now. We gonna be buddies? Better not start spitting on me. What are you looking at? You're mine now. Okay, so something I learned today, just a fun little fact that I came across. Apparently on Java Edition, you can't put a weapon in an armor stand's hand, and I don't understand why you can't do this. On Bedrock Edition, you can even pose them. You can put a weapon in their hand and you can pose them, but for some reason on Java Edition, we can't do that. And it's actually funny because on Bedrock Edition, they actually have longer arms as well. So it makes sense, like visually speaking, I guess, but from no other angle does it make any sense whatsoever. And honestly, I'm kind of mad, not gonna lie. So I'm tearing all this down right now because I'm not happy with how the shape of it turned out. I'm happy with how the outline and like the shape of the dome, I guess I should say. I'm happy with how this shape of the roof turned out, like the trim of it. But I wasn't happy with how I made it sort of like round off before. So we're gonna fix that. We're gonna go to the nether first, obviously, but I just figured we get this out of the way first things first so that we have a good foundation to build off of, a nice fresh foundation to build off of once we get back from the nether. There is a zombie in my home. He killed my llama. Ah, why would you do that? Why, dude? No! I'm so sad. We need to get some walls on this freaking house, dude. Come on, man. Alrighty, now with that little roof section out of the way and with my heart broken because we gained and lost a llama all within a matter of 5 minutes, let's just head on over to the checklist here and check off this task now that we have our glowing sacks as well. We got quite a few stacks of diamonds. Well, I guess a couple stacks of diamonds in the long run. We're left with about, I think, 34 diamonds. So it won't be long before we find ourselves back down in the mines. But I got all my goals accomplished. I got all my tools. I got the zombie spawner turned into a mob farm. So now we got all our levels. We got all our enchantments. And so I'm very happy, feeling much more comfortable going into the nether. Obviously, I have my warp fungus on a stick and the saddle as well, so we'll be able to traverse the nether a lot easier. So, with all that being said, let's head on into the nether and get all the materials we need to finish this base, because I absolutely hate having really awesome, nice builds like this that are half finished for days on end. I hate that. It's a pet peeve of mine. I'm actually really excited to get a lava strider or silt strider, whatever they're called. I've never had one before. Oh wait, I should probably get this nether quartz that we're here for. Amazing. Half a stack from one little vein. That's gonna make this whole thing go so much quicker. Okay, now how do I get one of these guys? Because, like, they kind of just hang out way in the friggin' middle of the lava. Hey, is that my only choice, to bridge out into the lava? Well, that seems incredibly dangerous. I guess this is my option, I guess. I don't know how else I would get to them. This is fucking terrifying, though. All my gear, all my good gear. We are risking it all right now for a fucking lava strider. Can they survive out of the lava, or do I have to make like a docking station for him? Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that first. And I'm gonna, now that I built this dock here, I'm gonna like, or well, I guess little containment area for him here. I don't know, does it need to be another block higher? It might need to be, so maybe I should just do one more up. Okay, that should be high enough to contain him. Oh no, I think I need to bring a name tag. Oh, okay. Well, let's just get him in first, and I think I can be quick enough getting back to my base. These guys, wait a minute. You have gotta be kidding me! What the hell? Like, and look, I killed him in one hit, so he must have jumped like way up there just to get to me, just to try and ruin my life. Bro, come here. Why are you doing this? Oh no, wait, that's a baby strider on another strider. What a game. Can I not like have this one then? Is it like occupied, or? They're not gonna attack me, are they? Okay, good. He doesn't know what to do. Okay, night. Yes! Yes! I've never had one of these before. This feels great. My portal is way up there. Okay, dude, so here's what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's so perfect. Okay. All right. Sweet, dude. Okay, so I decided to go ahead and name our lava strider Daryl. Okay, there we go. That's how you do that, right? This is Daryl. I'm gonna get you with the lead. Put this down, put the lead right there. And you can't go anywhere, right? Now it's just like I've docked my boat, essentially. Oh, this is so great. This is so great. This makes getting around the nether and exploring parts you haven't got to yet so much easier. What a beautiful mechanic. All right, let's get all this quartz that we need. Now that we got our fortune pickaxe, this is going to be a breeze. We'll condense all of these into quartz blocks as quickly as we can once we start to gather them. Just because I know I'm going to need about 5 or 6 stacks of quartz. So, got a bit of a grind ahead of us, that is for sure. Daryl should still be down there, right? I'm an idiot, dude! I used a wooden fence! That's him, that's Daryl! That's Daryl! Get over here! Sir, my strider is an idiot! You don't get to just take my name tag and my saddle like that, bro! Come on! Are you kidding me right now? I am getting rage baited! Daryl! Oh, yes, we got another fortress. I was wondering when I'd find one of them. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna grab some nether wart because I want to make some red nether bricks for a future build as well. Oh, there's some blazes. Might actually get some blaze rods. Where did you come from, sir? Thank you, yeah. I'm the first one, too. See what we can see. Maybe we'll find some good stuff in this place as well. Okay. Okay. As long as they keep missing like that, that was pretty awesome. This is going great so far. Maybe we get some wither skeletons while we're here too. Whoa. Can't sneak up on me like that, sir. Oh, I did get a wither skeleton. That was my second. Wow. That was the second skeleton that we killed. Unbelievable. And they do a lot of damage, yeah. I gotta be very... Whoa, okay, dude. Whoa. Hey, hey, hey. Get out of here, man. Come on now. You gotta at least drop me some... Oh, that's a bad situation. You gotta at least drop me some blaze rods if you're gonna do me like that, dude. I mean, come on. Hey, I get it. There's a blaze in here. I get it. I'm coming for you, buddy. Oh, yes, a spawner, dude. Let's go. Get down here. You can't just do that. That's not fair. Mark down the coordinates of the spawner here. Oh. More blaze rods. Thank you, sir. Oh, you're all being so generous today. Thank you. I already 13 blaze rods. Man, looting 3 is the way to go. Alrighty, so now that we're back from the nether, we have every quartz brick that we need. So we have about 9 stacks, so that definitely should be more than enough. It should actually take us into the happy gas sanctuary that we go ahead and build afterwards as well. For now, I'm going to take this wither skeleton and the blaze rods that we got and just stick them in my valuables chest for the moment. I was just doing a little bit of inventory management and getting attacked by phantoms. Always very nice. I noticed I have 1 quartz left after making all of the quartz bricks that I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab one of the coast armor trims that I have. I'm going to apply that to my chest plate until we get more diamonds. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That'll do. Well, I was trying to tell you guys this before, but these phantoms just would not leave me alone, so I had to go to sleep. But that works out perfectly because I did a little bit of enchanting off camera. I had this efficiency 3 axe before, and I ended up getting an efficiency 4 axe with unbreaking 3 as well. Obviously, we got this god tier pickaxe before, but for now, I'm just going to go ahead and retire this axe here. I think I'm going to actually rename it first. So, we'll put the OG axe right there, and we'll keep it there for now. Alright, so this is looking absolutely... Oh, wait, this is a bastion. Oh, dude. Never mind. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. Well, I might not go there right now. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, there might not be a better time to go. I just used a bunch of levels to enchant and repair. Yeah, man, there might not be a better time to go. Okay, this is my first time ever going to one of these, so... Why I sound a little nervous. And I know it's kind of like a immediately lose all your stuff type of situation if you die in one of these things, because how the heck are you going to get back to your stuff? Oh. Yeah, that's a brute. Oh my god, I don't think I'm ready for that. Yeah, no, I'm gonna die. I just died, dude. No! Like I said, how am I gonna get my stuff? Ah, that really sucks. Oh, that really sucks. We have so much good gear over there. Oh, no, dude. Dang it, dude. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get any of that stuff back. Dang it. I really hope we don't lose all our stuff, man. I guess we do have a mob farm in case we do, so. This bastion is over here somewhere. It's under... Okay, that's not bad. I'll take that. Okay, let's get back in here and see if we can get our stuff, because that was a lot of enchanted stuff. We can just get the gear and run back out. I'll be happy. Come on, dude. Come on, come on, come on. Yes, 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 yes. Get away, get away, get away. Get away, get away. I'm not geared up enough nearly to do anything with you. Get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out, get me out. Yes, dude. Yes. 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 Yes, dude. Yes. I thought it was all over. I thought it was all over. Let me just take a breather for a moment. Let me just see if we got our stuff. Yes, dude. Oh my goodness. You don't know how happy I am that we got that back. Just give me the blackstone I need and then I'll leave. Okay, so I just had another close call. I alerted one of the... I'm literally on a tower because I didn't want to die. But I would say I have enough blackstone now at this point, so... Let's go ahead and head on back to the base and get this roof started. Alrighty, dude. So now that we have all of the quartz bricks that we need and all of the blackstone that we need, it is time to get started on this roof. I think I'm going to start by getting the dome finished off first, right at the center of the roof up top there. And then I'm going to work on the roof that sort of juts out on both sides of the build. So I've made a bunch of blackstone slabs and I've decided what I want to do with the roof here. I'm going to bring this out by about 2 blocks and I'm going to see what I can do with hanging stuff down from there just to make it look a little bit more natural. Alrighty, so I've got everything in place for the start of this roof, but I don't know how far I want to take it up before I start going into stairs. So I'm just going to put up another layer on each side and just see how that looks. Alright, so yeah, I'll put one more layer up on each side, and then we will see just how that looks. And bring this one out one more. Oh! Okay, good thing I have feather falling now. Oh, we should probably get the roof started over on the other side as well. Okay, just so I have an idea as to how far that actually should overhang. Okay, that's why I was confused putting that part of the roof over there. But this guy might end up being in the way a little bit while we do that, so that might be a little bit of a pain. Oh wait, I haven't put spruce stairs on this yet. Or sorry, not spruce, dark oak. Dark oak stairs is what we're gonna be looking for. Alright, so actually this is a good time for me to show you guys. I did get an ungodly amount of dark oak as well as pale. I got some mangrove as well, which is gonna be really good for us. I think that's gonna be the theme, sort of like the color palette of this little civilization that we build. I only have 12 chunk render distance on right now, but this area is absolutely beautiful with even like 16 or 18 chunk render distance. I just have to make sure that you guys are getting a decent video recording to watch. But this little area right here, I want to build like a big gate right over here, and I think I'm going to incorporate that at some point into the happy gas build that we do. But yeah, this whole area right here, I'm thinking like I want to build a big gate right here and a wall all the way around and then we could build a whole village here and bring some villagers and put them to work and you know, that's not slave labor or anything like that. Definitely not, for sure. But anyways, we'll grab ourselves a bunch of these dark oak planks and turn them into stairs, and then we'll get the other side of that roof done quickly. I did go ahead and grab some dark oak slabs as well to throw in the middle of each and every section of the roof, and then that way I can actually start going in the opposite direction with my upside down stairs. So I'll actually bridge out a little bit and show you guys what I'm talking about. So you can see this way the upside down stairs are facing that way, and then over here they're facing the other way. So I think that gives a really nice little separating effect. It doesn't just make it all one big flat palette, one big flat pattern. And I'm basically just going to continue on with the upside down stairs until I get to the very corner, just like that. And I'm going to keep going just like this. I'm going to skip out on the 4 corners right here and keep going just like this, because we can do something with this in the future. Oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay, so yeah, when you get to the corner of this design, you're basically going to you're going to finish it, capping it off like this, putting stairs in like this, and then you're going to come over here and start sending them in the other way. So I put them going the wrong way. Alrighty, and now that I have this roof capped off like so, actually I think I want to put 2 more there just like that. Now that I have this roof capped off just like that, I'm going to drop down and I'm going to take a look how this looks. I'll also grab the rest of my stairs as well. That really hurt. I need to get feather falling 4. Yeah, I like the look of that a lot. I don't know, it looks a little bit uneven. Oh yeah, because I put the slab in the wrong spot over there. Okay, I'll move that one over, and then that should look good. And then all I'm going to need to do is fill in the rest of the roof and then move on to the dome. Alrighty, so now that we have that lined up, we can just start going ahead and slapping slabs down once again. Oh wait, that's not actually where we want to do that, do we? Bring this out to where we had it over on this side. That was hanging out by 2. Go ahead and do that. And then we'll just start putting more slabs down. Okay, yeah, see, this is where we're coming into the issue that... Ow! Okay, that scared me, I'm not gonna lie. Interesting, okay, yeah, so that kind of changes things a little bit. This is gonna come like that. And then... yeah, we can destroy this. And there we go. That's the roof on this side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this side. So we have 1, 2, 3 here. Let's go ahead and add 1 more layer onto this other side here and just see how that looks. Oh my goodness. Wow, that phantom really wanted me dead. I think that might actually be good though. Yeah, okay, I didn't mean to add an additional layer in on this side, but I did, and I think that's gonna be good. Yeah, let's give that a shot. Now I'm gonna go into the deep slate stairs right at the end just to give it a nice rounded off look. So we'll go, oh no, can I work with that? Is that gonna work? But yeah, I don't mind the look of that, not at all. Okay, yeah, it's looking like we're gonna need to move Fry the happy gas here in a minute. Come on down here, buddy. We're gonna need to break our ankles again. You better appreciate me for this. Oh no, our lead broke. No! No! Come back, Fry. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Ah, what the heck? What the heck is this rage bait? So yeah, now that we got the rest of this finished, I think I'm liking the shape of it quite a bit, actually. I'm gonna take a look at it from the side. You guys will probably have already seen it in the cinematic, but we do have a 2-wide roof, like where the roof meets. We do have a 2-block wide gap, which is always unfortunate. You don't ever love to see that. But I might just stick some like shroom lights or something in here instead of like hanging lanterns. That way it doesn't really matter if there's any symmetry because those blocks kind of just blend together. And of course they give up a really nice light source. But what I'm going to do is instead of just capping this off, I'm going to bring it up by 1 and then I'm going to just kind of go along like that. So smack all these guys in here just like so. And then I'll probably do some decorating of this roof after as well. I don't know, man. I think I'm actually really liking the shape of that roof. I think even if we do want to hang like a fence post and a lantern down from both of these sides, we actually could probably get away with that, because we ended up making that a full block. That works out really well in my opinion. I think that's gonna look really nice. So I'm gonna get that done on this side as well, and then we will take a step back and we will all take a look at it together. I accidentally created a bit of a mob farm here. That's not what we like to see. Okay, let's take you out, back out of your spawn radius. Okay, let's get your buddy. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Come on, dude. Oh my goodness, that brought me to half a heart as well. Oh my goodness! What? Dude! Yeah, look at me. Look at my face. I want to fight. Okay, he's gonna kill me. I'm just trying to heal. Oh my goodness! I feel so undergeared right now. Oh my god, because I am. I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot I lost my chest plate, dude. Well, we got a bit of repairs to do. Honestly, dude, that is probably a good cue to wall up the house and finish the roof after we're done doing that, because that was ridiculous. All right, so I'm gonna dump everything that I have that is blackstone in my inventory really quickly. Also gonna just throw the dark oak in there, and I'm gonna grab all of these nether quartz. I'm gonna finish walling up this base. I'll worry about the windows afterwards. I am just gonna absolutely make sure that everything is kept out of here from here forward. I almost think this needs an overhang, so I'm gonna actually probably throw that in as well. Let's go ahead and put down a polished deep slate wall, and then we'll go ahead and connect the roof to it with a mangrove fence. I like that. That's a really nice look. And then we have a lantern with us as well that we can stick right in the middle just like that. And I think that looks perfect. I'm very happy with that. We'll probably make like plants on the side of it as well eventually, but I'm good with that for now. Alrighty, we got our happy gas admirer in the build with us. He's a big fan of it from the looks of it. I hope you guys are too. Now the only thing left that we have to do is, I think actually I want to extend the roof out by 1 more or maybe 2 more slabs on each side. And then the only thing we have left to do is complete the dome of the roof on top, which is going to be very tedious, but it's gonna look really good when it's done. I'm really excited. So I'm gonna dump everything that I have for deep slate. I'm also gonna get rid of everything else in my inventory because I'm gonna need basically a full inventory of mangrove planks. All right, let's put these mangrove fences back and take all of these out, and we should be good to go. All right, so my mistake before was, and it's a mistake that I'm not gonna repeat this time around. My mistake before was that I just started building up from here, right? So all that did was gave a really flat look in the end, obviously. So we're not going to make that mistake again. Amazing, dude. And now that we have the frame of the roof done, I don't know if I have any fences with me or not. Looks like I don't. Alrighty, dude. Perfect. Now that we have our oak fence, we're just gonna slap that down, and I might do 2. Oops, that was the wrong place. Awesome. So I got 2 of those down, and now I'm just gonna put a lantern, and just like that, we are lit up at the top of the roof here. Beautiful, dude. I think this is going to look phenomenal once we have it all done with. I think I'm just gonna use stone walls to hold our lights, our lanterns, up at the top of this base here. But with that being said, it does appear that we are all finished. Okay, dude, yeah, no, I'm really happy with how that turned out. I'm not gonna lie. For my first, let's get the scaffolding out of the way just to make sure. And get all this scaffolding out of the way just so we can get a good look at the build. For my first circular roof, or my first dome roof, I'm actually really happy with how that turned out. I might add some windows on the side and some like frames for the windows, but other than that, no, man, I'm really happy with how this is turning out so far. Alrighty, so I was spending a little bit of time at our mob spawner, and I'm also looking at a mine shaft that we had uncovered before that we were aware of, but oh my goodness, dude, this has gone on for ages at this point. I've gotten quite a few things. I actually found a second zombie spawner that is actually close enough to our other one that we may link it up with the one that we built earlier on in the episode. I've also gone ahead and picked up like 20 diamonds or so, and let me tell you guys right now, once we're done exploring this mine shaft, I have got a surprise for you back at the base, because I didn't record much of it, but I made a lot of progress on, I guess, sort of the first floor of the interior of the house, as well as the exterior of the house. All of those chests that I showed you guys outside before, and the way that everything was wholly disorganized, things aren't like that anymore. It actually looks really nice outside of the house, so I'm excited to show you guys that. Okay, dude, so as you can see, I did pick up some more glow berries as well, which I'm going to add to the interior of the build once we get back to the base. Once I'm all finished here, we're going to go ahead and grab a couple more levels, but before we head back to the base, after that, we're going to go ahead and stop by the swamp biome near here and grab some of those light blue flowers that they have, because that, along with the glow berries, are some of the last blocks that I need, or items I should say, to call the starter base finished. So I'm really excited to get back there and show you guys what I've gotten done over the last day or two since I've recorded last. All right, now that we're done at the XP farm, we're gonna go head over to this swamp over here. We have a huge mangrove swamp on this world, as you can see. Right next to it, we have a pretty big swamp biome from the looks of it. So I'm gonna go uncover this whole section on my map and see just how big this is, and see how many light blue flowers. I don't remember exactly what they're called off the top of my head, but we're gonna grab as many of those light blue flowers as we can for future builds. Anyways, from here, I will see you guys back at the base, which I am super excited to show you. How beautiful is that, dude? What a nice sunrise. And there we go, dude. The base is starting to appear into frame, and I think that looks like a pretty magnificent structure off in the distance. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very, very proud of this build. Alrighty, dude, so now that we are back at the base, I'm not gonna, as you can see, you can already see a huge difference out front, but I'm gonna go through the front and I'll show you guys what it looks like when we run out the front door now. So as you can see, we no longer have any chests out here. We no longer have any sort of grindy looking materials out here. It's just a nice meadow path area. I was considering not doing this path through the middle of this sort of circular section here, where the path sort of extends around. I was considering doing a fountain instead, but I ended up doing this and I really like the look of it. By the end of the video, we'll also go ahead and take a look at the build at nighttime as well, but for now, I'll go ahead and show you guys the first level of the interior. I went ahead and set up just a little crafting / smelting area. I have an anvil to also go ahead and throw up here that I brought with us to the zombie spawner the last time we went. As you guys can probably see off to the left here what we needed these blue flowers for. I'm gonna call them blue flowers throughout this whole playthrough, guarantee it. But basically what we needed these blue flowers for was just to finish off the interior right here. We also needed the glow berries to go ahead and put right up here as well. I'll go ahead and grab some bone meal. Awesome, so we already got the shears out, so I will go ahead and snip both of these and then bone meal them up. And just like that, we have exactly the light in here that I was looking for. I think I'm also going to put glow berries right here as well on the outsides of this, and I will bone meal those up as well and let them hang down a little bit further than the other ones. And considering the fact that this went from an empty space to this, I would say that this is a pretty good interior. I'm really happy with this. I'm terrible at interiors, so I'm very happy that this ended up turning out the way that it did. And the same thing can be said for this path out here, dude. Like, I absolutely love the look of just slapping down some of these tall flowers around your base. But one thing that I also did as well, which is why we're going to take a look at this at night, is I also took some moss carpets and threw them over some shroom lights as well. I think that looks really good. I think it looks really good. It adds a lot of light to the build. And you guys will get a better idea of that when I show you at nighttime. Under each and every one of these trees as well, I threw a lantern on basically every side that needs to be lit up on the path. Now, as far as the upstairs interior goes, we do still have quite a bit of work to do up here. I threw some bushes out here so that I could throw some decorative pots under here in a little bit once I get them crafted up. Alrighty, dude, and like I mentioned before, we will take a look at this at nighttime. And as you can see, this area is absolutely lit up like nothing else. I absolutely love lighting design in this game, and so you're going to see that a lot throughout this build. I'm thinking about changing things around up there. As you can see, I have these two sort of out of place lanterns on the bottom of the dome up here. But my goodness, if that didn't turn out absolutely amazing, man. Oh my goodness. Already a first video on this channel. I'm so proud of how I'm building already, and I'm super excited to see how I progressed from where I'm already at right now. That build looks beautiful. It looks like exactly like something out of a wax fraud video. Anyways, man, I was gonna build the Happy Gas Sanctuary in this video, but I don't think I'll be able to fit it in. We're already probably at like 45 minutes in this video, and it's been sort of an experiment for me. I've been learning how to format my recording and also what to sort of strive for in editing content as well. So we will definitely be tackling a home for the Happy Gas in the next video. We do have another one just over the horizon over here. And so we have a couple little fellas that we need to do something for. We're doing a disservice to them right now by barely riding them and also by not having a home for them. So anyways, dude, with all that being said, if you guys did enjoy the video, be sure to leave a like. Consider subscribing if you are new around here. And with all that out of the way, I will see you guys in the next episode. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to episode 2 of my Minecraft survival series here on the channel. In the last episode, we spent quite a bit of time finishing off this magnificent starter base, which to this day, I'm still so proud of, I can't lie. The fact that I get to spend the next couple hundred of in-game days in this base, or whatever we end up spending here, is just so exciting to me. But I've also gotten started on quite a few other projects as well, such as a pond area over here that I haven't quite filled with water yet, or actually even really gotten much done on at all. Just the outline. And I've also gone ahead and leveled out this whole area over here, as well as the area just around the sort of the bend around the top of this mountain range as well. I have a couple of different plans for this episode, the main one being building a Happy Gas Sanctuary, because I wanted to do that in the last episode, but I wasn't able to get around to it. So that's definitely going to be something we do in this video. But before we do that, I actually have to build a barn house because I keep getting messed up by creepers. It's pretty evident from all the glass blocks that I have lined up here and the hole in the ground that, yeah, it didn't go good the last time I was here. So that's definitely going to be something that I get out of the way really quickly here at the start of this video. But before I even do that, I'm going to actually head to the mob spawner, because up on the enchantment table on the top floor of our base, we have a looting 3 enchantment waiting for us. And at that point, we'll be able to make pretty much the perfect sword that we could have. Alright, I'm on my way out of the mob farm now. I just spent like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours watching a movie at the mob farm. Don't look at my level. You don't have to sigh and check the comments, bro. Trust me, I get it. Well, that's one way to start the video, but as you guys can see, I did get a skeleton horse as well. You might have noticed in the intro of the video, we have 4 of them. I didn't bring the one that I named, but I did name one of them, and I named him Carnegie. I don't know why. Dude, oh my goodness. That base in the distance just looks so amazing, man. Oh my goodness. And now that I have all the levels that I need and we're pulling back up at the base, let's go back upstairs to our enchantment area. I'll actually show you guys I did a little bit of interior decorating on both levels as well. So we'll take a look at that. But we'll also go ahead and put all these enchantments together that I have waiting for us up there too. Alrighty, and now since we made an infinite string farm, which I'm going to be posting a video on if it hasn't already been posted when this video is. Yeah, so I have plenty of leads now. We'll put this guy back up over there. Also, I got this music disc while I was out, and I haven't actually ever really gotten that many music discs in this game, so let's listen to it. Okay. Yeah, dude. I could see myself using this for like the intro of a video or something. Okay. I'm saying, man, this is awesome. Oh yeah, our chicken's dancing with us too, dude. Let's go. Oh my god, I love this game. Oh yeah. That's a villager. We got vocals on this track. Let's go. We really got vocals on this track. Yeah, this is good, bro. Yeah. Oh my goodness, dude. This is so hype. And that's it, it's over? Okay. Dang, dude, I kind of was expecting another crazy drop after all that, but I guess that's a good way to finish the track off. Well, we can add that to our collection now. But anyways, enough of that. Let's go ahead and put these enchantment books together down here on this anvil. What do we got? We got Unbreaking 3. We're going to put all of these together like so. There we go. Good sword, dude. Sharpness 5, Sweeping Edge, Looting, Unbreaking. So that's awesome. That's about 30 levels gone in like 5 minutes. Maybe even like 40 levels, which is just ridiculous. Yeah, closer to 40 levels. That's ridiculous. Anyways, if you guys, like I said, I did only name one of the skeleton horses. So if you guys are interested in naming the horses, let me know what you guys have for name ideas down in the comments below. And at the start of the next episode, I will make sure to go out and get a couple of name tags so that I can name these guys for you. Look at them. They really do got my back. My goodness. Anyways, before we do go any further, I do just want to say really quickly, thank you guys for the support on the last video. I know it's not going to seem like anything crazy to a lot of people, but 200 views on my first video ever uploaded. That was a 45-minute long video where I'm very mediocre at making the video engaging, both through recording and editing. It was really cool. It was really cool, so I appreciate it. Obviously, I like to see the channel doing well and the videos doing well already, but at the end of the day, I just appreciate that you guys appreciate me playing Minecraft. I mean, it's a cool world out here where we can kind of just all make cool stuff and share it with each other. Anyways, enough procrastinating. I am going to get right to when we are building something. I don't know what we're going to do first, whether it's building around the environment and the foliage area of our little spot here, or if we're going to clear out, I think we're probably going to actually clear out all of the grindy stuff behind me, all the sugarcane, all the crop farms, and the lava generator that I have over there. I think it's time to get all that out of the way because it's going to be a lot easier to plan this area out once we've done that. All right, so picking up not long after we left off, I actually got a little bit sidetracked and went over to, oh, an azalea tree. That's always nice to see. I actually got a little sidetracked and went to the mob spawner. I just wanted to grab some more levels. We got to get some better armor enchantments in the future on the next pair of armor, or the next set of armor that we get, I should say. I think we're getting pretty close to having to retire this this set of armor as it is, so we're gonna have to start looking towards getting more levels anyways in the near future. So I just took some time while I was eating dinner and watching a show to get some more levels, but along the way I actually grabbed 3 stacks of diamonds. I got, I guess, a stack of iron. Most of that came from the mob farm. I got a couple of trial chambers things. Stopped at a trial chamber and got some of that stuff. I didn't realize that before I went in there, I would have grabbed an ominous bottle. I have one down at the mob farm. I'm gonna bring an ominous bottle back over there. Maybe we can get a mace in one of these episodes. But for now, I just need to make my way back to the base because we need to get some actual progress done in terms of like building in this episode. Now, aside from getting sidetracked and going to the mob spawner, I was actually in the Nether earlier today trying to get the last 2 wither skeleton skulls that we need to fight the wither and get our beacon. Literally, as soon as I got to the Nether fortress that we were at in the last video, I killed a wither skeleton. It dropped a skull, was super hype, and then I killed like 50 more and I didn't get a single one. It was like 2 hours I was killing wither skeletons after that. Just beyond ridiculous. So I guess we're getting 1 wither skeleton skull per episode, maybe in episode 3 or maybe even episode 4. We'll see how things play out. Then we'll fight the wither and get our beacon. But I would like to get quite a bit of builds done before we go and push ourselves to go and kill the ender dragon and beat the game, because I want to take it slow, honestly. I don't want to feel pressured. Oh, I'm on episode 5. Oh, I'm on episode 6 and I haven't beat the game yet. I'm trying to kind of make anti-Minecraft content with my channel. Not like, oh, I don't like Minecraft. Not like anti-Minecraft content in that sense, but like for the last 4 or 5 years at this point, Minecraft content has been so hyper edited and so crazy. People are just beating the game in the first episode, literally doing everything, getting a beacon, killing the ender dragon, building a gigantic castle and an entire village to boot. And I don't know, man. First of all, I'm not capable of putting something like that out in less than like 6 months. I think most of these people that do that are the same way. That's why you see these people get 1 million views on a video and then ghost for 6 months or a year. There's no sustainability in that, in my opinion. And I don't know, people saw that that was the meta for a long time, and it made a lot of people feel like that's all you could do in terms of Minecraft content. I kind of want to test the waters and see if maybe I can break that mold. Not that I think I'm special or anything like that, but I miss Minecraft content like this. I miss people feeling like they could make Minecraft content like this and not get lost in a sea of, I had the perfect start in Minecraft Hardcore. We beat the game. We beat the wither. We have a beacon. We have full netherite armor. And it's all edited down. It's like 3 months of gameplay edited down into like 5 minutes of footage. It's just ridiculous. So, no shade to anybody that does anything like that, but it's just calling it like it is. It's not sustainable for the viewer or the creator. I don't think anyways. And so I think making a video like this, even if I, only make 1 episode of this survival series a week, that gives me plenty of time to get lots of stuff done, and it gives my viewers something to look forward to instead of 1 solid video every couple months, because that's just not worth it for anybody to subscribe to. Anyways, it is about that point in the video where we start getting our materials together that we're gonna need for these. Oh my god, I accidentally looked at an enderman while I was in 3rd person. What the heck does that, dude? What? Come on. This game is rigged. What? You guys saw that, right? That was not fair. Wow! That guy came from right between the... What's going on right now? This needs to stop! What the heck, dude? Anyways, it's about that point of the video that we gather all the materials that we need for these builds before some really bad things happen. I need to become a little bit more spatially aware, so let's cut to the montage of me gathering materials and getting ready for the barn house build. Okay, so I'm grabbing dark oak, and I'm actually just wondering if for a barn house, I'm gonna actually test something really quickly. How would pale oak logs look stripped as the frame for the barn house? Because would that look white? I don't know if I know what pale oak looks like when it's stripped. Let's take a look. All right, let's place this down, and if I strip that, is it... Yeah, it's just gonna be white. Okay, that's perfect, actually. I think we'll use stripped pale oak logs for the frame of the barn house. And then obviously we're going to use some of our mangrove planks for the walls and everything else for the barn house. Oh, dude, if I make this big enough, this could look really good. This could look really solid. That's like a really nice white color. Obviously, it would look better without the like darker tones throughout. But obviously, if we wanted that, we would need to go get some more quartz. And I don't have any sort of villager trading set up yet. I'm thinking that's something we're going to do in either episode 3 or 4. So what I'll do instead is I'll grab a bunch of these saplings that I have for pale oak and I will plant all them down. And instead, we will go to a montage of me clearing out a bunch of pale oak trees. Oh, dude, this is going to look so good. I didn't even think of using pale oak logs until I started recording this video. This is going to look so good. That was super efficient. I'm going to chill for a couple of minutes and wait so I can collect all of these saplings back. And then we will get started with framing this build. I'm actually really excited for this. Okay, so I've just been stripping the wood like this for the last couple of minutes. And this actually seems to be like a really solid method to get this done really quickly. So that seems to work really well. So I'm just going to do this for the next couple of minutes until I have all of the stripped oak that I need, or stripped pale oak, I should say, that I need. And then we'll get to the fun part of the video. Building something really cool. All right, so we might run into the issue where we don't have enough mangrove halfway throughout the build, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. I think we're about to get jumped. I think I just want to get the outline of the house done, and then we can sort of get an idea of what it will all look like once it's filled in. Just to give you guys a little bit of an idea as to what I want this build to be once we're done with it. So I did a little bit of terraforming over here the other day just to sort of smooth the hill off a little bit, just to make the elevation not so steep, basically make the hill roll a little bit more. And I'd like to do that all the way around this sort of like little canyon area, because what I'd like to do is I'd like to have a lot of crops all the way along this mountain and have a path leading all the way up toward the barn, sort of winding up through the crops up the hill. And then we'll have the barn up here. Now, what I want to do with the barn is basically what I'm thinking for the dimensions of the barn is 51 long and 31 wide. And the reason I'm thinking so big is not for any YouTube thumbnail clickbait purposes or anything like that, as much as that will bode well in my favor. I am trying to really push my building lately, but that's actually not even the reason. The reason I want to make this build so big is because we have a lot of stuff that we need to store in this place. I'd like to have a really good supply of things like eggs and feathers and leather and all of the other things, wool, all of the other things that the mobs drop that we're going to be keeping in here. I'd like to have a place for foxes and dogs and cats, and I'd like to have a place for our skeleton horses, and obviously, like we mentioned before, we'd like to have a place for all of our crops to be. So we're going to be spending some time terraforming after everything is all said and done as well, once we get the frame of the barn put up. But anyways, enough talk. Let's get the frame done. And it does look like I was right. We're going to need to clear some more of this dirt out really quickly before we can continue on with the build. So let me do that really quickly. Oh, hello, fellas. From the looks of it, I'm also going to have to put some more dirt down over here as well. So let me just go ahead and get this all filled in. Oh, dude, yeah, I'm going to need to push this place up as well. Oh, goodness. Wow, yeah, okay. Already we're getting a bit of an idea as to what this might look like, though. This is gonna be ridiculous. Alright, so I grabbed everything I'll need to be here for the next couple of in-game days, and on my way back, I saw that we were a little bit off-center, so I'm gonna move everything over like 5 or 6 blocks. Also noticed that for some reason I went up 8 blocks over here instead of 6, so we're gonna fix that as well, because as cool as 8 would be, it's a bit too much, in my opinion, for a barn house, so we're gonna just chill a little bit. I didn't actually even mean to go that high up over there. So we're gonna move everything over like 5 or 6 blocks. All of these frames that we have so far, all of these pillars, and then we'll continue what we were doing before, basically. All right, now if you ask me, that is looking pretty good. Just the frame of it so far. I'm actually really liking how this is looking. I just got 2 more blocks that I need to put in over here. Otherwise, it's gonna completely bug me. Okay. And funnily enough, I actually had just enough strip pale oak logs. We're gonna have to go grab some more saplings, that is for sure. But yeah, dude, as you can see, the scale of this build is it's something else. This is gonna be a really big barn house, and I'm actually really excited to get started on filling it in. Not as excited to gather the mangrove planks that we'll need to do so. Obviously, I'm sure we all know how fun that is. But this is an important step of this whole process for me, because I don't know if you're all like this as well, but I have a really hard time getting these bigger projects started. But once I get them started, I get so wrapped up and enamored in them that I genuinely question why I didn't start instinctively, intuitively in the first place. Like, why do we reject doing things that are so freaking cool? This is gonna be awesome, dude. I think I might struggle with the roof design just a little bit to try and make it wrap over the frame that I have right now in a way that looks decent, but I think this is gonna look really awesome. I might have to segment the sections a little bit better, but you guys get the idea. I think what I want to do the trim of the roof as is going to be deep slate tile stairs for now, and then if I think it will look better, I'll switch it to blackstone in the future. I just don't have enough right now, and that's what we spent like literally half of the last video gathering, so I'm not going to go do that right now, and I'm not going to do it for this episode. Okay, so I think I got something. I think I like this a lot. I think that is exactly what I'm looking for. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that on all sides, and we'll see how it looks afterwards. And just like that, we do have a decent roof design, but for some reason, as you can see, I have a stair right up there that kind of marks the center of the build. And I don't know why. I did something wrong along the way. 1 block off, 2 blocks maybe, but I did something wrong on this side. Like I said before when I messed up though, I'm just gonna stick with it. This is, you know, my second big build like this, and I think this is going to end up being even bigger than the starter base, which is really cool, but it also means that there might be some errors along the way. One day I will be able to be good enough at this game to be a perfectionist, but at the moment I'm not. So I want to make really cool stuff, but with that being said, if we're going to make really cool stuff that's really big like this, it might not be perfect, but I think that's a minor flaw anyways. So dang it, dude, I hate that I'm like this. I figured out what the problem is, and now I have to fix it. Oh my goodness, I have to move this whole column over by 2 blocks. I hate my life. I hate my brain. Why couldn't I just leave it? Oh, this is gonna be so much extra work now. Now I have to tear down this whole trim of this roof again, because I was trying to make it work when everything else was misaligned. Oh my goodness, dude. Why does my brain need me to do things that are so unnecessary? Such a minor detail. Because I know how the lanterns are gonna hang, and I know how the foliage hanging off of the roof is gonna look, and I know how everything's gonna be asymmetrical. And now I'm making videos out of my builds, and so of course it needs to be perfect. Stupid brain, dude. Oh my goodness. I was gonna mention before though, I think that I was saying before that I was gonna replace this with blackstone eventually, but I think I might actually leave this deep slate, because I think it gives like a rustic barn feel a little bit better than blackstone. I think blackstone gives a really good sort of medieval vibe, or maybe even Japanese sort of style if you're going for that. But I think the deep slate gives a really good sort of like, if you're making like a log cabin or something like that, I feel like deep slate would be the better choice. Blackstone looks cleaner in a lot of situations, but deep slate is underrated since blackstone got introduced. Okay, yes, this is lined up perfectly now, dude. Okay, this is gonna be perfect. This is literally going to be perfect. My perfectionist brain shut its mouth, and we will be good to go. I just found another inconsistency. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys are here for it, bro. You guys are here for it. I mean, when I first made the last video on this channel, okay, the first ever video, I didn't think anybody would watch it. And now, as I'm recording this, it's sitting at like 600 or 700 views. First of all, thank you for that. For those of you that watched that and enjoyed it, very cool. All of that's to say that I guess those of you that are here now and anybody that comes back and watches these videos will literally be here throughout my learning process when it comes to doing these bigger builds. Holy crap, I'm really getting annoyed right now. All right, we've got some very good news. I wasn't recording when I actually got everything figured out before. But doing what I did before, moving the top level over by 2 blocks, I still need to... Whoops, forgot to do that. But yeah, everything is even now. I think it's a little bit of a very standard roof design. I'm not gonna lie. It looks like a very repetitive pattern. But it's my build. You know what I mean? It's my build. It's huge. It's way bigger than anything I've ever taken on in terms of especially like a secondary. That's the biggest starter base I've ever made. And look at how that turned out, right? It was super bland and basic and repetitive at first. For now, I'm just going to take out this mountain right here so that we have a bit more of an even terrain to work with. Perfect. And goodbye, mountain. I'll make that look a little prettier later on, but it's out of here for now. So also, I think I'm just going to do a little bit of terraforming and make this look a little prettier as well. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I'm thinking. So let's fill that in really quickly. And then we will just slowly pull this mountain down a little bit by a couple blocks at a time. Yeah, this is turning out good. This is looking way better than that big crater looking area that we had before. I like this a lot. This is going to make for a good area for crops. Alright, so as I'm sure you guys saw from the cinematic, I did get a little bit carried away with terraforming. I also cleared off the remainder of the trees that were on the mountainside over there. I think this is looking really good, and we're not even done. I'm going to add some finishing touches by the time we're done with the build, but I think it's time we get back to that. It's actually been a whole day since I was working on the house last for me in real life, so I think it's time we get back to this. Basically, what I'm thinking for the rest of the build is I'm going to do all the walls as red. I'm going to use mangrove planks to do the walls, and then for the filling in of the roof, I'm going to use spruce planks. I was deciding between birch and spruce, and I ended up landing on spruce because I think a darker color for a roof on a barn looks a lot better than a light color, so I think that's what we're going to go with. Just to keep you guys updated on the progress of the build here. I wasn't recording, but I did this cool little window design up top, and while I was doing so, I actually noticed yet another inconsistency with the build. But really, truly, honestly, I do think we actually have everything figured out this time. I've counted so many times, I've done so much math, I've done everything I can think of, and from where it's looking right now, all that was wrong was the center beam was 1 block off. So, but on a more positive note, on a more happy note, I came up with the window design and actually went to a trial chamber at one point and got a bunch of these wax copper bulbs. I know they're a really expensive item to craft, so I picked up as many of them as I could, and I probably honestly should have picked up the rest of them as well, but I didn't have enough space. I'm sure we all get that. Yeah, I picked up nearly a stack of these and decided to throw them into that sort of circular window design that I have up top. I think from now on, I'm going to try and make the levels of my builds a little bit taller. I think instead of 6 blocks, I'll do 8 blocks. I wasn't sure about that much height at first when I accidentally did it before when we were working on the first level, but looking at it now, it definitely looks like 8 blocks will give us more space to detail with. 6 blocks looks a little bit smushed when it comes to having a build this big and this wide. So that's something to keep in mind, I guess, for future big builds like this. If we're going to have a really big build, we got to account for that when we're making the height of each level as well. So I'm just going to go ahead with these wax copper bulbs here, and I'm going to put them in the other side of the barn as well on the second level. All right, so I'll put 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and now I got to drop all the way down onto... I almost did that too. All right, and now I will tediously put a redstone block on each and every one of these, and then I will show you guys sort of what we have after that. Alrighty, there we go. We got all of them placed in now. So let's take a step back. And that looks phenomenal. I already knew it would, but I'm glad we can have a little bit of proof of that now. And then what I'm thinking with the top level is we'll do the same sort of thing we did on the second level, but just obviously 1. And we'll do a bit bigger of a window up top. Okay, I think that's what we're looking for. I'm not even going to take a look at the shape before I put the wax bulbs in, because actually that's exactly what I'm looking for. Let me put these in really quickly and take a look at it after. No! Come on, man. Yeah, we have to fill it in still, but that is looking really good. That is looking really good, dude. I had slabs. I guess I could have finished it with that, but let's take a look again. Yep, that's turning out good. And maybe we can even do another 2 small ones down here. And there we go. I did decide to throw some windows on the first level as well, and I think the way that they're all lining up together looks really cool. I think it looks really unique. If there's one lesson for this video, it might even end up being the title of this video. If you're ever working on a big project in Minecraft, and to be honest with you, this could go for real life as well, trust the process, dude. Because if I just took a look at this roof and got discouraged and thought, oh, this isn't going to be good enough for a YouTube video, look how bland this is. Okay, sure, the roof is a little bit mid, but look at the design we're doing aside from that, right? So there are going to be elements that we're better at than others, and there are going to be elements that we're worse at than others, but I think this is turning out pretty well so far, so just trust the process, dude. Oh yeah, dude, look at that off in the distance, and it's not even nighttime yet. I'm also going to throw some lanterns in each corner of the first level, because I think the second and third level are lit up more than enough, because they have bigger windows. I think they're actually smaller windows on the first level. Am I right or am I wrong? I think they're the same size, actually. Look at that pattern, and it looks really cool. Man, that looks even better than I thought it would. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna throw some lanterns in the corners over here as well, because I think there's not enough light on the first level. I don't know if I like just the lantern. Let's go ahead and put a chain in there as well. Yeah, I think that'll do. Put another couple of stairs in the corner of these doors. Pull my trap doors out. I think I'm gonna try spruce trap doors to start. And I think that's what we're gonna go with. Oh yeah, I was gonna put a lantern here as well, and also put trapdoors on each side. Is that a little too much? I don't know. Maybe if it was one taller, but I don't like the look of there only being one layer of blocks separating it. So, I don't know. That looks a bit better. I don't know. Maybe there shouldn't be a lantern there. Maybe we should just replace it with a trapdoor. That's pretty chill. I like that. It looks a little flat though, hey? What can I do about that? Maybe it was the kind of trap door I'm using. Let me try with a spruce trap or a birch trap door. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah, because it has white on it already as well. I think that's what we're gonna go with. Oh yeah, I like that a lot more. Maybe it was just the kind of trap door we were using. Now that I look at it the second time compared to the birch. All right, one more try. I'm going to try doing dark oak trapdoors, because I like the look of the birch, but I feel like we need something dark accenting it, but the spruce just doesn't quite look right. So let's use a little chocolate bar. Never go wrong with dark oak. And I think that is winner chicken dinner, yeah. You never go wrong with a little square of Hershey's chocolate. All right, now this is going to get us a little bit sidetracked, but I'm okay with that. Now, the reason I wanted to go back to the base and get all this spruce wood that I got is because I was thinking out here on this level of the base. I'll take a step back and show you guys. Basically, what I want to have up here is like an open balcony. It's going to be completely contained by the roof, obviously, once we fill that in, but I would like to have a crop farm all the way along here. Obviously, we're going to have a bunch of crops for aesthetics out here as well. I think having crops on each side as well, especially with how long we made the build, or how wide we made the build, I should say. I think it's going to be more convenient having it inside of the barn as opposed to constantly running all the way through this little rice field that we have. That's what we're calling this area now. This is the rice fields leading up to the barn house. Beautiful, dude. Already establishing lore for this world. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot easier and more convenient to have a bunch of crops all the way along the balcony on this side as well as on the far side over there. So I'm gonna decide how I want to lay everything out, but for now we're just gonna start putting down dirt. Now, I was gonna put the water for the crop farm up here and just put a trapdoor under it, but I actually had the idea to put glowstone under it instead. I saw that in a video recently from a guy that actually made one video on his channel ever, and it blew up. It went crazy. Is Josh Black, I think the guy's name is. I'll I'll put his channel up on screen right now. But yeah, I got this idea from him, and so I'll show you guys what that looks like up top. So I'll come up here and break this trapdoor, and yeah, I think that gives a really cool effect, having glowstone right under your water source for your crop farms. All right, so I'm currently grabbing a bunch of spruce wood, and I had no idea that you could grow spruce trees so tall, dude. This is ridiculous. But yeah, obviously we're going to be needing a lot of spruce if that's what we're going to be filling the roof in with. I actually had a bit of a different idea for what I want to do with these areas. Now that I have them both filled in, I'm thinking instead of using it for crops, I think I would like to make a nice sort of like path, foliage, meadowy area on the outsides of each of these. And I think that goes for the upper level one as well. I think when we get the roof sort of like met up in the middle, I'll do a dormer so that we have a bit more space in the center of this area here. And I'll probably do the same thing at the very top level as well. All right, so I was just messing around with the barn door design a little bit, and I actually want to get rid of these stairs here. And I'm such a noob. I didn't know how to make the center fence gate or whatever. Yeah, fence gate stand up a little bit. I've seen lots of people do that, and I couldn't figure it out. But I guess you just have to have a wall beside each of the ones on the outside. And that actually blends in really well. It gives a little bit more depth to it as well. It fixes the problem of it being a little flat. I think maybe we'll make a small overhang over each of the barn doors, kind of like we did on both side entrances on the base. Anyways, I do have all the spruce wood that I need now, so let's go ahead and jump to a time lapse of me filling in this roof. This is a whole lot of flat, and I don't know how I feel about a whole lot of flat. I'm also looking at the barn roof now, and I'm wishing I made it arch upward a little bit more. Okay, I was just walking away from the base. I've obviously done a little bit of work on it, and I've left some temporary blocks up there. But aside from that, man, like, this is looking pretty good so far. I added another window set of lights up at the top, the very top level of the base where the roof sort of extends it by a couple of blocks. And I think that looks really cool. I'm thinking about taking the lanterns out that I have up there now that I have the light window there. But yeah, dude, when I first started putting up the frame of this house, I was skeptical. When I started putting up the trim of the roof, I was skeptical. Even after I'd walled everything in and come up with a cool sort of window slash light design, I was skeptical. But now that I've gotten the details in there and things are starting to come together a little bit more, I'm really happy with how this is turning out, actually. That is pretty much the exterior done. I'm not going to worry too much in this episode about getting all of the lights and everything replicated on the back side of the barn. If that is something that I even end up worrying about, it's something I'll probably do between episodes off camera. The very top level is going to be reserved for villager trading. I want to have a bunch of farmer traders up here. However, I am going to wait until the next episode to do that, as I'm going to get a whole lot of villagers and a whole lot of trading set up in the next episode anyways. So at the very top level here, I decided to make a little bit of a support for a balcony. I thought that would be really cool to have a balcony sort of overlooking this entire valley. Alrighty boys, so we have made quite a bit of progress since I was recording last, and as you can see, I did decide to move the balcony down one level. I don't think it looked very good being way at the top like that, so I'll actually take a step back and you guys can see just how much better this balcony looks now. Yeah, so I think that balcony looks so much better right there. First of all, it adds a little bit more depth to the build. Second of all, it just looks so smush up there. And it completely hid that lighting design from pretty much every angle because it's such a tall build. I'm really happy with how that looks now. Also, I did go ahead and fill up the entire interior of the base. It took me quite a while to gather all this deep slate because as much as I had over at the mob spawner from the last episode, I still didn't have enough. So I had to grab a whole bunch of that. I also had to get more mangrove, which was obviously just so much fun, but we are pretty much done. I have to fill in the dirt up here. I did on that side. I don't know why I didn't on this side, but if we go up one more level, we can see that I have it all torched up in here on all these levels. And yeah, man, we just got a little bit of interior decorating to do at this point. So Man, we have come a long way. It's taken me a couple of days to get this build done. To be fair, I probably could have got it done quicker. I probably could have got it done in like a day or two if I just really committed. All right, boys, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep it for real because the only way that I can actually see carrying on with this world at this point after what just happened is being real with the video, being real with the audience. I want this world to be legit. In every other Minecraft world that I've played, I've always used cheats. I've always gone into creative. I've always gotten annoyed and, you know, spawned in items that I needed to maybe go spend an hour gathering. I've always sort of like cheated the system a little bit, but because I'm making content around this world, I wanted to not do that. But if we look behind me, you might be able to see a command block. All that is stopping creepers from ever being able to spawn in this world ever again. But last night, I sort of unintentionally ended up AFKing here all night, and a creeper somehow spawned in the middle of the night and blew up everything, killed me. As you can see, I no longer have any armor trim on, and I'm very upset. And it literally took me probably a week or two of on and off AFKing to get all the gear that we already had. But I guess what are you gonna do? I don't have any enchantments on my sword. Somehow, I got lucky enough that when I woke up, I was able to come back and all my stuff was here because I wasn't in the chunk radius. That being said, none of my tools were here. None of my armor was here. And I am beyond angry. So yeah, for about an hour or so, I've been battling with wanting to delete this world, as I'm sure we've all been in a very similar situation with before. But we're not gonna do that. The only cheat that I am going to use in this world is a command block that prevents creepers from spawning. Now I guess it's time to sit here and gather as many levels as we can so that we can have some half-decent frickin' enchantments and hopefully feather falling at the very least, because, you know, we're doing some pretty big builds and I'd rather not be dying all the time. But anyways, dude, back to work, I guess. All right, boys, now when I tell you I've been at the mob spawner for the last like 6 hours AFKing these levels, I am not exaggerating, and I truly wish I was. That being said, it does look like we have pretty much all of the enchantments that we need. I had a couple of extra additional bonus ones on some of my tools and armor before, but finally it's looking like we're good to go. All I need now is a shovel with efficiency 3 bare minimum on it, because that insta-mines dirt. But other than that, on all our armor, we got all protection 3 and above on all our armor, as well as feather falling 3 on our boots, so that's always good to have. And with all that out of the way, we can get back to the build. That was probably like a 30 or 45 second cut in the video for you guys from when I lost all my levels and had to gain them all again and re-enchant all my gear. Yeah, that took a whole day for me. Yep. I love the Minecraft enchantment system so much. It's so good. If anybody watching the video at this point shares that same gripe with me, I'm going to leave a link down in the description to a couple different mods that revamp the enchantment system in Minecraft, because I don't have any downloaded right now and I don't even know much about any mods that do that. But I do know that they exist, and before I upload this video, I'll do some research and leave that for you guys down in the description below. Alrighty, boys, and as we make our way back over to the farmhouse to start building up on that again in this beautiful sunset, my goodness, I will never get enough of complimentary shaders. But as we make our way back to the farmhouse, I do want to point out as well that I couldn't live without the armor trim after having it for so long in this world, so I pretty much immediately had to go and make more armor trims, and yeah, man, Coast Armor Trim looks so good. Aside from all my waffling, as you guys can see, I have started to do a little bit of an outline on the inside of the base here on the first floor of the barn house. I think this is going to look really good when we have it all done, because basically what I'm thinking is I'm going to bring this out just like so. Bring this out a little bit further, and then we'll have like 2 separate rows of different stables to have our different various animals in. So anyways, let's go ahead and get started on filling the rest of this first floor in, and I will see you guys after. Okay, that looks kind of cool. I didn't do it right, but wait. Yeah, that looks kind of cool. I kind of like that. Maybe we can put like lanterns on top of each of these. Ooh, yeah, I'll do like bronze lanterns or whatever they're called. The green bronze lantern. Yeah, I'll do that. And we'll do the same thing. Oh, I don't have enough deep slate walls. That's okay, because I actually grabbed a ton of deep slate before, knowing that we were going to need all of it. Make all these into walls, because that's what I need for now. And then we will continue on with this pattern on the inside. And yeah, get all these walls put up, and we'll see where we're at after that. I'm gonna make a bunch of fence gates and just stick those in, because I feel like I was saying before, with the spruce wood complementing that color of the deep slate, I feel like it's gonna look really good if we put all these fence gates in here as well. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Just a little bit of extra color makes it pop so much. And another beautiful sunrise. All right, now that we've gotten that done on both sides, actually, let me go and put these lanterns in on top of each and every one of these fence gates as well. That gives it a really nice look. Yeah, now that we're done finished doing that on both sides, let's figure out what we're going to do with the middle of the barn here, because obviously, basically what we have, the space that we have on the outside here is the space that I'm going to aim to have on the inside as well for all the different stables. So we're gonna be able to have a lot of different animals here and stuff, and that's exactly like I said at the very start of this build. Before we even had the foundation of the build up, I want to have a lot of animals in here. I sort of want this to be like the catch-all sort of barn area. It's gonna have crops, it's gonna have all the different materials for all the different you know, passive mobs in the game. And so basically the ideas that we had in the first place before we even started the build is basically coming to fruition, and that's really cool to see. You gotta love when that happens. Alrighty dude, so on our way back to the barn house here, I had to grab some more copper lanterns, or some copper lanterns in general, I should say. But yeah, I decided to throw some extra lanterns along here as well, and I figured I'd just swap them out for copper, and I think that's gonna look really good, yeah. Or maybe the copper lantern should be the one above the stables, directly above them. I don't know. I'll see how it looks on the other side first. Oh, it's just... I have to get a bunch of... I need to start a honey farm at the start of the next episode. I think that's what we're going to do to start the next episode. Bit of a spoiler alert for anybody that may be sticking around for the next one. But while we're putting in these bronze lanterns and I got the new recipe, I didn't think that the lanterns, of all things, would start to... Oh, goodness, dude. What an annoying material. It looks so awesome for building. Ugh. Alright, and just like that, aside from all of the grass that we have on the ground here, I think that that's a majority of the interior done. We don't need nothing too crazy for where all of our, you know, inanimate NPC animals are gonna be, right? So the really cool thing I like about big builds like this, now that I started dabbling in them a little bit, is that you don't need to actually do anything too crazy with every sort of square inch of these builds. As long as you're able to find a nice pattern to sort of copy and paste throughout the build, just like I did with all these stables, like you can really turn a basic big build into something that looks really good, especially if you make sure to use accenting blocks and colors, just like I sort of did with the lighting as well as the different blocks that we decided to use. As you can see here, I decided to actually grab some fence posts and put them on each side of every stable as well, just because of how they connect with the walls. I think it looks really good. It looks like a support beam that you would get in like an extra block pack or something like that. Yeah, that's about what we got so far for the interior. I am gonna have to start a honey farm at the very start of the next episode because of all the copper that we're using now. I've never had to start a honey farm before in any of my worlds because I've never really used that much copper, but it's looking like we might end up doing so in this world. Alrighty, and now that we are done with the interior of the first level of the barn house, like I said, we're going to save the second level for next episode when we start getting some villager trading going. But now that we're done with the first level interior, all that's really left to do aside from transferring my current animal load over to the first level is we actually have to get a big crop field down all the way along the hill leading down to where we're going to have our sort of like town center eventually. But for now, we need to get all of the seeds that we need to fill in this whole area, at least this part right here, this really nice rolling part of the hill right here. And if we're gonna do that, then we're gonna need a diamond hoe. So let's go ahead and grab that real quick, and I will get this farm planted. Alrighty boys, and just like that, it does look like we have got everything filled in now. I think there's just a couple of spots that I missed 1 or 2 seeds at a time. But aside from that, it is looking really good. And honestly, I don't think there's too much left to do on this barn house, man. I think the rest of it's going to happen in the next episode. So without further ado, let's take a look at the barn house in its entirety really quickly. Let's get a couple cinematic shots, and let's also take a good step back and take a look at it ourselves as well. Yeah, dude, that is looking really good. I could not be happier with how this barn house turned out. Like I said, when we were looking at it before, like 15-20 minutes ago in the video, I mean, dude, I really didn't think this was going to turn out very good. But I just kind of kept putting blocks in their place, kept having different ideas, and All in all, this video took about 2 weeks to make, and I'm hoping I can cut that in half for future episodes. So with that being said, dude, I think we're finished with the barn house for now. Anything else that we have left to do is going to be done in episode 3. All we have left to do now is go make a happy gas docking station for our 2 happy gas on either side of the barn house here. Alrighty, so I have decided on a spot for our happy gas docking station, and I'm going to do it over here. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to work out, but I figured it would be as good a spot as any. Yeah, I figured this wouldn't be a bad spot, and yeah, so I got all my stuff set up over here. I got all the materials that I'm gonna need for this build in these chests. And with that being said, I just want to let you guys know that the design that I'm going to use for this happy gas docking station, it isn't going to be a unique design of my own. I'll actually link the video tutorial to this happy gas docking station down in the description below. It's from a popular YouTuber known as Gorillo. I'm sure we all know who he is, 1.6 million subscribers, and there's literally hundreds of different designs on his channel that are super helpful for any world. But honestly, this build shouldn't take me too long to get done. I'm just going to sit here, watch the tutorial, and get it out of the way really quickly. So enjoy the build. Alrighty, so you guys may have seen from the time lapse roughly where we're at already, but with that being said, I need to make some red nether bricks so that I can make some red nether brick slabs, so that I can actually color code the areas for our happy ghasts, and also so that I can keep them contained in there as well. So now that I have all the slabs that I need, both warp slabs as well as the red nether brick slabs, I'm gonna go ahead and throw these up there. I don't know how much of this will make it into the cut, but yeah, man, this is what we have so far. I'm actually very happy with this. Again, shout out to Gorillo for inspiring this design. It's going to be very nice to have this in this world for the next couple of 100 days. And if we just take a look at it on our mini-map as well, I'm going to probably show off all our builds like that just because everything is looking so good and I have quite a bit of work to do on the roof of this barn. Don't worry, this won't look so blank by the next episode. But with all that being said, I do have a few finishing touches to do on this design. Okay, this thing's kind of annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, let's get a couple chains in here. Put a lantern. I don't think that's the right spot for that. Alright, so yeah, let's try that one more block out. There we go. Get a little bit of light in here. Same thing over here. Get a little bit of light in here. Alright, that's looking nice. Oh, there's a couple of chests that I need to put up here as well for leads and boats and everything. And there they are. I was gonna say, I knew I had chests in a chest. All right, put one of you there. And I'll put one of you there, and then I'll go grab some leads to put in there as well. Alrighty, there we go. 49 leads. Let's go put those over there. Alright, let's put half of these in here. We'll put another half in here. I gotta eat some carrots. Alright, now if I have this correct, I'm gonna be putting one slab right above... Okay, I should be on the other side, actually. Anyways, as I was saying, if I have this correct, I should have one slab right there. Or maybe I'm not right. I don't know. Okay, so if I have this correct, I think I need to put one slab here, and then one on top of it, and one just like that. I don't think that's right. Okay, hold up. Okay, so it's gonna be like this instead. I'm gonna put one right there. Destroy that, destroy that. Oops, okay. There we go. Gonna need to put my scaffolding out a little bit more. Here we go. Okay, bring that over just one more, and then we're gonna do the same thing over on this side. Bring that up just like so. Break that out, and then we're going to bring that down and break that guy just like that. So now we have it color coded, and that's actually going to basically keep our happy gas inside of there as well. Oh, one thing I forgot to do, we need to put fence gates on these 2 blocks right here as well, right below the pillar with, or right below the block with the sign on it. And that's also going to be what actually allows us to dock our happy ghasts. So I'll go get that right now and get these ones in here just like that as well. And when we open them, it'll allow us to get our happy ghasts inside, and when we close them, it'll keep them locked in place. Let me just put these warp planks in, or warp slabs in, just like I did over there as well real quick. Alright, now we got these in on both sides. We'll be able to get our happy gas in and out of the docking station. So let's actually go ahead and test that out real quick. Oh, wait, perfect. Come here. How did you get loose? What happened? Oh, a creeper blew up and you got loose. Come here. I need to test something. Get over here, you. Hoi. There we go. Alright, let's take a look. Let's see how this works. Alrighty, and as we approach the docking station, just like so. There we go, man. Close this up. Close this up, and you can't get out now, right? Wow, dude, there you go. Just like so. That is amazing. Well, let's go get our other happy ghast, and I'm very happy with that. Not just how it looks, but the utility of it, the function of it is actually really awesome as well. My whole time in this world, we're almost on day 500, actually just about on day 500, perfectly enough. All this time, these guys have kind of just been roaming around on me, or I've had them confined to like a 8-block radius, which I mean is so humane, right? Obviously. But yeah, dude, that is a lot of progress in one episode. That field just looks absolutely amazing at night. I did finally get the rest of the glowstone in on most of the different patches. Yeah, dude, I would say this place is turning out pretty awesome so far. I want you to go away. I just killed one of you. Please. I'm trying to do an outro for the video. But yeah, dude, I would say this is turning out pretty good so far, aside from all the donkeys being in our face. Yeah, dude, I would say this is turning out pretty good so far. I'm very happy with us actually being only at the end of episode 2. Definitely a lot of progress to come in this world, and let me know if you guys have any suggestions for different build ideas. I'm definitely kind of just playing it by ear with this world. Anyways, boys, if you did enjoy the video at any point, be sure to leave a like. It helps my videos a lot. These videos take a lot longer than any other piece of content I've ever thrown together. This isn't me trying to like sympathy bait or anything like that. I just genuinely mean it when I say I probably spend more time editing and producing the videos than I actually do playing Minecraft at this point, which sucks sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. It would be really appreciated because then I can get an idea of whether or not people are actually enjoying the content or not. So if you enjoyed, be sure to leave a like. If you're new around here, consider subscribing and turning notifications on. I'm gonna do my very best to be back with episode 3 a lot sooner than I was with episode 2. But if I am gonna do that, then I gotta get this video out sometime. So I got some brainstorming to do, and I got some ideas to put together. So thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Last year in November, I loaded up Minecraft to check out some of the new features that have been added since the last time I played, and to just experience a bit of nostalgia. Fast forward 1 week, and after starting a multiplayer world with my girlfriend, as well as a solo world to play on by myself, I just felt the urge to keep playing, to continue completing task after task after task. I figured this was the typical 2-week phase hitting me, and I didn't get my hopes up too much. Well, fast forward yet another week, and I was getting ready for the burnout to start setting in. Only it never did. 2 weeks later, I was still loading up that world I have on Bedrock every single morning when I woke up. 1 month after that, I was still falling deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole, watching building tutorials for every kind of design known to man, until one day, it finally started to creep in just a little bit. That dreaded feeling that we're all so familiar with, of perpetual boredom as you run around your world aimlessly, no clue what to do next. Then I found this small creator. I'm sure most of you have no idea who this is. His name is Waxfraud, I think? I'm kidding, of course. I'm sure we all know who Waxfraud is. And the way he builds is so incredibly impressive, and it's inspired me and pretty much all my builds ever since I found his channel. A little over a month ago now, I made the decision to bite the bullet and start uploading to this YouTube channel. In doing so, I knew very well even then that I had absolutely no idea what I was getting myself into. Seeing my quote competition was definitely quite daunting. I remember asking myself quite a few times for weeks before I finally started uploading, where do I fall into all this? Now, I'm no stranger to YouTube, social media, algorithms. I've been doing this content creation thing for quite a while now, but never have I taken on a challenge like I have with this YouTube channel. That being said, I think I've recently started to find my stride as a creator, and that's felt really good. Taking on difficult challenges has become much more natural, and overcoming said challenges has become significantly easier as well. In this video, I take on a project that has served as my biggest challenge yet. Not only do I fight the Wither for the first time in this video, but I also build a massive tower that I'll be using as a trading hall in this world. The design that I end up going with is a circular design, and this alone significantly adds to the difficulty of pretty much any Minecraft build. I've also decided that after all the progress we've made over the past month alone, this world may very well just become the channel for Everworld. If you enjoyed the video at any point or find it helpful in any way, then be sure to leave a like. This one took a ton of time and effort to put together, so it would be greatly appreciated. One last thing, I live stream most days right here on the YouTube channel, so make sure to subscribe if you want to catch one of those streams. Anyways, enjoy the video, and one minor footnote. Consider taking on that challenge that you may be avoiding. You might just find out what you're meant to do in this world. Welcome back to episode 3 of our Minecraft survival series, everybody. In the last episode, we built a massive barn house that I still have a little bit of work to do on the interiors of. But in the last video that I uploaded, we actually spent about 2 hours in a long play format. Get out of my face, bee. What are you doing? I got all these bee friends. I love having these guys all around here. But yeah, in the last video that we uploaded, we spent about 2 hours in a long play format building this nature path / pond area. I'm really happy with how it ended up turning out. It feels very chill, very ambient to hang out here and gather honey. But this honey farm nets about 2 or 3 stacks of honey per in-game day, so it's super efficient and super chill to hang out by as well. One other thing I will mention is that I decided to switch out to BSL shaders. I didn't even know until a couple hours before recording this video that my computer could even handle BSL shaders. But aside from that, I think that they just look phenomenal, and that's obviously subjective preference, but I think they look better than complementary, I'm not gonna lie. And weirdly enough, I've actually seen an increase in my average frame rate since I switched to BSL, so might be some good information for some people to have. I don't know. But I will be using BSL shaders for the foreseeable future. Anyways, in this episode, I have a couple of different plans, starting with, well, you'll be able to see somewhat of the plan that I have for this episode. We're gonna build a big tower. That's gonna be like the big grand project that we take on near the end of the video. But first things first, I want to beat the game. I know what I said in the last video. I know what I said about not rushing, but I would like to beat the game. I'd like to get some elytras and shulkers, and I'd also like to beat at least one wither so that we can have a beacon for all of the projects that we plan to do in future episodes. I know what I said. I don't want to rush. I don't want to give in to the pressure of what works and what doesn't work on modern Minecraft YouTube. I get it. I know what I said, okay? But I want shulker boxes more than anything right now. So I think the order that I'm going to do that in is I'm going to beat the wither first. I'm going to go grab the last wither skeleton skull that I need. First things first in this video. Then I'll beat the wither, and then I will use the ender eyes that I have, or the eyes of ender that I have, to go and find my stronghold. I did get a really good bow off camera as well. I've spent a lot of time at the mob spawner, to say the least, and I'm actually thinking about making a better, more efficient XP farm once we get to the end as well, so maybe we'll do that in this video too. Got a lot of plans, man. I haven't crammed enough into the previous episodes, so I'd like to start doing that and getting a little bit more done in each episode, and I think that would make for a more enjoyable experience for all of us. But with that being said, man, I mean, come on, BSL shaders just look absolutely beautiful. Don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking complementary shaders, but I mean, can you even really compare the two? Anyways, let's head on into the Nether and grab the last wither skeleton skull that we need to fight the wither, and then we can get ourselves a beacon. All right, so if you got either of the previous episodes of this series, then you'll know that our luck has been pretty good in terms of first showing up to this Nether fortress. They're wrecking me up, man. Holy crap. Oh my goodness, there we go. The second one. Yes, there we go. That just keeps happening to us. I bet you if I was going for another one, it would take me another 2-3 hours to get one. Oh, everybody say hello to Daryl. Hey, buddy. Whoa, what the heck? That's not necessary. Everybody say hello to Daryl, my friend. Whoa, whoa. What's with all of you guys trying to mess me up here? Daryl? All right, while I'm here, I'm actually going to grab some soul sand, a bunch of soul sand, as much as I can carry before I head back as well. I keep needing some here and there, and I keep not having any here and there. So this is another reason why we're going to be killing the Ender Dragon in this video as well, because I need some shulkers for this very purpose. I also need like so much bone meal as well. I pretty much used every single piece of bone meal that I have on the honey farm build, and that is all we're looking for. Let's go ahead and get on out of here, and let's go fight the Wither, dude. Get ourselves a beacon. And I should also mention that we have this Nether portal as well, which is not the Nether portal I usually come in, but this is the area that I spend the most time around in the Nether. The reason for that is because it's the first portal that I ever made. It's just across the ocean from our main base. It's like 1,500 blocks, so it's not worth me going back through right now. When I get an elytra, that'll be a different story. But that's another reason why we're going to be getting the elytra in this episode. There's so much that we could open up. Okay, buddy, you're looking aggressive. Basically, there's just a ton of opportunity and possibility that we can open up once we have like end game gear like the elytra and the shulker boxes. And I'd like to get that stuff as soon as possible. I can see why people usually speedrun that part of the game, because it's really good to have that kind of stuff on any long-term world. Oh my goodness, is this what the sunrise looks like with PSL shaders on? Bro, you gotta be kidding me. This is like, I mean, come on, really? I was gonna say, I mean, come on either way, but now there's a creeper and a well, okay, this is bad, dude. What the heck? Anyways, my goodness, I cannot get over how beautiful these shaders are. And I still can't get over the fact that my potato $600 PC can run this shader pack. Again, that could be useful information for anybody watching this video. It may not be as intensive as a lot of people think. Alrighty, and now we can grab our other 2 wither skeleton skulls that we got in the previous episodes. And with all that out of the way, we can go ahead and fight the Wither, get ourselves a beacon. And this is actually going to be the first time I've ever fought the Wither, literally ever. So you guys are here for it, man. I did mention it in my previous video, or maybe it didn't make it into the final cut. I tried to fight the Wither on my previous Bedrock world, which is the only other world that I've ever beat the game on. And for some reason, the Wither just wouldn't spawn. I know a lot of people are going to ask if I had the game on peaceful or not. I didn't. I kept trying it over and over again, changing it to peaceful and then turning it off, and I never even really played the game on peaceful at that time. I do now, don't get me wrong, because I hate getting my stuff blown up. Back then, I really didn't, so I'm not sure what happened, but this is going to be the first time I've ever fought the Wither, so, I mean, wish me luck, man. Oh my goodness. Like, I swear to God I will shut up about it in a second, but look at that lighting. Look at that lighting, okay? Like, what a beautiful sunrise. Wow, dude. Oh my goodness. I can't get over it, but I swear to God you guys will stop hearing about it right after this clip. Promise, I'm making the commitment right now. So typically my gamer brain would want me to look up a guide and sort of figure out how to do the boss fight before I actually do it. But I'm not going to do that. I think I might just kind of raw dog this thing. I can't. What is this? This is not fair at all. Yeah, wish me luck. I got 2 notch apples, so should go good. I'm hoping. Mid-fight. The scariest. Oh, come on, dude. That is the second time this has happened, this fight. But yeah, I have the perfect spot in mind. I'm thinking we'll go over here and do it because there's just this big, like, watch of land over here. Nah. All right, let's just do this. Let's just stop. Let's just stop playing around and let's just do this. Okay, dude. See, this is the problem I had on Bedrock before. He didn't even spawn. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you're gonna hit hard, aren't you? That's not good. Oh my God. All right, dude. Let's see if we can't get a break. Oh my goodness. Okay, we do quite a bit of damage when we actually hit him, but I am gonna die. Like, I had to use my second notch apple already. This is so annoying. This is such an annoying fight. There we go. Oh, he deflected that one. I hate that. I hate that feature. Okay, he's half health. He's half health. As soon as I see myself go down by 2 hearts and I'm withered, I gotta get out of there. I gotta get out of there. Okay, this might work. No. I just got trapped in here. This is not good. I don't even have a pickaxe with me. What is with this mode that he goes into? This is irritating. Okay, we might have him here. We might have him here. This is it. This is it. This is it. You're done. You're done. You're done. I got the Nether star. Let's go, dude. Okay, I wasn't sure if that was gonna happen. That felt like one of those like Souls bosses that you come across in a game where you're like, I don't know if I'll actually ever be able to do this, dude. All right, well, aside from the rage that ensued, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and head back to the base. I also got something called a wither rose from this as well, which is just seemingly a black rose. And that is really cool. Oh, wait, I just got withered from it. Okay, well, still, that's cool. I mean, I got to think about how I can use that effectively, but that's super cool. Look at that flower, man. That's awesome. Even has particle effects around it as well. All right, before we do anything else, though, let's go ahead and make this beacon. Alrighty, I grabbed all the materials that I need. I thought I did. Oh, I don't have enough glass. Wow. Okay, dude. All right, now that I actually have all the materials that I need, let's make this actual beacon. Okay, dude. There we go. All right, so let's go 1, 2, 4, 5, 5, 5. 1, 2, 4, 5, 5, 3. All right, so let's go ahead and get this last block here that I was stupid and put on and for some reason thought needed to go there. And just like that, dude, we have got ourselves a beacon. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. Go away, you. I'm trying to have a moment. Trying to do a cool thing. Wow, it looks really cool with BSL shaders on. Sorry, I said I'd stop mentioning it, but I mean, come on. It does look cool with BSL shaders on, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, dude. Feels good. Feels good to have the beacon. And within the next couple of minutes within this video as well, we'll also have killed the Ender Dragon and have an Elytra and Shulkers. So that's a lot of progress for the first 5 or 10 minutes of an episode. But I do think it's necessary. Like I said, despite what I said in the previous video, these are just things that are kind of essential if you're going to be playing long-term on a world or if you're going to be doing big projects, either or. I keep getting assaulted on my own property nonetheless, and it needs to stop. I just discovered as well that you can't bone meal these wither roses, which is really disappointing. I'm really disappointed about that. But with that being said, I think I'll just go ahead and replace these Valley of the Lilies of the Valley, or whatever the heck they're called, okay? I think I'll replace these that we got here with them. Oh yeah, that looks really cool. There we go. That looks quite nice, actually, with the red candles. All right, enough chit-chat about flowers. Let's go ahead and talk about killing dragons, dude. All right, so the first thing we're going to do to prepare for the end dragon fight is we're going to grab a bunch of water bottles so that we can make some potions of slow falling. I absolutely love this pond, by the way. The way that it turned out is it's still way better than I thought it was ever going to be in the first place. Link down below to the long play if you guys want to see how this project came together. But shameless plugs out of the way, I'm going to go make some potions of slow falling. And just like that, we have got 3 potions of slow falling that last for 4 minutes each. That's honestly all I should need. That being said, I do also have feather falling 3 on our boots as well, so I really do think we'll be fine in terms of fall damage. And in terms of pure damage, I think that we'll be okay as well. We got power 5, flame, and infinity on the bow. And after that last fight, that fight with the wither was rough. So after that, I'm thinking this fight with the Ender Dragon should be okay. Maybe not a cakewalk, but honestly, it might be compared to that wither fight, because that was just a nightmare. So let's go grab our Eyes of Ender and slowly start making our way to our stronghold. Okay, so that was a total rip-off. I just threw my first Eye of Ender for the first time ever. I know that we're going to be going in this direction, but the way I know that is by finding out that the first Eye of Ender that we ever threw is going to break on the very first try. So, I mean, that's just a sign of good things to come if I've ever seen it. Today's not been a good Minecraft day behind the scenes for me, okay? I'm not gonna lie. But that's okay, because we push on regardless. I'm hoping the stronghold isn't too far away. Yeah, so I made it another grand total of 5 steps away from the house, and we already lost another Eye of Ender. Okay, so this is ridiculous. Wow, dude. This is unbelievable. Are they supposed to break this much? What am I dealing with right now? Come on, man. Okay, there with that's what is supposed to happen like 90% of the time in my experience. I did go ahead and bring some obsidian and some flint and steel with us as well. So we will eventually link up the starter base with the stronghold as well once we've killed the ender dragon. All right, I didn't actually think this through. So I have a boat sitting over here from when I first docked on this beach. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this boat, and if I'm correct, there should be a boat right here. Awesome. It's a boat with a chest and everything. It's a boat with a chest attached to a boat with a chest too. Perfect. Aw. I hope we don't have to go too far for this. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, another one broke. Dude, are we even gonna make it there before my eyes of ender all break? Wait. Is it already It's already going in the opposite direction, dude. No way. I've been looking for like 5 minutes. Have we already found it? Okay. Okay, yeah, we're not far from it at all. Like right in this area right here. I'm not even gonna go back for that other one. Okay, let me go this way for a second and then throw this like that. Yeah, it's literally right down here. Okay, we're not even gonna need to link this up. We're like probably 500 blocks away from the base. That's crazy, dude. Oh, wow. This is like... Wow, this stronghold is like kind of underwater. Okay, no, it's not. Hey, there we go. And we got the achievement. Perfect, dude. Go through here. Let's see how far we have to go into this for our portal room. No way it's right there. No way it's right there. Okay, I was wrong both times. Never mind. Is this it down here? Did we find it? And not quite. This is the massive stronghold. Okay. Oh, I found it. There we go. I didn't even mean to. I really wasn't even trying to. I thought I was going back to where I came from. And I'm not gonna have enough. Oh my goodness! That's okay. I have the eyes back at the base. That's okay. I can link up. I can actually link up the base with the stronghold here. Yo, hey, you need to, hey, stop that. Speaking of silverfish, I tried making a silverfish XP farm the other day, and it just did not work. I mean, I get there like one of the best in the game, but it just did not want to work for me. So we're gonna make an Enderman XP farm. All right, let's go through this portal and see where we are in the Nether. Shouldn't be too far from my main portal. Oh yeah, we're definitely really close, and we are getting jumped. First things first. Great. Oh yeah, I literally know exactly where I am. This is perfect. This is right in between the other portal I was talking about before and the main portal that we usually use by the base. All right, let's get back to the base really quickly and get all these eyes of ender that we need. And then it's time to beat the game. Episode 3, I know, antithesis of what I said in the last episode. The words will haunt me until the day I die, but it's time to get some shulker boxes and get an elytra. It's an irresistible pull to the end game that I completely understand now. And that's about all I'll need. Perfect, dude. Let's go light this portal up and then let's go kill a dragon. And my goodness, dude, if that portal placement isn't absolutely perfect, because like I said before, the portal that I have that we walk by every single time we're in the Nether is this portal over here all the way across the ocean. And if I had to guess, I would say that the stronghold that we ended up getting is somewhere right in the very middle of those two portals. Now let's go ahead and light this portal up and jump on in once we get it done. All right, and without any more procrastinations, I would say that it's time we get this done and over with. What just happened? That freaked me out, I'm not gonna lie. What the heck, dude? I'm gonna say it one more time because I think it's necessary in the end. Wow, BSL shaders look so good in the end. Let's not accidentally look at an Enderman. I didn't bring any blocks to build with except obsidian. I genuinely messed up. Okay. Okay. This could be bad. This could be really bad. I accidentally looked at that Enderman. Yeah, you can't hit them with bows and arrows, can you? I'm gonna end up dying, aren't I? Oh no! Will they not be aggro with you if you just leave them alone for a second? Oh, dude, no, I just messed up so bad. All right, so that was kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. That was super rookie. You would honestly think I've never fought the dragon before. I did get another bow with power 5, flame, unbreaking 3, and infinity, and I actually spent quite a bit of time getting this sword as well, which I'm pretty sure is a perfect sword. So when we do get our netherite gear, I think this is the sword that we will be upgrading and using for the long term. By the end of this video, we're gonna have this wizard tower done, and when I get this wizard tower done, we are going to have cleric traders as well as librarian traders in it as well. Anyways, enough procrastinating. Let's get back into the end and finish this ender dragon off and get ourselves everything we need from there. All right, dude, just like that, we are back at the portal. I'm gonna go right in because now I have everything that I need to actually get over to the other side with. So let's pull out our building blocks, bridge over. Okay, so before anything happens, I'm just gonna go like this as well and make a nice little bridge back to our platform. And then before I start fighting the dragon, I'm gonna have to grab some end stone as well, because obviously that took up over a stack of my cobblestone. Oh, that was close. I don't want to accidentally look at an enderman. That could be a bad situation if we get caught off guard. First things first, let's go ahead and take this guy out here. Oh, just a little short. Alrighty, there's one down. See if I can get under here and hit this one out. There we go. Just like so. Bam. Just like that. And I hit this one from down here. Oh, I got looked at by... No, I didn't. Oh, that's the perfect situation. We need to grab as much of this as we can. Alright, there's another one. And another one. And more dragon's breath. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. There's another one. The hitboxes on these are massive. It makes it almost too easy. And there we are. See what I mean? That's way too easy. Get away from me. Why are you so close? Gotta hear you. I'll hit you. I'll hit... Oh, ow. Okay, dude. Oh, nice. We actually hit the dragon with that as well. I think that's it. Wow, really? We got them all already? Okay, let's start taking out the dragon then. I thought there was more than that. Oh, wait, there is one more. Where? Oh, way up there. It's not even covered. I didn't even have to pillar up to any of these. Wow, dude. Yeah. Get out of here, buddy. You're trying to do your thing. I say too easy, but now I'm not exactly sure. What the heck, man? Okay, maybe I do have to pillar up then. Hey, there we go. We got it. Okay, I think that was the last one. Now we can start taking out the dragon. Bro's dancing. What the heck is that? What kind of movement is that, sir? Whoa! What the heck, dude? Is that supposed to happen? I'm on the tallest pillar now. He just flung me. How's that fair? I might try and keep my distance from... Or am I good here? Am I good here? Okay, yeah, we're good there. We're good there. Oh my goodness, what's this infighting going on my screen right now? Yo, y'all are on the same team, dude. Okay, yeah, there's a chance for the last couple bottles I have to be filled with dragon's breath. Beautiful. Oh, one more. Nice, dude. I'm like the worst with a bow and arrow right now. I don't know why. Oh, no. Wow. Damage. That's right, you fly away. Give me an easy shot. And I missed the easy shot. Yeah, this fight is way too easy, man. I get that this game came out in 2009, but like, did Mojang just anticipate that you would accidentally look at Enderman more, or what? Because I really don't have that issue. Let me in. Okay, we're good. We got it. Hoi. It's kind of tanky, actually. Whoa, dude. Dang. Ooh, the snipes. Oh, you just ate that. Literally. Yeah, okay. One shot. Let's go. This is gonna be my second time. Yeah, dude, let's go. Let's go. And just like that, we have beat the game, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, for now, let's go ahead and raid some end cities. Let's see if we can find a couple of elytras. I know I want at least 10 to 15 shulkers before we head out of here for our first raid. And then after that, we're going to build ourselves an Enderman XP farm because we may have a lot of levels right now. We are going to need a much more efficient farm than we currently have with the zombie XP farm. So with all that being said, I will cut to when I'm at my first end city and see if we get lucky enough and come across one with a ship for our first one. I had to make a bit of a detour back to the base really quickly because I needed to grab these rockets that I've had for hundreds of days now in this world. But I have been prepared for this day, man. I love the elytra so much. I totally understand it's a controversial item, and I even get where people are coming from with their criticisms of it, but I love it, man. I absolutely love it. It makes every aspect of the game just so much more accessible. But enough filler in this video. Let's go get ourselves some shulkers and some elytras. Oh, I didn't grab any building blocks back at the base. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab some of this end stone here. Dude, how do people cope with being in this dimension in hardcore? Honestly, like, there's no saving yourself if you hit the void. There's no totem of undying your way out of that. Genuinely, doing this in hardcore would induce blood pressure problems in me. I swear, bro. Okay, we got to the other island successfully. Let's see how far we have to go out. Hopefully, we get an end ship. And hopefully, if we do get an end ship, we don't get absolutely screwed by RNG. Okay, I'm getting attacked by an Enderman. Nice. But yeah, hopefully, we don't get absolutely screwed by RNG because the first end ship I ever found didn't have an elytra in it. So yeah, you bet I was upset about that. Go away! You hurt. You actually hurt. One of my pieces of gear doesn't have any protection on it. I'm vulnerable. See, this is cool. I like those islands that are sort of like at a different elevation over there. I want to see a bit more verticality in the end. I have only been here a couple of times. I know I don't really have the authority to be speaking on these kinds of things, but that's something I've heard quite a few people mention, and I thought that was just an interesting, very intuitive concept that, like, why doesn't that already exist? You know what I mean? There's so much unused space in the end. Let me turn my render distance up for a second. Yeah, I can see better with that. It'll be less frame rate for the video, but I'll turn it back down in a second. Actually, frames aren't really suffering that much. Wow. BSL shaders, I'm telling you guys right now, for anybody watching this video that might be interested in recording their own gameplay, don't fall for the trap that everybody tries to tell you that complementary shaders are the best shader for low-end systems. Dude, I consistently get like 40 to 50 more frames per second, even when I'm recording with both OBS as well as flashback when I'm using the BSL shaders. I'm just learning about all this different stuff myself, but that's one thing I've noticed is BSL shaders somehow give me significantly better performance. Oh, just as I'm saying this, we get an end city. Oh, does it have a ship? Yeah, as I was saying, BSL shaders basically give me significantly better performance than complementary shaders do, which was jarring to me. I didn't expect that. Everybody says that complementary is the best for low-end systems. BSL just looks better as well, in my opinion. And look at that, dude. It does look like we got an end ship on the end city as well, dude. Let's go. That looks like a good one, dude. We're gonna get a couple of shulkers at least from this one. But with that being said, we will probably go for one more after we completely clear this one out. All right, here we are. Let's get inside this thing and get ourselves some shulker boxes and hopefully an elytra, like I said before, from this end ship. Ah, dude, the end rods. Let's go. Let's go. That is so exciting. Oh, hello, buddy. You just teleported right to me. You want to give me my... Oh, you want to give me my first shulker, my friend? How about that? How about we do that? Come on now. Why are you not dying? Yes, dude. There we go. Listen. Okay, there we go. There's another one. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness. There we go. Another shulker shell as well. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, then. Come on. Okay. What the heck? You all need to just chill for 1 second, all right? This part I'm more comfortable with, and I'm also more experienced with it because I've done it more than the, you know, the end dragon fight. I did that one other time when I was on my bedrock world, but this I've done quite a bit of. Come on, you die. Come on. Why are some of them so tanky? There we go, dude. That's 2 shulker boxes now. And before we go any further up, I'm going to go down and grab all those end rods from down there as well. Whoa! Why is there another one out here? Wow, so tanky. And another shulker shell. Stop it! Quit! Leave me alone. I just want the end rods. Go away, stop. Give me the end rods. What, are they just, did they just teleport all over the place and spawn out here infinitely? Actually, yeah, I've wondered for a while now, how do the spawn mechanics and like the breeding or duplication mechanics work for shulkers? Because I'll probably end up building a shulker farm at some point in the future, and I'm just not sure how all of that works. So maybe if one of you are a little bit more veteran with that kind of knowledge, let me know down in the comments below. This guy is going to be the death of me, literally. Oh my goodness. Stop it. Stop. That's enough, sir. Again, I just want your end rods. Come on. Wait, I have my shovel with me. I could grab some of this purple stained glass. Yeah, let's go, dude. I'll take that. Free stained glass is always nice. Get out of here, you. What are you doing up there? What was that? What was that? Not a very smart strategy. There we go. There's another shulker box in our inventory. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at all these free end rods for the taking. Let's go. I absolutely love these things. Whoa. You're trying to get me, aren't you, buddy? Nice try. I'm a mind reader with these guys. What? Did it just deflect off of him? That is the worst mechanic in the game, dude. I swear to God. But he's literally hanging over like a 300 block drop. Well, maybe that's a bit exact. No. That's not exaggerated at all. That is straight into the void. Those are your end rods, I guess. I wanted them, though. Not fair. Get you, take you out. All right, there's another shulker box in our inventory. Perfect, dude. Come on, man. I gotta be like right on top of them when I break them. Otherwise, half the time they'll fall over the edge. Whoa, that was close. All right, let's get this guy. Whoa, that's so many from the... Oh, no, dude. That's bad. That's bad. So tanky. Oh, my goodness. Okay, let's just get this guy out of here because I think he's the one that's getting me for the most part here. Awesome. There's another shulker shell. Oh, that was so close. That block keeps saving my life. I am being risky right now for these end rods, but that's what they're worth to me, man. I'm telling you. Now, I think the last time I went about this, I went at it from the front of the boat, but obviously there's not really a whole lot in that regard that we can do. So I think I'm just going to make my way over there and kind of try and float over to him. We have obviously feather falling, so I think we should be able to survive even if we do get lifted up for a little bit. Okay, we're getting a little close now, so should be okay, though. Okay, we're super close now. Oh, there we go. We're up. Just get under here. Okay, that works perfectly, actually. Okay, let's just break in here. And then we're a little bit safer, at least. Potion of instant health. We'll take that, as well as the alchemy stand there. No, sir. I don't think so, my friend. No! Okay, we're fine. That scared me, I'm not gonna lie. You need to go now. All right, there we go. And that's 5 shulker boxes in our inventory. We only need to do that 1 or 2 more times before we head out of here for good. Oh my goodness. I just fat fingered control and shift at the same time. All right, let's grab this dragon head as well before we go anywhere or do anything else. Alrighty, there we go. Let's get this guy in our inventory. Nice. Very awesome, as always. Why is it so big? I never understood that. All right, now the moment of truth. Does this end ship have an elytra in it? Okay, dude, thank goodness. I was gonna say, I hope we don't have a repeat of the last time I raided an end ship. So yeah, let's grab this thing out of here. Alrighty, dude, that feels fantastic. Let's go fly around a little bit. Oh my goodness, dude. What was that? I didn't even look at an Enderman. Okay, that's why that hurt so badly. Yeah, we can't be making that mistake. Dang, dude. I wonder if I'm ever going to be like decent at this game and be able to look back on this footage and be like, what a noob that guy was. But I don't know, dude, because like I should not be making this many mistakes. Fighting an Enderman with my elytra on 2 seconds after I got it is not a good start. I have my elytra right there and we can hot swap very easily just in case that happens again. All right, so I cut quite a bit out, but I have 23 shulkers now, so I just want 1 more, and I actually just came across this guy down here, and he didn't give me a shulker shell. The one time I expect it, they don't give it. Anyways, I don't even have any wood with me, so I can't even turn my shulker shells into shulker boxes, so we're gonna have to go after we get this 24th shulker shell, and after that, we will probably come back a little later for even more. We've also got about almost 2 stacks of end rods as well, so I'm pretty happy with that for our first sort of end city raid. We just gotta find 1 more shulker that's willing to give us a shulker shell. Oh, there's one. Perfect. Let's see if you drop one. Yes, he did drop one for us. Perfect, dude. And now we can just fly on down here. Amazing. Pick that up. And let's get on out of here. Let's get back to the base. Let's make ourselves a bunch of shulker boxes. And let's also throw an Unbreaking 3 book on our elytra as well. Ah, what a nice thing to come back to. The frames are a little rough right now, but What a beautiful thing to come back to. I think I mentioned it already in this video, but I absolutely love this pond that we built in the last video that I uploaded. I uploaded it in the format of a long play, but man, I can't get enough of just hanging out around this place here, man. Absolutely love the look of putting warp nylon as the base of a pond and then throwing some coral reefs in as well. Obviously, get some sea pickles and some sea lanterns in there, and it gives a really nice effect, along with the glow berries that we have hanging off the bridge as well. So definitely check out that long play if you guys haven't already. I think it's the perfect thing to throw on in the background while you're studying or trying to sleep. Anyways, for now, let's head back into the base. Let's go ahead and grab some wood. I am sorry for the frames right now. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but before I restart my game and my computer for a couple of minutes, I would like to get these shulker boxes made. So my apologies. This will not last long. Good lord, seriously, what is going on with the frames? Anyways, let's get these shulker boxes made so I can give my computer a chance to just take a breather. All right, let's grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shulker boxes, plus the other couple that we just put over in this chest over here somewhere. And that is 12 shulker boxes. Let's go, dude. Now I need to turn my computer off for a couple of minutes because it is dying on me. But after that, we are going to get started on the wizard tower. All right, so if we head on over to where we have the outline of the wizard tower, you can see that I've actually picked a block gradient that I want to use instead of just like flat red nether bricks throughout the entire body of the tower. I decided on using red fire coral, I think that's what it's called, and also redstone blocks, which is going to be kind of a pain if we actually go and mine all of it. So we're not going to do that. I'm going to turn on peaceful for a second while I talk to you so none of my hard work gets demolished. Instead of mining for the redstone, I think I'm going to go to the village that's just over this mountain behind us here, and I'm going to grab a couple villagers and create a villager breeder, because we're going to need a bunch of villagers over here eventually once we start building up the whole sort of town area, and we're also going to need them for workers as well. But if we can get a couple of clerics and level them up, then that's what I want to have on a couple of levels of this tower anyways, along with some librarians, and we'll be able to just trade for redstone that way. And we already have a couple of sources of infinite emeralds through trades as well, so we should be good in that regard. Before we're able to do anything with the build, I'm going to have to go and gather some red fire coral, and obviously I'm going to have to get the redstone blocks as well. So I know where there's a warm ocean biome in my world. It's just over here, a couple thousand blocks away. I have this area linked up with the main base here, but I'm also thinking about incorporating some black blaze terracotta because that's a block that is black and red, and I think that that works really well, obviously, with what we're going for. But because we decided to use coral blocks, as you can see back here, we have to use mangrove roots and waterlog them and put that on the back of every single coral block. Otherwise, if we take the water away from the mangrove root there, you can see that the coral block will die pretty quickly. So that's going to be a bit tedious, but not really resource intensive or anything like that. So I'm going to do it. I think the coral looks really good in the gradient, so we're going to go ahead and use it. But with that being said, it's time for me to gather some materials and also go grab some villagers. The villager breeder that I make will not be a unique design by any means. This is my first time actually messing with villager trading, so wish me luck. Hopefully all goes according to plan. I'll also leave the link down below as well to the villager breeder design that I end up going with. Anyways, let's go grab some villagers and bring them to a new home. And since the first time we actually built this Happy Gas docking station, we now have an excuse to go ahead and use it. Up top, we have a couple of chests filled with boats, leads, and fence posts as well. So go ahead and hop on our Happy Gas here. Got everything I already need, as well as a helmet that I just enchanted with Aqua Infinity for when we need to go gather the coral as well. And I got really lucky on it. I got Protection 4 and Unbreaking 3 on it. Since I died in the void, I actually have been getting really lucky with my gear, so thank goodness for that. I'm also actually thinking about building a house for the meantime to put our villagers in that we bring back from the village over the mountain over there. I don't have my chunk distance set very high right now, but you know what I mean. I'm thinking about building a house right here to put the villagers in when we get back. But when we get back, we're just going to put them in a little dirt shack for now, so I think I'm gonna build that up really quickly. Okay, there we go. We got one done. Nice little staircase up there. This is so jury rigged, but we're gonna obviously have a way better trading setup by the end of this video. This is just so I can get the redstone that we need and also some mending to put on our tools as well. Okay, we gotta head back to the base really quickly. Wow, that was really close. Dude, by the way, oh my goodness, flying around feels so good around this base. I'm probably going to do a long play one of these days while I make the path around the rest of the base. I also decided to throw in these lamp posts as well. And as you can see between the last episode and this one, I did throw some azalea trees on the side of the path as well. But anyways, I keep getting sidetracked, so let's go ahead and hop on our Happy Gas and get the heck out of here and get some villagers. All right, one of you is about to have a very different life after today. Wow, dude, what a small village. Oh my goodness. All right. All right. Go in the boat. Okay, so we have you. You're a Fletcher. Oh my goodness. Am I going to take the child into a life of slavery? A life of child slavery? He will know nothing else.
Yeah, you probably will.
Hey! The baby villager just went in the boat all on his own. So glad I was recording that. Dude, what? Why did you do that? Why would you do that? Okay. I'm gonna have to be quick because otherwise Flo is gonna run away from me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Wait. No. Why, game? Oh, wait. I think I had to shift. There we go. Sick, dude. That is pretty awesome. Yeah, I was just randomly recording that, too. And that was so funny. Just... You're gonna hear yourself in my video.
Oh, no. No one wants to listen to that.
Okay, so I think we're just gonna put the 2 villagers that we got in this tiny little itty bitty box for now, and then we're gonna get all the materials that we need to build the villager breeder that I was talking about before. So let's see if we can sort of bullseye this. Come on, let's go straight down. Did I do it? Did I get him in there? I think so. Perfect, dude. All right. Yeah, like I was saying, we're gonna get the materials that we need for that villager breeder so that we basically don't have to do what I just did ever again. It wasn't actually that long. That probably took me like 5 minutes. But maybe we can actually build that house that I was talking about before right behind us, and we could use that for the villager breeder. So let's hop down off here. Take our... No, don't. You're gonna mess everything up. I really hate happy gas. How do I get the... Oh my god, no. Stop. What is this? What? Yeah, take my villagers, dude. Really? That I had to do that? Really? Yeah, get out of here. Go on. Get out of here. I don't know if I'll include the actual rage in the video or not, but I'll include this in here, and at least you can know what happened either way. All right, so we got our fellas here. I think I'm actually just gonna stay here as long as it takes to get mending, because I desperately need mending. It'll actually be my first time ever getting mending. There's a whole lot of firsts happening in this series, and that's why I wanted to sort of just bite the bullet a couple weeks ago when I posted episode 1. Obviously, episode 1 had a lot of visual and audio bugs. It wasn't very well put together cinematically speaking, and even now I'm not as good at the game as most people that are uploading Minecraft videos. But I wanted to bite the bullet because we have a whole lot of firsts sort of going on right now. Like being bullied by this villager into the corner. You want to stop that, dude? Okay? I brought you here. I gave you this nice new home. You gonna stop pushing me around, please? Anyways, yeah, whole lot of firsts happening in this series, and I'm actually really happy about that. I think a couple of years from now, coming back on this series will be really cool and nostalgic to see. And yeah, I mean, anybody that is here now or in the future will be able to sort of come back on the catalog. But with all my yapping out of the way, I'm gonna forego that and actually get to trying to get this mending trade, because from what I've seen, this can take quite a while. Back out there. Oh my goodness. Flying around with an elytra with the speed effect is crazy. Things to fix that. Mending! 8! Oh my goodness, for 21 emeralds too! Wow, that literally took me like 20 minutes straight of breaking lecterns. To be fair, I thought it was going to take a bit longer, but... Oh my goodness, finally. Hey, mending. And I need more emeralds. Okay, got that guy locked in. This other guy is gonna end up being our cleric that we get all our redstone from. This has got to be one of the most irritating parts of constantly carrying golden carrots around. I don't know if I want to keep them in my offhand anymore, because I always have donkeys and bunnies following me everywhere I go. Get out of here, sir. That was really loud. Maybe some of you think I'm evil for what I just did, but it is so annoying. They're constantly in my face when I'm trying to record. Anyways, I did turn our other villager over there into a cleric. Is he a zombie? There's a zombie in there. Oh no. That's actually okay, I think, because then we can get cheaper mending books. Well, we're doing that a little bit earlier than we meant to. Did my mending villager die? Are you serious right now? What? happened? Okay, well, everything's going wrong here, dude. Oh, well, I'm an idiot. I left a staircase up to the little dirt shack that I made for them. Okay, well, like I was gonna say, actually, the reason I started recording in the first place was to let you guys know that I gave both those villagers jobs, so we need to go to the other village, a little ways away from the one that we just went to. Well, one of these two, probably this one. And we got to get more villagers so that we can make the villager breeder. Okay, so that was irritating and annoying, but I do have the 2 villagers back here to replace the guys that we had before. One of them I leveled up to an apprentice, almost the next level. I don't actually know what the next level after that is called. But the other one I just got locked in at a... What the heck? They're just gabbing back and forth and making my prices more expensive. What the heck, dude? I accidentally hit one of them while I was trying to level them up and get mending, but... Yeah, I think I got a good price here. 20 emeralds in a book. That's what we had before. So I actually got mending twice, and I just didn't want to take the trade because it was like 36 emeralds. And I knew we got a really good trade before, so I probably spent like 45 minutes or so trying to get this back. So that was a really irritating way to start the day, but it is what it is, I guess. Let's go get the rest of the villagers that we need to build this villager breeder. For now, I need to get out of here. Go right back down to the ground and destroy this staircase, because that is what screwed us over before. So let's get all that out of here. Let's get out of here. As soon as flow comes to the ground, we can get out of here, go to the other village, and get what we need to get as many villagers as we need. All right, so as you guys can see from the terrain generation, this village that we're over at right now is actually the village that we fought the Wither by. So I did have mob griefing turned off, so thankfully none of it's going to be too destroyed. But with that being said, hopefully the villagers are still all alive. Hopefully we didn't wipe out a whole village just so we could get a beacon. That wouldn't be very good. I did do a little bit of work off camera back at the base to prepare for not just the villager breeder, but also the house that we're going to build around it. So I'm excited to show you guys that when we get back to the base as well. So from the sounds of it and from the looks of it, we do still have quite a few villagers here. Thankfully, we did not massacre an entire village with our Wither fight. Now, you're the kind of villager that can't even get a job, can you? You're useless. So it looks like I'm going to be kidnapping you and your buddy. What say you, friend? Would you like a new home? Come on down. Jeff from Ohio, come on down. No, you're not Jeff from Ohio. You can't even get a job, bro. Get out of here. You're definitely not Jeff from Ohio. I don't know what the Price is Right bit was, but anyways, get over here. You're so close. Yes, thank you. Pull it over to... No, why? What's wrong with you? Okay, let's get you first. Come on, 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 come on. Let me put it back. Let me put the boat down. Oh my goodness, game. Yep, there's one. Okay, perfect. All right, there we go. We got the both of them. Let's take them over to Flo here. Make sure the lead doesn't break in the process. Flo, get down here. I need your assistance. All right. All right, let's get on out of here, dude. Anyways, let's get back to the base and I'll show you guys what I have laid out so far. But before we do get back to the base, we do have a beautiful sunset to enjoy. So I figured we would go ahead and do so for just a couple of seconds. All right, dude, and as we slowly pull up back to the base, you can see that I do have the frame of a house done, like I said before. And inside the frame of that house, also like I said before, is the outline for the villager breeder that I'm going to make. I've seen varied results in the comments of the video that I'm going to be basing this design off of. So we'll see if the first one works. I might have to make a second or maybe even a third one. From what I can tell, they are kind of finicky in how they operate, but I think I have a good enough understanding of how the villager breeding works at this point to make it work. So as we fly over it here, I do have a little box for our villagers just down there. But as we fly over the frame of everything here, make sure we don't lose these guys. Yeah, you can see that we do have the frame of a house outlined. I will be doing a long play a couple days after this video comes out where I actually finish building the house, but I think that adds a lot to the base. Obviously, it's just an outline, but just imagine it finished. I think that we're starting to really make this area come together with not just the tower that we're going to build in this episode, but also the house that we're going to build here around the villager breeder over the course of the next couple of days. I don't know about you guys, but this is sort of the point of a Minecraft playthrough where I start to get really excited at the possibilities. So once again, with all my yapping out of the way, let's go ahead and see if we can bullseye these villagers down in this little dirt shack that I had laid out for them. Oopsies, didn't mean to do that. Oh, I don't think I have shears on me at the moment. That's problematic. Oh wait, yes I do. I have my honey collector with me. Good stuff. Wait. Okay, yeah, let's just get you off of there first things first. You can fly away, Flo. I'm not going to get angry at you like I did the last time. I got it figured out now. It was user error last time. I'm so sorry I yelled at you, Flo. Flo's a good boy. I'm the bad guy here. Well, at least I was the last time. Anyways, let's get these fellas out of here. Now that it's nighttime, we do need them to sleep once before we get them over in the villager breeder. And with all that out of the way, we do have a small amount of material gathering to get out of the way. And then we'll put everything in place that we need to actually make use of these fellas here. Well, I wasn't recording my audio before, but that might have honestly been a blessing in disguise because this was such a pain to actually get together. The 2 villagers that I grabbed didn't seem to be getting rid of their jobs that they had previously, so I had to go get 2 more new villagers, and honestly, dude, I'm about done with Minecraft for the week, okay? Not actually, but it's been rough recording the last, like, day or 2, I'm not gonna lie. Learning all these new systems and stuff that I wasn't really familiar with until now has been a bit tedious, I'm not gonna lie, but I think it's gonna make for a good video, so it's all worth it in the end. And hopefully, within a couple of in-game days, we will be having an infinite source of new villagers and new traders. Man, a lot of work went into that, I'm not gonna lie, and a lot of work is gonna go into this house, too, once we actually finish it off and make it look like a house and not just a pile of dirt. Yeah, now that we got these guys breeding up other villagers for us, it's going to be perfect because the first one that comes through, we're going to turn him into a cleric because the 2 villagers that I had over there obviously died before, and I replaced the 1 cleric that I had with a librarian. So both those guys are librarians, and we do need a cleric if we're going to get all the redstone that we need for the tower build by the end of this video. In the meantime, while we're waiting for these guys to do their thing, whoops, I didn't mean to get trapped in here, dang it. But yeah, while we're waiting for these guys to do their thing, we're gonna probably go over to the warm ocean biome in our world here, a couple thousand blocks away, and gather as much red fire coral blocks as we can. If you've been keeping up with the community posts, then you might know that I actually ordered some Starlink internet, and I didn't quite realize how sophisticated that technology is. Honestly, I thought you just ordered the device and set it up in your house, and I'm young, I don't own a property, I don't own a home, I don't even have a vehicle, so I thought that I would be able to set it up in my apartment, but that's a no-go, so I'm gonna have to return that. But all of that is to say, there was a point to this monologue and me including all this rambling in the video. I have figured out an alternative solution to increasing my internet connection speed, so expect live streams to start on the channel nearly every weekday, pretty damn soon here. And there we go, dude, we have come across our first Badlands biome in this world, and there's a swamp sort of mixed in with it, which is a really interesting biome pairing. Yeah, seriously, this biome generation is bizarre. There's a swamp at the top of this mountain, and that's as far as it goes. That's so weird, dude. I've never seen generation like this before. Perfect, dude. Well, I will be back with you guys when I have gathered a ridiculous, exorbitant amount of red fire coral blocks. What an absolutely beautiful biome, dude. This is probably the best work Mojang has ever done in terms of creating a beautiful, vibrant, aesthetically pleasing environment to be in. Alrighty, dude, and just like that, we are back at the base with about half a shulker full of red fire coral blocks. So now that we have that done, I actually have to go and redesign this villager breeder, unless I'm mistaken and it is working now. No, it's not working. So yeah, a lot of negative comments on that video. Not like negative, but comments saying that this design wasn't working for them. So I'm just gonna have to look for a different one and basically redo this whole freaking thing. Hey! Oh no, I messed up. Okay, well, I messed up a little bit because I need to make sure that these guys both stay in here. Okay. But yeah, I redesigned it a little bit and I think we're good now. Obviously, I have to wait around a little bit and see just to make sure. But they're both farmers, and the design seems to be quite a bit different from the last one that I was doing. I really feel like I was getting trolled by the last video that I watched before this. I obviously could be entirely wrong, but from what little I know about villager breeding mechanics, the last design that I had set up doesn't make any sense why it would have worked. But this, on the other hand, actually kind of does. I think just to make sure these guys are protected as well, I'm going to cover their little breeder area up with a bunch of glass for now as well. Just until we get a nice house built around them, or potentially windmill built around them, because I actually have been brainstorming a little bit off camera, and I might build a windmill around this villager breeder. Because if I did that, the body of it is already super massive. It would end up being really tall, and that would basically give me more areas to put more traders. And Lord knows we're going to need a lot of areas for that. So yeah, I might very well build a very tall and massive windmill. That's sort of been the theme of this world. I'm basically building America in Minecraft. Bigger is better, right? I don't know if that joke's going to make it in the video. That was very, it was very stale. I don't know. I've been really enjoying doing these big builds lately, and they always look really cool when they're done. So I think we're going to keep on doing that. This is actually perfect because I'll show you guys right now real quick. I have a wheat for emerald trade, and obviously, if you remember from the last episode, we have a... What did I do with my rockets? But anyways, if you remember from the last episode, we do have a massive wheat farm over here, and I already have pretty much a double chest filled with hay bales, so as you can see from the decoration on the path here, I have more than I knew what to do with, so let's go grab a bunch of that really quickly and get more emeralds so we can get mending on the rest of our gear while we're waiting for them to do their thing over there. So let's grab a couple of stacks of hay bales. That should be all we need for now. Alright, I had to grab books too, so I got the rockets first things first, but now that we have done that, let's get ourselves a bunch of emeralds and then go grab some more mending books. Okay. Ah, you're angry at me. I hit you before by accident. Alright, there we go. 26 emeralds. That's good for now. Hello, sirs. My favorite guys in the game right here. Yes, it's happening. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Oh, my goodness. I'm so happy. Okay, so shout out to Freddy Avocado 3127 on YouTube. Random reply to a comment, actually, on the video that I watched. Saved me, bro. I did not realize that I had mob griefing turned off in this world. I'm getting excited, but I also see those angry icons as well, so I'm not sure if it did actually work, but at least we know something is happening now. Shouldn't be much longer until we have an infinite source of villagers. I think I hear a baby villager. Yeah, look at that, dude. We got our first baby villager. I think the only problem I was having before was that the glass was covering and it wasn't allowing them to pathfind to the beds. Dude, I am so happy. I'm not joking when I tell you that took like a day and a half. It is now the evening. Yesterday morning is when my first couple of villagers got turned into zombies over there. And ever since, I've been trying to make this work. The only thing I've done in between is grab a little bit of red fire coral. Oh my goodness, dude. I am so happy that this is done and over with and out of the way. Not only is it extremely useful, but it has been a nightmare to put together. But it's been a really valuable learning experience. The next time I put something like this together, it will be way more easy and it will come way more intuitively. So I'm probably going to build another couple of these and stack them on top of each other and see if I can't. Maybe I'll extend the house out by 1 or 2 blocks on each side and see if I can't stack like a 2x2 villager breeder. And I think that'll only take up the first floor of this house. So lots of plans, but that is one goal that is out of the way. And I am so happy that it is. I feel genuinely rewarded right now and like fulfilled from doing that. This playthrough has been such a fun playthrough and we're only on episode 3, dude. So anyways, with all that out of the way, I'm gonna watch a movie or something and wait for a couple villagers to get bred up. Then I'm gonna make us a cleric villager and then we are going to get all of the redstone that we need because I have plenty of emeralds even after getting all the mending books that we needed. All right, and we have got our first villager that we are about to turn into our first cleric. And as soon as the other ones that are up there as well turn into adults, we're gonna get 1 or 2 more down here as well. So can you get a better trade than 1 for 2? Or is it only 1 for 2? Do they offer more as you level them up? I guess there's only one way to find out. Oh yeah, I am gonna block this off because I don't want him to get messed up or anything like that, so we'll leave that in there for now. Yeah, so I was saying before that I might add additional villager breeders, but I don't think I'm gonna need to do that. It's literally been 1 in-game day and they have made that guy that I put over there, this guy right here, and there's 3 more baby villagers down in here. So this is super efficient. Again, link for this villager breeder will be down below. And if you guys have any problems putting it together, definitely let me know what your issues are down in the comments below, and I'll do my best to help you out because I get it. I get the pain. I went through it for this video, so. All right, now we have another adult villager waiting in there. So if we literally just go up to the side of our breeder here, click on that, we will send him down and he will go join the other cleric guy there. Oh no, he didn't go in. No, sir. You need to come back. Perfect. Get you logged in on some trades here. I need more of this anyways. Immediately level you up to apprentice. And yeah, I think that's going to be a much more reliable, consistent, and significantly less time-consuming way for us to get redstone for this build and any future builds that we may need redstone blocks for in the future as well. So I might get 1 more down here, but other than that, I will cut to... Probably I'll just cut to when we're building the tower, honestly. We have gotten far enough into this video without tackling the main project. This video will probably end up being a longer video with that being said, but I think it's time we get started on the tower. All right, so before we actually get started on the tower build, we're actually gonna have to terraform a little bit around the base of it because I'd like to create a foundation for the tower and then the tower itself. And we're also gonna be expanding the tower out by a couple of blocks as well. So we're gonna need quite a bit more space than we have over there at the moment. I'm also probably gonna get a little carried away and end up terraforming over here as well because as you can see, it's quite a bit more choppy than the rest of our base area. The rest of our base sort of has that smooth rolling texture to it, and yeah, I've done that all by hand, but I think it's made for a really nice result so far, so I'm gonna keep doing that. And then I'm gonna have to make all the red nether bricks that we're gonna need because I have a bunch of netherrack that's waiting to be smelted, so I'll probably make like an industrial sort of smelting system for that. And once all that busy work is out of the way, then we can go ahead and start texturing and building up the walls of the tower. Or, well, I guess we'll have to start with the foundation first. But either way, plenty of work to come. And I'm thinking I may very well do that in a live stream tonight. So if you guys are watching this video and you're interested in catching one of the live streams, then definitely be sure to check out the channel's live stream history and turn notifications on to catch any of the future ones as well. Alrighty boys, it's been about 2 days since I recorded the last bit of this video. And with that, that is 2 streams down as well here for the channel. So if you guys are you're interested in catching those at any point, be sure to check out the live tab here on the channel. I'll be keeping those publicly available for you guys to watch whenever you want. But with that being said, we have done a little bit of work on the frame of the tower. As you can see, it is significantly larger now, and we haven't even gotten it as tall as we want it to be yet. I did spend a little bit of time on stream with this super smelter here, making all of the nether brick that we need. So we have plenty of red nether bricks over in this chest right here, about a full double chest, and at some point we'll probably need more coral blocks, and we are definitely going to need more redstone blocks as well. These blocks we're not going to use as much as the red nether bricks, but they are going to be textured, they are going to be in there quite a bit, and obviously we're going to have quite a lot more to fill in than we would have had before. So with all that being said, it's time for me to start using all these emeralds that I've gathered over the last couple of days on stream, which I know that's kind of pathetic. I'm going to make an automatic crop farm right away here. But regardless, I have to start trading for redstone, so I will see you guys when we're ready to start the build. While I'm trading for all this redstone and while I'm waiting for these trades to refresh, I will show you guys yesterday I actually expanded, like I said before, the base of the tower. So here's the old circle that we had. Here's the new circle that we have. I also have to get some scaffolding, build all the way up, and make sure that we have this pillar as tall as we want it as well, because this is sort of going to be our reference as we build the rest of it. I know I screwed up here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I have at the very tippy top 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe I could just do a 3 block at the top instead of 4. But yeah, basically what I was saying before is we have the bottom base of the tower, and then we have it breaking into 3 blocks, which is 4. And then we have 7 blocks for each segment. The middle of it is going to be 14. And then we have 7, 7, 7. And then at the top, we have 4, which I think I'm going to turn into 3. So the 3 segments of the tower that are 7 blocks tall equate to 21 blocks. 21 blocks plus 21 blocks is 42. The 2 smaller sections at the bottom, both of the smaller sections at the bottom and the top equal 7 altogether. So that's 49. And then we have 14 in the middle as well, bringing us to 56 blocks tall. I don't know if that explanation will make it in the video or not, but it may very well, because I think that that kind of explanation could be helpful for other people with their big build. The math is ridiculously important. That's why they used to tell us in school, if you ever want to do a job with engineering, you'll have to be good at math. Kind of true, actually. Anyways, with all that out of the way, I'm going to keep trading for redstone because this process is not going to get any shorter. All right, so as you can see from my inventory, I did end up caving. No pun intended. I actually didn't mean to do that. But anyways, I did end up deciding to go down into the caves for a little bit and get a couple of stacks of redstone ore. So I'm just going to tower up really quickly and take all that out, see how much we get from that. And just like that, we can break all this down and see how much we get from this. That's just 1 stack, dude. Oh my goodness. This might end up taking a little bit longer than I anticipated, but I'm committed now, so. All right, so finally I'm about to get started building the tower up, but just looking at the shape here, we can see a bit of a weird shape. We have a circle inside of a circle inside of what is going to be another circle. Obviously, this most inner circle is the circle we had in the first place, and we're going to be getting rid of that entirely. And these blocks that we extended on each side of the circle here is going to be the actual foundation of the tower. With that being said, I have to get all the way to the top of this and destroy all of this dirt so that we can actually start building up the foundation. For the foundation of the tower, I actually just spent about an hour gathering a bunch of blackstone for that. So let's go ahead and make all of that into the blocks that we're going to use. So I'm going to grab a bunch of polished blackstone bricks, but I'm also going to grab a bunch of regular polished blackstone as well. And we're just going to sort of texture the foundation with those 2 blocks. All right, so like I was saying before, we are just going to take out this circle on the very inside. And now that we're done that, that leaves us with just the outer circle that we actually need to fill in and figure out the pattern that we're going to do for it. So let's go ahead and pull out our blackstone and do that really quickly. So as you can see right here, we have with the center block right here, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So this is something that I struggled to learn a lot, and I imagine that a lot of people struggle with this as well. Now, I learned how to do this by watching a ton of Wax Fraud's live streams. He makes a lot of circular builds in his most recent Nether hub that he made. I actually watched over the course of about 2 weeks and learned the circle patterns a lot over the course of that 2 weeks. So I'll actually go over that one more time in the video. This part of the video might be a bit extended, but I want to do this for anybody that might struggle with these circular builds. So if we go to the center of this circle, you can see that if I count right out from the center here, excluding the first block, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm 15 blocks out on each side, including the center. It's 16 out, but I exclude the center because that helps me remember how many blocks I've actually left from the center on each side. That being said, again, this circular design that I went with is 1, 2, 3 blocks out from the center, again, excluding that center block. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And that's just repeated all the way around. And so basically what we're going to be doing with this circle out here is figuring out how we're going to make a perfect circle. So I'm going to try and go out 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then I'm going to sort of go and repeat that on the other side and see if that works. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to destroy all this dirt so that we don't get too confused. Okay, so again, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and we might need to do 3 up here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. We're gonna need to get this out of the way completely. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's go and repeat that on the other side and see if that gets us any closer. That's not enough. Okay, so what we're gonna need to do is break all of this out of the way. And I think we're going to need to actually go 5 blocks out from the center here. So 5, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, that's not right. So we got 5, 3, 2, 2, 2. Let's try and do that on the other side as well. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1. No, that's not right. Oh, it's supposed to be 1, 2, 1. Okay, perfect. There we go. So we got this pattern actually figured out, I think. I don't think we need to do any more trial and error. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. So 1, 5. 1, 3. 3 2s. A 1. 2, 2, 2, 3, 5. So I'm going to repeat that on all sides. I'm not going to keep this part of the video any more extended than I need to, but I do hope that helps some people that maybe caught this part of the video. These circular designs can be a real pain, especially when you're learning them. And honestly, most people probably just give up in the process of trying to learn them. I know I almost did many times. But once you actually do get a feel for how to do this, it comes second nature. And every time you go to do another one of these designs, all you have to do is sort of just figure out what the calculations of the diameters are. And I know I'm talking like a mathematician right now, but it's actually really not that deep. But anyways, like I said, I'm going to get this replicated on all sides. I think I'm going to replace it with the blackstone because I'm confident that that's the pattern that I'm going to want on the outside. And then we're going to get rid of all of this and we're going to raise this all up by 3, maybe 4 blocks. I think we're going to go probably 4 blocks up actually. All right, so I got the circle replicated on all 4 sides. I am probably going to have to take down this block gradient or this block palette, whatever you want to call it, over here because it is getting in the way of the build. But with that being said, I am going to raise this up by another 3 blocks or so, and then we are going to start filling it in, and then we can finally get to work on the actual tower itself. Finally. I'm basically just gonna raise this up by 3 blocks and do this. Just like so, all the way around. I'm gonna take a step back really quickly and just take a look at that. And I think that's actually gonna come out really nicely, dude. There we go. Very simple, very effective. Now let's continue doing that all the way around. Alright, yeah, let's break this out of the way because we are having troubles with it in the way, so... Alright, there we go. Now we can just continue filling this up, and we are just about done, actually. Alright, dude, and just like that, we have a 4-block tall foundation. I think we just have to fill this in, and then we can break all of the rest of this inside and raise it all up by... well, 4 blocks. And I would say that's starting to look pretty cool, dude. I think the red on black is going to look super cool by the time we're done with it. And obviously with this being, I think I said I was going to do it 56 blocks tall. That's going to be +4 now. This is going to be a 60 block tall build, dude. If this was anything other than a wizard tower, this would be completely unfeasible. But because it's such a small, contained build, I can actually do something ridiculously tall like this. So put a couple of days of time into gathering all the materials that we're going to need to do this. So hopefully it turns out the way I have in mind. But with all that out of the way, let's actually do what I need to do to get started on this tower finally. But with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and fill this foundation in and get everything moved up. All right, so I finished filling the foundation in, and I actually have a little bit of terraforming to do over here as well. I want a little bit more flat ground to work with, but I did leave the entire circle for the frame of the tower. I might just place a block, a temporary block, in each spot where we're going to be putting blocks to build the tower up. Actually, you know what? Let's just skip the temporary blocks and just start putting down red nether bricks. I was going to use blackstone for the first couple layers, but we already have blackstone for the foundation, so we don't really need to do that. I did fill this in over here, so we do have a lot more landmass to work with. I'm going to terraform it and make it look nice on the other side once we're done using this industrial smelter here. And I might get rid of this frame as well and make this sort of like cut into the foundation and just have like a staircase here. And now that I think about it, I might actually just leave this here, because if we leave this here, then we can actually use the foundation as like the first level of the tower, and I think that's a good idea. So like I was saying, I'm just gonna fill this in with red nether bricks just until we get the design that we have marked off on the ground there in dirt. Everybody always talks about how certain blocks sound in Minecraft, but man, what an underrated block sound. Red nether bricks, dude. Listen to that. Beautiful. Aw. While we're over here, actually, let's go ahead and extend this, the rest of the foundation down with all the deep slate that we have, or blackstone, I should say, that we have left over, because we do have more than enough. So we might as well get that out of the way first things first. All right, so I'd messed up the outline of this a little bit before, but I have everything evened out now. I actually got that figured out really quickly. I'm getting these circles down, man. I'm telling you, we're going to be doing a lot more circular designs in the future. But I'm just going to keep filling this up all the way around. This is actually a really big section that this is going to extend beyond, so get this out of the way as soon as we can. All right, keep this going up just like so. And with these last couple of blocks, that is pretty much entirely done now. Let's take a little bit of a fly back and just see how that looks. Oh yeah, dude, that is looking awesome. I don't have any rockets on me at the moment, but yeah, dude, look at that. Dang, that's looking really grand. Ow. Alright, so yeah, like I said before, we're basically going to bring this up by 1. We can destroy this block underneath. And then we're going to bring this up 1, 2, 3. And then we are going to do the exact same thing. Bring these 2 blocks in, break them out. And we are going to go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to do that 2 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Same thing. That guy there. Break these 2 out. And one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now we're going to do the same thing, but instead of going 7 up, whoopsies. Instead of going 7 up, we're going to go 14 up. So break these guys out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then we're going to do the same thing, but going back out the other way. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we're going to do that 2 more times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're going to do 1 more, except we're not going to do 7. We're only going to do up 3. So 1, 2, 3. Because we have 1 layer on the bottom and then another layer of 3. And all of these other 7s equate to a number divisible by 7. But the 1 layer at the bottom plus the layer of 3 plus this layer of 3 is going to equate to 7 as well. If I sound proud of myself as I explain this, it's because I absolutely am. Learning this has made my builds so much better. Like, even if you look at the circular roof on the starter base, that is not a perfect circle whatsoever. I made it look good, but I had no idea how to make circles at the time. I literally remember watching my first ever tutorial video on how to make circular designs before making that roof design. So like I said, if it sounds like I'm proud of myself, it's because I absolutely am. I think this is going to turn out amazing because I actually know what I'm doing with these kinds of designs now. Anyways, let's take a step back. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, dude, that's going to look so crazy when we get it put up. It's going to look like the Tower of Mordor, dude. This is going to look insane. Oh, I think the reason that we keep getting this shorter than the actual outline of the tower is because we're not factoring in for the additional 7 blocks that this adds up to. So I think instead of 56, we're probably gonna have to do 63 blocks high, which is insane to even say out loud. But with all that being said, all I really have left to do at this point of the video is kind of just speed through me texturing the build with the red fire coral blocks, the redstone blocks, which I'm probably gonna need to sadly get more of throughout the build, and obviously the red nether bricks, which we're gonna use for the most part. But with all that being said, let's get right into it. Oh yes, and how could I forget? Because we're using red fire coral blocks to texture a build, we are going to need to bring mangrove roots and water buckets with us the whole way up the build, in case we ever feel like putting a red fire coral block down. I shrugged this off before when I first thought of doing this. I was like, it'll be fine. It's not that resource intensive, you know? It's not, pushes my glasses up. It's not that resource intensive. Bro, this is gonna suck, but it's okay, because it's gonna look really good. That being said, actually, I might just make an infinite water source right here so that I don't have to jump down every single time. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to jump down. So, it's a top slab, so I can't do that. Ugh. All right, now we can do this. Oh my goodness, dude. So I think basically what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep 1 stack of mangrove roots in my inventory at all times. And then I'm going to keep a bunch of buckets of water as well so that I don't have to keep running down here every single time I want to throw a little bit of texture in the build. But with all that being said, I think it's time we actually get started on getting this tower raised up a little bit. I'll show you guys how I'm doing the texture just to start with, and then we'll probably just get to a time lapse because we have spent more than enough time working on this video. It's been about 3 weeks, and that's about how long it took me to get the last one out. But if I'm being totally honest with you guys, I didn't work on the last one for probably 2 weeks of that in-between period. I've actually worked on this video for like the entire 3 weeks. So by no means am I trying to rush through the video or anything like that, but it is about time we get this build put up. Basically what we're going to do is just destroy these 3 blocks here. Then we're going to create a temporary block down here, build this up, break that one down there, and then we're going to just build up another 2 blocks, and that way we're 3 blocks up and we can start basically doing the design that we're looking to do. And of course the texture block that is going to be the most fun to put in, the red fire coral blocks, because we have to put a waterlogged mangrove root behind every single one of them, which is going to be so much fun. Anyways, let's get a quick time lapse going. I think we should actually just speed through the body of this tower. It's going to be a pretty repetitive task that takes up the next 2 or 3 hours of my life. So I will see you guys when it's all done. All right, and this is what we got so far. This is turning out really good. All we have to do at this point is basically just fill in that outline that we've now put in. I did put in a little bit of a lighting design on the bottom corner of the foundation of the build, as you can see back there as well. I don't know if we're going to stick with that. I might actually tweak the foundation a little bit just to give it a little bit more depth and just make it look a little bit nicer overall. I also feel like I used too much redstone on the trim of the corners of the tower, so I'm gonna try and use a lot less of that throughout the rest of the build. It'll also save me a lot of redstone as well. So anyways, let me get back to it and finish off the body of this tower. All right, so let me take all this scaffolding down really quickly here, but then we're gonna take a step back from the build and just take a look really quickly at the progress that we're making. It's kind of hard with the shaders on actually, but we'll go down here and take a look. So you might be able to tell that we're not using any texturing blocks anymore. What's that all about? Well, basically all that means is that I wasted a bunch of time gathering blocks that I didn't end up needing in the long run. If we come over here and take a look at what it actually looks like when it's all textured, I just don't like the look of that. I just don't really think that looks good at all. And I'm disappointed about that because I thought these blocks were gonna look good together, but they just don't in this sort of style. Maybe they could in another way, but I'm just not getting it to work. So I'm just gonna basically do what we did with the barn house build with the tower build. We're gonna do one flat color, and then we're gonna add a bunch of different lighting designs, maybe some balconies or additional sort of like split off towers. We'll have to do some brainstorming and figure it out as we go, but I gotta get back to this build for now. Oh my goodness, dude, this just got so much easier now that I'm not using those other blocks to texture with. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. This just got so much quicker. I don't think you guys understand. It was literally taking me probably 5 times the amount of time before. All right, back to the time lapse. We are getting lots done now, dude. Oh my goodness, dude. This is gonna look crazy when it's done. Oh my god, it already does. We are outdoing ourselves with this one, man. I'm not gonna lie. That looks so cool. That looks way better with just flat nether bricks too, man. Way better. Sometimes less is more, I guess. We're gonna have to get rid of the rest of those redstone blocks. That just looks awful, dude. I really wish that looked better, but it just looks terrible. That's okay. Not all your choices end up working out the way you want them to, I guess. Now that we're done with the big segment right in the middle, we're actually going to be going outward instead of inward, so it's a little bit more confusing when we're actually filling it in, but it's basically the same thing, just the opposite. And yeah, we're starting to get that effect as we cascade outward again. Beautiful, dude. I'm slowly going to replace the blocks that we tried to texture with before as we make our way around the build, but with that being said, we have got this entire side of the tower done, and I would say that is looking super good. Even with just flat red nether brick, we're gonna put some lighting designs in the middle. I think we're gonna use sea lanterns for that, which will look really good, I think. But yeah, we're basically, like I said before, we're gonna do what we did with the barn house. We're gonna just put everything up first. It might look really flat, it might look really basic to start, but as we saw with the barn house, in the end, it ends up always turning out really good if you just commit. And if we haven't committed to this build, then I don't know what we've done, because we have committed to this build, okay? Anyways, I'm thinking we should have enough red nether brick to get this whole tower up, and basically all I have to do now is get this replicated what I just did on all 4 sides. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that, and just like that, we have 2 walls of the tower completed. Obviously we have all these mangrove roots left over because we decided to stop using the coral halfway through. I'll probably get those out of there eventually. But yeah, that is 2 walls down and 2 to go. 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. This has basically been the last hour and a half of my life, and it's probably going to be the next hour of it. Dang it, dude. All the planning in the world can't save you from an error like this. I screwed up a little tiny bit. All right, so I'll show you guys where I screwed up. So if you can see, there's 1 3, and then 1. It kind of all blends together, but if I go over here, you can see it better. But if we go around to the other side of the build and pretty much every other side of the build, you can see that we have 1, 3, and then we go into 7. So I don't know how I made that mistake. I really don't. But I have a whole lot to tear down now because of that. And honestly, I was like really invigorated, really excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get this done all tonight. And now I'm probably going to go to bed. I'm not going to lie. All right. From the looks of it, it seems I got everything fixed. I didn't end up going to bed. I didn't end up giving in to the frustrations. I do think that we got everything sorted at this point. I'm not exactly sure. Oh, okay. I see what I did wrong. Okay. So we'll put that there. Break that out. And now I think we're good. We still have the last little bit that we messed up putting in to actually take out, but other than that, let's get back up there and keep doing it. I think we're back on track now. All right, so if we just step back just a little bit more, we can see that I have most of the body of the tower done. If we fly over to this side as well, sorry for the frame rate, you can see that I have everything done perfectly on these two sides. The only thing I messed up on was the front, and I am just about done putting everything back in place to get everything done correctly. So pretty soon we are going to have a fully built up body of the tower, and that looks so good, dude. Literally giving Tower of Mordor vibes. All right, so here's a really good example. You can tell that we are a little bit off on this part of the tower. It might not be super easy to identify if you're not sort of playing the game from my perspective. But basically what we're going to want to do is we're just going to want to take this out here, this strip of blocks, because instead of building out one block and then building up from there and breaking the temporary block underneath, I actually just, for some reason, I made the mistake of building straight up from there. So we lost the cascading effect on just this one part of the tower, and we actually lost that all the way from the bottom to the top. So I've just been fixing that over the last couple of minutes, and the way I'm doing so is by going around to the other sides of the tower that I know I got right, and I'm basically just looking for that same pattern that we were going over when we were building the trim of the foundation. I'm basically just going around the build, repeating to myself over and over, 1 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 2 1 1 2. And that's basically building circles, dude. Both the process of actually building them and actually fixing them when you screw up in the end as well. So as you can see, I'm making this one too wide. I made this one too wide. Before, I accidentally had it 1 wide, so it wasn't actually lining up with the rest of the design. With it being such a big build, you wouldn't really even notice it from a distance, but once we start putting end rods and lights and hanging lanterns and stuff like that all around the build, you will start to notice it. So I had to make sure that I went around and made sure everything was perfect. Also, sorry for recording this clip without shaders on. I didn't even realize it's probably pretty jarring. There we go, that's better. There we go. Now that's connecting correctly. Okay. That is looking nearly finished, dude. Obviously not entirely, but nearly. This is the kind of thing I was doing. Like, I just broke that block right there, and it was on top of the base that we were supposed to bring it out a block. I don't know why I did that so much. It's just hard to identify when you run into that kind of issue. All right. Yeah, look at that. I think we're pretty much done fixing everything that we messed up. All right, perfect. So now we got the flat base of the center of the tower. Then 1 2 1 2 1 1 1 1 2 1 2. And now all that's left is for me to fill this side of the tower that we haven't fully filled in yet. It took me probably an hour or two to actually go around and figure out all the mistakes that I made. But now that that's out of the way, we can just go ahead and finish the body of the tower real quick. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello, Flo. How you doing, buddy? My heart literally drops every time I fall off of this build. I have a legitimate fear of heights, and this build has been really triggering that. Not gonna lie, dude. It's all over, but the crying, and nobody's crying but me. Oh, wow, that was perfect timing. 1 block left, dude. 1 block left. Let's go ahead, put it in place, and that is officially the body of the tower complete. A little hard to see, as I said before, with shaders on, but man, it's done. It's finished. If we look at the outline on the map, it's a little bit messed up on the inside and also from the scaffolding on the outside. But from what I understand, we do have it perfect on the outside now. Anything that's messed up on the inside in terms of the shape, I'll fix as I start to put the floors of the tower in. But yeah, dude, that is looking absolutely freaking menacing. Before I get started on the rest of the tower, I had to come to the skeleton spawner that we built on stream the other day. I think this turned out really awesome. Every single build that I do is just turning out better and better, and I'm really happy about that. But I gotta get my tools mended up, and then we will head back to the tower and start building the rest of it up. So we'll start by putting some lights in the corners from the top to the bottom. We'll probably put some stairs in there, some fences and some walls. Basically, we're just gonna be smoothing out the frame of the tower to make it look a little bit better. All right, so now that we're back at the base, as eager as I am to detail the tower, we actually have to do the roof first. Now, the most important thing to keep in mind when doing a roof that isn't on a square or a rectangular design is just not to overcomplicate it too much. You're basically not doing anything different whatsoever. You're just gonna make the shape of your roof the way you normally would from one side to the other, and then you're just gonna want to rotate it 90 degrees. The hard part, if you're not experienced with building circles, as I am just getting experienced with, is actually filling it in right, which is why we ended up making mistakes on the tower as well. So just make sure you're paying attention to where you're placing your blocks when the circle is moving in or moving out, and you'll hopefully avoid that issue that we ran into on the body of the tower. So we're going to do our best to avoid that issue as well, and we're going to start looking to make the shape of the roof. One other thing that I want to do quickly before we actually do start building the shape of the roof is break out all these blocks that are completely unnecessary. Now that we have the actual frame of the tower body finally figured out, I don't know if there's one on the next level down, but we're going to break that for now. And if I open the map, that looks perfect. As you can see, there's 1 2 1 2 1 2 on each side. Same thing on every single side now. That is beautiful, dude. That is about 2 days of work just getting the body of the tower. And if we just look up from inside, there's a couple of stray blocks like this, and obviously the mangrove root still. But my goodness, dude, this thing feels absolutely gargantuan. I've never built anything this massive before. I've never actually built anything big enough in Minecraft to make me use the word gargantuan to pull that one out of the inventory. What the heck? All right, so I was trying to think of a design that I wanted to use for the roof before, and I built it up and broke it down, and built it up and broke it down, and probably did that about 3 times in a row before putting this blackstone stair trim all the way around the edge. And I like the look of that, but it got me thinking maybe we should do a dome instead of a roof. I think I actually really like the idea of that, because when we did the dome over on the starter base, I still didn't know what I was doing with circular designs. Don't get me wrong, it looks really good, but it's not exactly how a dome should be. If you just take a look at the circular design over on the dome on the starter base compared to the circular design on the tower, you can definitely tell that this is done more correctly. And so with that being said, I did actually make a bunch of deep slate slabs and stairs for no reason, because I think I'm only going to use blocks for the dome up here. All right, so pretty quickly as I started building up the start of the dome, I got an idea for how we're going to want to do this. So right here, I started building up by 3, so let me build back up on top of here really quickly. And then I'm going to go in by 1, obviously with a temporary block, break that out. Always, always, always make sure you keep track of your temporary blocks when building circles. Otherwise, you will get completely messed up. But with that being said, we're going to go up another 3. I think I used a bit too much polished deep slate there, but that's fine. Basically, when you're near the outside of the dome, you just want to keep going straight up. And as you sort of get closer to the top, you want to bend in toward the middle. So that's what we're going to do. Actually, I think we will break down again and go 5 up at the start. So just getting the hang of this as I go myself, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, so I went up 5 at the bottom, 3 here, 3 here. So we're gonna break this down and we're gonna go 2 up here, and then we're gonna start wrapping toward the middle. Go 1, so it's that 1. Okay, so 5 3 2 1. So we're gonna hop up here just like that, break out the temporary block below, and we're gonna go over with by 1, and we're gonna do another temporary block, bring that up. We're gonna go over by 3, so 2 3, and then 1 more temporary block. All right, let's take a step back and just see how that looks. If I like the shape of that, then we'll actually lower the roof by a little bit. No, I don't like the look of that. Okay, so we got 5 at the bottom, 3 there, 2 here, 2 here, 1 here. So we'll go temporary block over here, put that in, and we'll go over by 2. So there's 1 2, and then a temporary block, bring that up, go over by 2 again, so 1 2, temporary block, put that there, and then we're gonna go over by 3, so 1 2 3, and then we're gonna see if we can go over by 5. 1 2 3. Obviously, that is not ideal. Actually, yeah, maybe it is ideal. Hold up, let's take a step back and take a look, because I don't think this has to be... I don't think the number at the top has to be 5. I don't think that's the case. So let's just take a look at the shape really quickly. Yeah, there it is, dude. Let's just take a rocket back. Yeah, there we go. That looks really cool. Imagine that completely filled in with glass. That's gonna look really awesome. I don't have the continuity mod on, unfortunately. I have been trying to find a way to get continuity set up with the way that I have things running, but unfortunately I haven't been able to do so yet. But when I am able to, and we have deep slate on the trim and sea lanterns going all the way around as well, this is gonna look so good. End rods on the sides as well, just like we have them over on the base. Lots of plans, but also lots of work. So let me get back to it real quick and replicate that on all sides. All right, dude, and just like that, we have got the trim of the roof fully completed. And yeah, I think I really like that. Yeah, let's go, man. Now that I have a better understanding of these... Oh, I left a temporary block over there. We'll have to remove that as soon as possible. But look at that. We even got the beautiful sunrise sponsored by BSL shaders. What a design, dude. Once we get this all filled in with glass, it's going to look amazing. And unfortunately, we're not going to have the best result because we don't have continuity mod active, but we will eventually, and this build is going to look amazing regardless. God, I also did that really quickly too. Like, I'm so happy with how proficient I am at these things as well. Not just the fact that I can do them, but the fact that I'm actually relatively proficient at them as well. And we're only on episode 3. That's absolutely crazy. At this point, the amount that I've been recording over the last 2 weeks or so does not feel like we're still on episode 3, but we are. Anyways, I'm gonna get all this dirt out of the way because we no longer need it. And I have to smelt up a bunch of glass to actually fill this with, so what we're gonna do is continue on with the rest of the build in the meantime. Like detailing the walls of it, putting some... I'm actually gonna put some sea lanterns in the middle of each side of the tower, so I'm gonna go grab some of those and we can do that first things first. But as I mentioned before as well, we have a little bit of a end rod lighting design right here, so we're gonna kind of basically do that throughout the whole build and just give it a little bit of light. All right, this is perfect because the sun is just setting, so I've had this lighting design in mind for a little while now. If you know, you know, amen. But unfortunately, I committed the cardinal sin of using 14 blocks, or in other words, an even number, as the measurements of one of the sections of our build. So like I said, that is the cardinal sin of building. If you're gonna be doing anything that's gonna be decorated later on, you can't be doing an even amount of numbers. So I screwed up a little bit in that regard, and we're kind of stuck with that. I'm always going to notice it, but if you were somebody that was just entering into my world and you never saw this episode and you walked by this tower, you wouldn't even notice it. So I'm just going to leave it. I mean, what are my other options really? Tear this whole thing down to the halfway point and restart? I'm not doing that. All right, so for this, we're just going to come along with some diorite walls and put them in here just like so. And then we're going to put some pale oak fences in there. And then we're also going to go ahead and throw some end rods on the bottom of each of those as well, and that's going to give us a nice little bit of light on the side of this tower. Actually, I think we're going to put one more on each side as well, obviously the pale oak fence as well. And then if we take a little bit of a step back, I'd say that looks really nice. If we can do that on all 4 sides and then do the same thing on the bottom as well, that's going to look really cool. We might have to change out our light source in the center from sea lanterns to maybe copper bulbs, honestly. We used it for the barn house, and I may very well end up using a lot of that block throughout this playthrough because I really like it. It's one of my favorite lighting blocks in the game. But with the end rods, there's just way too much cool light going on, so we're going to have to get a little bit more warm light going on in the build as well. Like I said in the last video, boys, I'm a sucker for lighting design, so let's go ahead and fix that really quickly before we put in any more end rods. Okay, this felt a little weird putting this many in on this level. I think I meant to start up here because there's 4 ones up here. So if we go 4, 3, 2, 1, that should work out really nicely actually. And then if we go up, we can put 1, 1, 1, 1, fence, 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 and get some end rods in there as well. Whoopsies. Oh, and look at that, dude. That looks awesome. That looks so good, especially with the lights being changed out in the center there. That looks so good. All right, let me get that replicated on all 4 sides. Alrighty, so I have that end rod design replicated on all 4 sides from the top to the bottom, but I feel like there's too many end rods. So I think what we're gonna do is break out the bottom row and the top row of end rods and replace that with a line of sea lanterns all the way around on the first segment of 7. Because it's 7, we actually have a middle point as well. So let me just go ahead and do that around the whole build really quickly and just see how that looks. And yeah, as I go around, I'll break out all of the end rods as well that I have. So let me just take these ones out as well. All right, get these last couple sea lanterns in here just like so. Then I'm gonna put blackstone slabs on the top and the bottom of this row of lights and see how that looks. All right, and just like that, last couple of slabs in place. Let's take a step back and see how that looks. And I think I like that quite a bit, especially if we get that done on the top as well. Oh yeah, dude, that makes it look awesome. All right, so I've employed the help of our good friend Flo to help get this finished, but as you can see, I think this is looking absolutely amazing. Spices up the lighting design of the build a little bit instead of just having a bunch of end rods. Obviously, end rods always look amazing, but it was just looking like a little bit too much of the same before. So I think this is going to do a lot to complement the rest of the build. And just like that, we have got that put in on both the top and the bottom. And I think that actually ended up looking really cool, dude. Yeah, that looks awesome. That looks so good. This is turning out so well. I'm so happy with this so far. We got to get the rest of these rows of end rods taken out, but after that, we will start brainstorming on what we do next with this. All right, so I have been doing a little brainstorming like I was saying before, and I think I'm just going to do a window on the second and third level below each strip of sea lanterns that we have around the top and the bottom of the tower. So we're basically going to do the same sort of circular window design that we did over for the barn house. So I'll go ahead and get that done on all 4 sides now and just see how that looks. I feel like this one should be a little bit bigger. Oh, I screwed up. That's why. Okay. Okay, so we're going to put a stair there, block there, stair there. Oh, yeah. I think I like that. And then we'll do a little bit of a smaller circular window on this level. So we'll basically just find the center and we'll break out a 3x3 area. Then we can put stairs on each corner just like so. Round that off nicely. Yeah, I kind of like the look of that. I'll try and fill it with stained glass 1 block behind it. All right, so I got all those windows in on all 4 sides of the tower, on the top and on the bottom. And I decided to put in white stained glass instead of black stained glass because you couldn't really see the black stained glass at all. But holy crap, dude, that is starting to look so good. Like, that really started to bring the whole build together. I also really like that we took that extra layer of end rods out and replaced it with the sea lanterns, because then we can go ahead and go around the foundation and put in that layer that we took off the tower all around the foundation. We can go 4, 3, 2, 1. I think that'll look really good. All right, so I wasn't recording while I was doing this, but I ended up coming up with a pretty nice arch design. We used some strip spruce logs for the frame, some dark oak stairs and trap doors, and I also threw some polished blackstone buttons in there as well. I was thinking about making stairs on this side up to the tower, but it just didn't end up really working. But I also ended up extending our end rod design all the way around the foundation as well, and I think that's turning out really cool. But now that I got that figured out, we have a bunch of white stained glass in our inventory, so that means we are going to have to go all the way to the top of the tower and actually fill in that dome that we made before. So let's get up there and do that real quick. All right, so now that I'm up here, I don't even know if I'll have enough glass in my inventory to fully fill this in with. I'll have to probably go grab more eventually. But one important thing that we're going to try doing when filling in this dome is what we did with the dome over on the starter base. Basically, I made the mistake on the starter base of going in 1 block from where we actually did the trim. And as you can see, it ended up working. Like, it doesn't look terrible, but the circle is a little bit messed up. So instead of going in, we're just going to stick true to the design that we actually came up with before. And we're just going to fill it in by basically following all the way around the trim that we made, the design that we made. And we can literally do so by just going like this and making sure that we do the trim so that we don't get confused along the way. Again, just like coming up with the design of a dome roof, this part is super easy to overcomplicate. Try not to do that. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we're gonna obviously fill it in one behind, but 1, 2, 3. And I might end up doing a design in each section of glass that we end up filling in, but for now, I'm just going to fully fill it in with white glass. I was thinking about doing like a yin-yang before, but that would be a bit too complicated. It might actually take me a couple days. So if I do end up doing that, I'll do it over on stream. And now we're going to fill in going in toward the center of the roof. Oh, this is kind of confusing, I'm not going to lie. I've never done this before. Now that it's slanted, or now that it's tilted onto its side, that started to confuse me quite a bit. But I think we're good. Just gonna fill in like that until we get to the center. And fill in like that until we get to the center. And that's simple enough. Same thing over here. Fill that in. And I think that's it. Just like so. We'll fill this in too. Perfect. Take a step back. Obviously, we don't have continuity mod on, but ESL shaders. That looks amazing, dude. Oh my goodness, that looks so good. All right, let me get that done on all 4 sides, and then we will see where we're at after that. We are getting pretty close to this build being done, dude. I am genuinely excited for us to get to that point. I recorded pretty much this entire video up until we started building the tower in about a day or 2. Since I've started building the tower, I've probably been recording for like a week and a half. This build has taken so long, it's genuinely ridiculous, and we are almost there, dude. Almost there. And honestly, sorry if this video ends up being like an hour and 45 minutes long. It might even end up being longer than that. We'll see. We'll see once post is all finished and done with. But anyways, dude, let me get filling up with glass, and I'm probably gonna have to go get more because that is a metric buttload of glass right there. Please let this last stack be enough to fill it in. Oh my goodness, dude. I really don't want to have to go get more sand and smelt it down. Oh, come on, bro. Please. This should be enough. It should be enough. Okay, hold up. Yes, I think we're gonna have enough. Oh my goodness. There it is, dude. It is finished. It is complete. We got some lighting up to do of the top of this roof, obviously, still, but wow. There we go, man. This thing is starting to really come together at this point. Yeah, like I was saying, let's get back up here and let's actually get some lighting up on this roof. So let's start right at the middle with a diorite wall, a fence, and then an end rod, just like we did before, and make our way down each side of the tower. And then we're going to go out from the center of the tower as well, maybe like this. Then we'll put one there, and we'll also put one right there as well. So then we'll put fence, end rod. Gotta make my way back up here, and I can actually just use the glass now that I don't need it anymore. Another fence, another end rod, fence, end rod, fence, and then an end rod. And then we're gonna do the same thing going down the sides as well. You right here, there, end rod. Dang it, dude. Dang it, dude. Dang it, dude. There we go. Drop down, and you are gonna go right there. Perfect, dude. That is it. We are finished with that. Take a step back. Yeah, look at that. That looks awesome, man. Oh my goodness, dude. What have I done? Seriously, this is crazy. As you can see, we've gotten all the lights done at the top. We have pretty much everything done, dude. There's a few finishing touches that we're gonna make before the video's over. But that is dang near a finished product. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy with how that turned out, guys. All right, so from the front door of the tower, I'm just gonna bring a path out for now. Start bringing this out just like so. I'm going to turn it from here, and we're just going to sort of bring it back, wind it towards the forest over there. All right, now let's just get this connected over here. All right, and then we'll put some slabs there and some slabs just over there as well. Perfect, dude. And just like that, we are at the front door of the tower. That actually lined up perfectly. And if we look on the map, we have a perfectly winding path going from the forest all the way to both entrances of the tower. Now let me go grab some tree saplings and some bone meal, and we'll get this place looking nice. So at some point in the future, I'm probably going to expand this forest just a little bit and create another pond area right here. But I don't want there to be too much of a break from the forest to the tower. So we're going to put some azaleas on the side, and they're going to end up growing into some azalea trees like we have over on the side of the path over there. So I think that's going to be a nice theme to have going around the build. Around all our paths is some azalea trees. Everything looks nice with an extra azalea tree. All right, so now that I got this bone meal, we're heading back over to these azaleas. We're going to grow them up really quickly. So let's do that. Get one there, and we'll bone meal up the rest of the area as well. Make that look nice. Bone meal that azalea up. I need a couple more to put on the rest of the path along to this other entrance over here. Break all this creeper grass out of here because I absolutely despise this foliage block. Continue this along the side here, and then I did bring some flowers as well to throw down along each side of the path, so we'll do that as well. Rose bush there, lilac there, peony there, lilac there, rose bush there, another rose bush there just to make things look a little bit random. Lilac there, peony there, rose bush there, rose bush there. Actually, yeah, rose bush there. Gonna have to move all this stuff out of the way eventually as well, obviously, but I'm gonna save that for a little bit later. And this is basically just the finishing touches like I was mentioning before. This is the stuff that really brings the build together. Keep this bone meal coming all the way around to the front of the tower here. Do the same thing on the way back. All over the inside here. Get it nice and grassy. Break out all the creeper grass, get it out of here, get it out of here. And then we're also going to throw in a couple of lampposts as well. I'm going to put this tree a little bit too close because we're going to put a black stone wall there, a spruce fence there, a spruce fence there, a spruce fence there, and we're also going to remove that. Put a trapdoor there, put a trapdoor there as well, and then we're going to take a lantern if I have one. Oh yeah, I do. Perfect. And then we're going to just hang that there, and that looks awesome, dude. Beautiful sunrise to complement that. But I'm gonna put a couple more of these lampposts in place. Put a lamppost here. Build up one block. Break that block. Fence, fence, fence. Trapdoor. Trapdoor. Lantern, and there's a lamppost. And that's actually one of my favorite kind of lampposts that I've found so far. Obviously, there's many different designs, but this is super simple, yet super effective. Let me put in one more of those over here, and then probably one more over on the other side of the tower as well. And that is starting to look really nice around the outside of the tower. Oh my goodness, dude. Just like that, just a little bit of landscaping makes it look really nice. We got some lampposts over here, some azalea trees now. Got a bunch of flowers along the side of the path here. We actually made the path connect from the forest to the front of the tower. And my goodness, man, I have made some cool builds in this game, but this is bar none the best build that I've ever done. All right, so I went ahead and picked up a couple of more azaleas, so we'll continue putting those around the path. So we'll put one here. I think we'll put one right here. We could probably put one right there as well, right there. So let's bone meal that up. Bone meal this one up. Bone meal this other one up as well. I hate when they generate like that. It looks so wonky. That looks so bad. Why does it generate like that sometimes? It's so awful. It's so random. It's trying to overhang over nothing. Or I'll probably put another one over here in that case because it just completely hung over that way. So let's put another one there. Bone meal it up. Bone meal it up. Thank you. Yeah, see, what is that? What is that? That is terrible. All right, let's try that again. Can we please just get a decent tree? All right, bone meal that up. And that's terrible, dude. Okay, we'll take it, though. That's all right. At least it's taller this time. Like, what is that? What even is that? Like, I'm not even going to say nice try, game, because it's not a nice try at all. Not even a little bit. But yeah, you can even see with these other ones. It's so bad. Build a block up there. Break that out. Fence, fence, fence. Trapdoor, trapdoor, and a lantern. Like, what is this, dude? We're gonna have to take a couple of these trees down and try it again. I really hate azalea. I love how they look, but how they generate is just ridiculous. Like, what's the reason for that? What, like, genuinely, what's the explanation behind that? It's so bad. It's so bad, so consistently. All right, and with a little bit more space over there, I'll put another lamppost here as well. So I'll put a fence, another fence, trapdoor, trapdoor, and a lantern. I don't know if that's a bit too much. I'm not sure if that looks good almost on the diagonal like that or right on the corner, but I'm gonna keep it for now. And we're gonna put another azalea right there as well. I'll probably need to bring this out a couple of more blocks, but I'll do that in a little bit here. So just bone meal that up for now. And I'll probably do the same thing right over here. Bone meal that up. And we got the worst tree in the world once again. Like, what is that? I mean, come on, dude. Let me get out my leaves. I'll fix it. I think we're going to need another azalea right here as well. Can you do this with the flowering azaleas? I don't think so. Oh, you can. You can do that. Perfect. And get another one in over here. Hopefully we don't get that kind of a generation again because that is just terrible. That's a bit better. Well, a bit better, I guess. Get some more bone meal over there. Break that creeper grass. Some more bone meal there. A little bit there. A little bit there. A little bit there. A little bit there. Get all this creeper grass out of here. Nobody likes you. A little bit more. A little bit more bone meal there. A little bit more there. A little bit more there. Don't leave any area untouched. More bone meal there. More bone meal there. We'll start putting some rose bushes along the sides of this path as well. Get some in here. Get a rose bush there. Rose bush there. Lilac there. Lilac over here. Get a lilac going over there. So we'll get a couple peonies going over here. One right here. One right here. Put one back there so we can get some more bone meal going all the way back here as well. Grab a peony, put it right there. Break some creeper grass. Make some room. Another peony there. And we're going to pull out the rose bush again. Put one right there, right there. Crap, dude. This area is starting to really come together. This is looking super chill. Super ambient. Love it. Plus the menacing tower in the background all the way up there. Holy crap, man. Alrighty, and since we have enough space over here, I didn't actually put any azaleas in, so I'm going to go ahead and put one or two of those in here as well. Not right there, right there. And we'll bone meal that one up. And of course, we have another one that looks just awful, so grab some leaves and fix that up in a second, but bone meal this one up too. And that's a little bit better. Maybe we could even do with one over here, sort of like overhanging the cliff a little bit. Just maybe right there work, if we can get it bone mealed up. Yeah, that works. And then maybe we'll even do one in between as well, because they actually don't take up that much space. So you can actually kind of get away with putting more in. So I'll also put one more right there as well. And that'll give us a nice little tree line along the side of the tower here. Yeah, look at that. That looks really cool. We have the whole area surrounded in trees here now. We might even put one more down right here. So let's go ahead and do that. Put one right there. Bone meal it up. And that looks terrible. Nice. We are gonna have to go around and scrape all of these and put honey on them as well, wax them up so that they don't oxidize. So I'll just go around doing that. Get this guy scraped off, get him waxed up, get another one scraped off, get him waxed up, get that one waxed up. And this is why we made the honey farm, because I knew we were gonna be using lots of copper, whether it was trapdoors, blocks, or whatever we end up using. Better to have the honey and need it than need the honey and not have it. So I figured we would make some of this up. Now I actually have one more idea that I wanted to do on the actual tower before we end the video as well. So let me go ahead and get the materials that I'll need for that real quick right now. All right, so I grabbed a bunch of blackstone walls, and I was thinking that we could actually put them sort of in the corners here by all of the end rods, just to add a little bit more texture to the build. And I think that will look really nice. I'm not sure if I just want to do one down on the first level here on the first row of blocks, or if I maybe want to extend it up, which I think might actually look really cool. So if we did something like that, for example, on all the different sides of the tower, I don't know. I think I like that actually. I think I really like that. That looks really good. Should we fully frame it like that? Should we fully frame the front of the tower like that on every side? Oh yeah, dude, that adds a whole lot. That adds a lot to the tower. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do that on every single side. I think I'll do it on every level as well, on every level that isn't wrapped in sea lanterns. I don't think we'll be able to do that down there. Yeah, dude, this looks really good. Let me get this done real quick. Should we do it on this part as well? Let's see how that looks. What do we think? Is it too much with it in the middle, or does that work? I'm not sure. I really like how it looks on the first two levels, but I'm not sure about it being in the middle. This I'm also not sure what we should do with. Should we sort of raise that up as well, or should we just leave it like it was before? I think we'll leave it like it was before, so we'll break out these 3 blocks. And I'll go and put this on the other side as well. I just want to see how that looks. Okay, yeah, I like the look of that on the first level, so let's do that on the second as well. Yeah, that looks really good. That looks really good, because if we did it all the way to the top on both these outer corners, then I think it would just look too much the same. It would look just too flat. Then I think that gives me an idea for up here. Maybe we could break out a couple of these blocks like so, and maybe that would look good, and maybe we could replace it with something else. But just for now, take a look at that. Obviously, I mentioned before that this is 14 blocks long, which is, you don't want even measurements of builds when it comes to decorating the outside of them, so it's gonna look a little wonky. But again, nobody would really notice unless they're me, and unless I pointed it out like I have at several points throughout this video. So let's go ahead and do that on the other side as well. I think that will look really cool. Okay, I broke out 1 block, and I think I kind of like that. On top of me putting these on all 4 sides, I'm also going to go ahead and do this around the whole trim of the top and the bottom of the tower. So I don't know if we're going to have the stairs connect or not, but I think we might just do that to sort of round the build off. Yeah, I like the look of that. That looks really good. It's kind of hard to see with these shaders looking at the sun like that. That's one thing I'm not a big fan of about these shaders. But we just take a look from this side. I think I like the look of that. Yeah, we're gonna repeat that on the top and on the bottom of the tower as well, and get the rest of these walls in. And that is another side complete, and I think that's actually all 4 sides complete, actually. Yeah, there we go, dude. Get off of flow and take a little bit of a rocket back and take a look at that. Oh yeah, that adds so much to the build, dude. That looks so good. All right, let's get stable. Let's just take a look at that. And oh my goodness, dude, that has turned out to be one heck of a mega project. And just like that, I have got the top layer of stairs put all the way around the build, as well as the bottom layer of stairs. Can't really see it right now, but there you go. And we got walls put on every single side of the tower as well. And I would say that this is looking absolutely crazy, dude. If we just start from our honey farm here and walk over toward the tower, obviously you walk into this nice nature meadowy area, but then you have this tower just dominating the skyline. It's absolutely ridiculous. I'm such a big fan of this build. And with that, I would say that that is a complete build, dude. I can't believe I'm at the point where I can say that, but obviously a build is never complete. You're always going to come back and tweak it and alter it in the future as you get better at building and come up with better ideas and stuff like that. But I think we are pretty much done with this build, dude. We haven't even touched the interior, and I'm going to do that one of these days on stream because it's going to take so long, and I think that that's a perfect task for a stream. I got about 40 villagers over there waiting to be given jobs, and a whole bunch of clerics in there, a whole bunch of librarians in that one, and a whole bunch of farmer villager traders over there in that shack off in the distance as well. So as much work as I've put into this tower, we still have a lot of work to do over the course of the next couple of weeks before we can even think about getting episode 4 out. So while I'm sure we could carry this video on for the next hour or two, continue putting blocks everywhere and making it look nicer, I am going to call the video there. It's been long enough, and it's taken me long enough to produce this video, so thank you so much for anybody that made it to this point of the video. You are an absolute legend. If you enjoyed, be sure to leave a like. A lot of time went into this video, so it would be really appreciated, and it helps my content reach more people. This guy's bugging me in the outro of the video. How rude. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to work on the rest of the outside of this base here, as well as editing this video and getting it uploaded. And with all that out of the way, I will see you guys in the next episode. Peace. So I may have accidentally created the Minecraft world that I've always wanted. I personally feel like every Minecraft base should have a custom built town / city surrounding it. In my experience, this is one of the more effective ways of avoiding burnout on Minecraft, and all it really boils down to is a very small change of perspective. It's about going from simply building a world within Minecraft to using Minecraft as a vehicle for world building. Now, I totally get most people don't have hundreds, if not thousands of hours to dedicate to a Minecraft world, and that's totally fine. But if you've played Minecraft for an extended period of time and every world you you make looks like this before you get bored and start a new one, I feel like you're missing out on a really crucial aspect of the game, that being world building. When you spend a lot of time on the same landmass, whether that's in real life or in a video game that seeks to simulate real life in that way, you're forced to work with the natural environment to accommodate your most immediate needs. You need to farm livestock, so you gotta build a barn. You need somewhere to store your flowers, so you're gonna have to build a greenhouse. You want to abuse villager trading and thus subjugate an entire people to unpaid indentured servitude for your own capitalist ambitions? Well then, you're gonna have to build trading halls. And by the time you've done all this, you've most likely also built 10 to 20 resource farms as well, so you're almost definitely out of space in the area that you initially set up camp. So what option does that leave you with? Expansion, growth, imperialism. This is not a social or political commentary, I swear. Anyways, you get the point. Like I said, if your perspective on creating in Minecraft is just building stuff in Minecraft, then that's probably why you find yourself getting burnt out on the game. The goal should be to use Minecraft as the ultimate world building simulator. After you've built that base, get a start on the barn, then build that greenhouse to store all your flowers in, then do a build to store a villager breeder and use those villagers to populate other builds. Once you have a nice sized settlement, you can start to broaden your horizons a bit and start planning projects and the associated history and lore in other areas of your world. For example, the rough draft version of the lore for my world goes as such. We're gonna be doing a bit of a sidebar for this. I don't remember how or why I ended up there, but the darkness was overwhelming. The air was thick with humidity, and the heat was unimaginable. I trekked along the lava shore in a lethargic state, my energy constantly being drained by the unbearable temperatures. Finally, I came across a portal. I'd only ever read about them before, and frankly, I thought they were just folklore told to the local children to keep them inside at night. But there was no mistaking it. Unless this is somehow a dream, I must have been stranded in an alternate dimension. I checked my backpack, completely empty. Whoever did this to me must have taken all my stuff and then dumped me here. How truly evil this world has become. As I stared at the portal, a grimace on my face from the cynical reality of my circumstances, my thoughts are interrupted, my stern expression replaced by genuine fear and confusion. Slowly floating out from behind a nearby corner was an all-white creature 10 times the size of me. Its face, so uncanny with almost human-like expressions, became immediately enraged upon seeing me, and somehow shot an explosive projectile directly at me. I managed to dive out of the way with my life, and just like that, the portal ignited with an emissive purple glow, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. This was my chance. If I was going to survive this, I needed to act before that thing decided today was my last day alive. I made a dash for the portal, and yet again, the creature launched a projectile in my direction. Adrenaline coursing through my veins, I sprinted for my life, gripping onto the side of the portal to swing my momentum through it. For a moment, everything went completely quiet. The environment around me disappeared, and time seemed to stop entirely. But before I could even process what had happened, I emerged from the portal, screaming in agony as I clutched onto my leg. I looked down to see a fresh third-degree burn covering my left hamstring, smoke still emanating from my freshly charred skin. I let out a whimper at the sight of my wound before letting my head fall backward to the ground and screaming yet again from the pain in my leg. I quickly entered a state of shock after this and lost consciousness. Fortunately, this wasn't where my story ended though. A few members of a local fishing village were nearby and heard me shouting in the distance. They transported me back to their quaint village, treated my wounds, and helped me return to good health. I became friends with some of the locals and even allied myself with some of the leadership of the village. With no home to really go back to and feeling so welcomed in these lands, I decided to build my own settlement not too far from the fishing village. And the rest is history. When I tell you guys I have so much lore to dump on you over the course of the next couple of videos, I mean I have so much lore to dump on you guys over the course of the next couple of videos. So obviously all of this is subjective, and I'm not making the claim that anyone that doesn't play Minecraft like this is playing it wrong, but I do think utilizing Minecraft in this way really does unlock the game's full potential, at least for me. Boys, I do apologize for the delay in getting this video out. I'm working on improving my editing capabilities at the moment, and I use this video as a bit of a testing ground for that. If you enjoyed, then definitely leave a like, as it's super easy to do and helps my content reach more people, and so I would really appreciate it. Anyways, enjoy the video. Fellas, welcome back to another episode of our Minecraft Let's Play series. My name is Brandu, and today we have got a pretty awesome episode ahead of us. We have got a bunch of farms to build, like a creeper farm as well as an iron farm, so that we can get infinite emeralds at some point throughout this episode. But we pretty much have to build an entire village around our little compound as well that we've decided to call home. We're also going to be taking on a couple of other miscellaneous tasks throughout the video as well, but I also wanted to just point out that I am using a new shader pack. If you don't know, this one is Bliss Shaders. It looks absolutely beautiful. I think the colors and the lighting and the shadows and everything just works so well together and give an absolutely beautiful look. It is relatively intensive, so just keep that in mind. It's a pretty bulky shader pack, but it looks so good. In the very center of the tower that we built in the last episode, I also built a nice little sugarcane farm. Obviously, like I mentioned, one of the farms that we're going to be building in this episode is a creeper farm. And so we're going to need plenty of sugarcane, which we already have a nice little reserve of. If we drop down here and take a look, we already got a couple of stacks waiting for us. So with all that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get on into what we need to get out of the way in this video. And if you guys do enjoy the video at any point, be sure to leave a cheeky like on the video. I would really appreciate it, and it helps a lot. Anyways, we need to get to work. We got a lot to do in this video, and honestly, I've delayed the start of recording it for quite a while now. Oh my goodness, my frames are dying. Oh, sick. I didn't start recording soon enough, but I just got a new crafting recipe. I added in this new mod that adds new types of sticks into the game, so you can make like a pale oak handled diamond sword or netherite sword, which we are absolutely going to be doing. I want to find a bunch of different ways to like sort of customize our world, like our sword and our armor. Our elytra's about to get an upgrade because I got a mod to dye that and actually put designs on it like you would your armor with the trim. Things are about to start feeling a lot more personal here on the channel, and I like it. All right, so speaking of, I made some pale sticks, so let's go over to the crafting table here now that we got our diamonds. See, that's so cool, dude. That is awesome. Now I'm gonna go ahead and put these together just like so. Wait, I have to fully re-enchant it? We got some grinding to do, some gambling at the enchantment table. For now, let's go ahead and make an objective board so that we can actually get a concise idea of what we're going to be doing in this video. So where do I want to build this objective board? Perhaps right over here by our happy gas docking station. Yeah, actually right here might work really nicely for this. All right, let's get some dirt out of here for now. We'll fix this up a little bit later on. All right, now we have a little bit more room to work with. We're going to move everything over just a little bit. So there, put all these guys here. Oh yes, now that I'm actually crouch walking, I'll let you guys know as well. I do have the recording, so I'll edit it into the videos, just so you guys know I'm not cheating or anything like that. But I did go and raid my first ancient city. Alrighty, so dark oak and black text didn't work out the best. We may need to workshop this little idea that we came up with here. It looks cool and all, but anyways, you guys can see the little goal board that we have here. First things we're gonna do is take care of the iron farm. Then we're gonna make a creeper farm, and we're gonna make both those farms around this base. After that, we're gonna be going to the Nether and getting ourselves some netherite because we have been walking around like a peasant for just way too long in this world. That being said, I think my armor looks really cool, not gonna lie. But I want to go to the Nether and get netherite because I've never actually had netherite gear before. And we have, I think, 2 pieces of nether scrap waiting upstairs already. All right, so I added to the gold board design, and I actually really like that. I think I'm gonna end up copy pasting that in around this village that we end up building, which, spoiler alert, is what the main objective of this video is going to be, actually. Typically, we would designate an entire episode to something like the barn house build, or like we did in the last video, we dedicate an entire episode to a massive tower like this, but I think in this video, we have a little bit of work to do in terms of making this feel a bit more like a village. So I think we're going to come up with some unique village house designs and put them in around over here, and we're also going to put them over here because we actually have a really nice path coming along here, and I want to have a reason to sort of extend that around the rest of this area that we call home. So instead of dedicating this episode to a mega project or something of that nature, we're just gonna make a bunch of village houses all around our base, and by the end of this episode, it should look like a little city, actually. Alrighty, so I made it to my world spawn. I marked on the beach exactly where we spawned in this world, and as a matter of fact, we're not even that far from our base, only about 500 or 600 blocks. So I'm gonna need to flatten this beach out a little bit just to have a small area to work with, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that now, and then we will go ahead and finally get this iron farm built up. I've never actually built an iron farm at all. Like I said in the last episode, whole lot of firsts happening in this series. Okay, so because I have a massive brain, I had to come back to the base and actually, that's not the right shulker. I had to come back to the base and get all the materials that we're going to need to make the iron farm. So now that I have that, we can go ahead and head back to spawn. And we are back at the area that we're going to be building the iron farm, and we got all the materials that we're going to need. So let me go ahead and actually finally get started on this. All right, so if we just look over to the left just a little bit here, or right, I don't know which way. It's inverted for me right now. But yeah, we have got to start on the iron farm. So now we just got to go get some villagers, bring them down this temporary staircase that I made to bring them into their little forever home over there. And then we got to get a zombie in these trapdoors as well, which should be easy enough. And yeah, I probably should have built this way sooner than I did. But without any further delays, let's go ahead and head back to the base and get these villagers that we need. Shouldn't have. Come on, go in the boat. Go in the boat. What are we doing? What are we doing? Get in the boat. 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 You're gonna run away any second. Get in the boat. Why? Why does this game... Oh my goodness, are you serious right now? Why? I am genuinely irritated right now. Like, it's not even a joke. I'm not even acting anymore. This isn't for the video. I'm actually mad. Get in the boat. Get in the boat. All right. That is enough of that. Now I gotta get the other boat prepared. All right, let's calm down a little bit. There's one thing I know that we can all come to a collective consensus on. It's that these guys suck. Yeah, look at me right as I say it. That's... I love fresh animations. Alrighty, and now that we're back here, we can go ahead and hop off Fry here. We can snip our villagers off of the bottom here. And this is actually perfect timing. We need to get them in here really quickly so that we can actually bring a zombie in here as well. So we're going to bring them down this temporary staircase that we made. Get them down on in here where we need them. Are we gonna... Okay, really? We're not gonna have enough space? Okay, dude, I need this to be quick, kind of. This is so frustrating. Okay, this works. There we go. Okay. Now we can bring the other one in too. Come on in, buddy. Gotta join the others. Sorry to tell ya. I'm trying to work with you. You're not working with me, I don't think, is what's going on, okay? No, that's not... Come on. I'm gonna get very angry soon here, game. All right, there's our zombie. Come on, let's get you to your new forever home too. Am I gonna have to name him? It's okay, I have a name tag back at the base I can go grab if we need to. You're gonna come all right in. Thank you, sir. Perfect. All right, now that we have the zombie down there, I think he's in the boat. Yes, he is in the boat. Perfection. I think I am actually gonna go grab a name tag for him really quickly because that's how I've usually seen this design done. I want to make sure our zombie guy doesn't disappear, so let's head on back to the base. I just got randomly jumped by an enderman that I swear I didn't look at, but yeah, I gotta put my elytra on and let's get out of here. The video that I watched didn't tell me to necessarily put a name tag on him, but I'm going to anyways, just to make sure that this stays fully functional no matter what. Now all we have left to do is head over to this village and grab 5 tamed cats so that we can maximize our cat spawns from these villagers. Oh yeah, that's so much fun. I love when the elytra lets you do that. Oh, we already got a golem spawn too. Let's go, dude. That is satisfying. All right, let's start breeding these guys up. This will take about 20 minutes to do that. I gotta also make the... What just happened? What is this cat doing? Get up here. I gotta hurry up. What? Dude, stop. Okay, let's start. Oh my goodness. I swear to God, this game is going to drive me insane. This is such a basic iron farm, too. Imagine when we start doing, like, big redstone builds and stuff like that, because that is going to eventually come, and I may very well not live through it. Take that off of you. Take that off of you. You are both gonna eat, and then I'll bring you up. You can make kitties. Make more kitties. Aww. Look at that one. That looks like my kitty in real life. Aww. Alrighty, I will see you guys in about 15 minutes when I have all these cats made up. Alright, now that we got all 5 cats spread up in there, there's a problem that we need to solve, and that's that the iron golems are spawning not in the killing chamber. And I really hate it when people make tutorials that don't work. Why make the freaking tutorial, buddy? So we're basically just gonna have to go back to the base and put a bunch of slabs around here, anywhere that the villagers might spawn an iron golem, and basically make this the only area that they're able to spawn him. I'm kind of annoyed right now. As basic as this is, I probably would have just been better off recreating somebody else's, like, cool looking iron farm. This is really starting to annoy me. Alrighty, so I think I got this thing running nice and efficiently now. I actually just had 2 iron golems spawns in a matter of like 15 seconds, and I also built a little area for us to access all of the iron that we're gonna end up getting here. Of course, I had to slab it up. This design was really annoying to get working. You can actually see over here I have this weird little mound of slabs. That's because for some reason the iron golem keeps spawning in the slabs right here, so I figured if I did this, he'll suffocate every time he spawns here. But yeah, it's literally just right there for some reason. There's nothing underneath the slabs. Like, there's no void space. It's all filled with sand. I don't know if doing this somewhere where there's sand messed it up or what, but this has frustrated me, dude. And I don't know if I have Minecraft in me for the rest of the day. But that's okay. Won't affect you guys. Won't affect the video. You'll just see tomorrow when I'm not angry anymore. But yeah, literally just like that, 10 seconds, 15 seconds later, we got another iron golem. So I think we did everything right down there. I had to tweak things around a little bit down there. But yeah, I think we have this set up really efficiently now. And if we run back to the base and actually head a little ways away from this will continue running even when we're not here. So for now, I'm going to get back to the base, and then we need to get a start on this creeper farm because that took me way too long. I mean, literally, dude, that farm took me like 5 or 6 hours to build. Not gonna lie, probably could have done a lot of other things with that time. But you know what? It is what it is. First iron farm ever. So I guess maybe it's supposed to be a struggle like that for the first time. I don't know, dude, but we need to get a creeper farm done. Let's get back to the base. All right, now that I'm back at the base, it's time to build this creeper farm. Hopefully, it's not as complicated for me as the iron farm was. And yes, just to confirm, it is in fact another day as of me recording this part of the video. I did need a bit of a break. So anyways, hopefully the creeper farm goes off without a hitch. And I'm thinking what we're going to do with the creeper farm is we're going to figure out exactly where we want to build it based on where I want one of the village houses to be. That way we could just build a house around the entire farm because you don't need that much space for, actually, maybe we'll even do it right over here. You don't need that much space for the creeper farm design that I decided to go with. You just need to be able to go 120 blocks in the sky once you get it built up. So anyways, let me get to work on this farm. I just need more rockets because I have a grand total of 2 rockets left. 1 now. All right, the only thing I have left to grab for all the materials that I will need to build this creeper farm is a lead. So let's go ahead and do that right now. And as per usual, we got a bunch of leads waiting for us in the Happy Gas docking station as always. So slap that shulker down, put the lead in there. And now let's go figure out where we're going to build this creeper farm. Yeah, after going back and forth a couple of times, I think I decided on building it up here. So there's a lot more room over here. There's more than enough flat ground. I know that for a fact based on the design I'll be using. So this is where we're going to build the creeper farm. I will see you guys once we have that put up.
In the middle, I place carpets like this to prevent spiders from spawning in the farm.
Oh yeah, let's go. And another. And another. And another. Oh, they're getting weaker now. There we go. Nice bunny hop. All right, let's see if we can't hit a sick bunny hop on the way back. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, that was not good. There we go. That one was all right. Go straight down and then straight back up. Nice bunny hop. Bam. Oh, okay. We ended it.
Now position a tamed cat on both sides of the farm.
Oh my God, we need more cats. Are you serious right now, dude?
Water and
Why? All right, so that was an extremely time-consuming side task, but we got 2 cats now, so let's go put those in the creeper farm. There is nothing in the game that I hate more than happy ghasts. Like, why even add them to the game if they are going to move this slow? It's ridiculous, dude. We're gonna bring one over to the far side over here. The way they sort of like butt scoot with fresh animations on, it's adorable. Oh wait, before I do, what the fuck? It just literally randomly jumped me. You guys saw that, right? Like, there's literally no way. I just looked at that Enderman.
Place the hoppers going into the chest with glass above it, and last.
Glass above the chest? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Okay, I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could put glass over a chest and then still open the chest. Very good to know, dude. Okay, good to know. And now this farm is actually pretty much done. I didn't think of that, but yeah, it's pretty much done. All we have to do is scaffold up 120 blocks, and we should have creepers spawning and automatically dying and giving us their gunpowder drops. So let's go test that out and see if it works. As you can see, we are literally right near the edge of our little mountain that we decided to build this creeper farm on, and where we're gonna build the house around it. So we're gonna have to do something about that in the future. But for now, we should have a fully functioning creeper farm. Let's test it out, dude. So we need to build up 120 blocks and then build a little bit of a platform to hang out at while our creepers spawn. And from what I understand about this farm, the way that it works is that when you go 120 blocks up, you're basically consolidating all of your mob spawns to just the chunk that you're in, because no matter what Y level you're at in a chunk, that whole chunk is constantly loaded. But if you're 120 blocks up, then that basically makes it so that no mobs can spawn outside of that chunk. So let's build up with the scaffolding and see if we actually did this right. Let's check it out, dude. We're about to have infinite rockets. I'm so excited. Okay, so I guess when we get to the top of this, we're gonna build a platform and then a little itty bitty glass shack and put a door on it. I don't understand why we're gonna do that, but let's get to it, I guess. Oh my goodness, this is really high up. I have a genuine fear of heights in real life. I don't like this. Oh my God, I don't like this. Glass shack, just like so. And then put a door on it, and I will see you guys in 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll see if we have gunpowder stacking up down there. All right, so after checking some of the comments, I noticed that there may be a flaw with this design, but it's very minor and very easy to fix. But as soon as the sun starts to rise, we'll go down and check. And with that being said, it is actually day 936 in this world. We are coming up very, very quickly on day 1000, and I think that's a really cool first to have in this series. There's been a whole lot of things that I've done for the first time in this series so far, but I think reaching day 1000 for the first time in a Minecraft world is probably one of the coolest things we've done yet. All right, so things got a little hairy, but I did come down and check our design, and it wasn't working. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm trying to figure it out really quickly here, but I also needed to drop these hoppers down by 1 block, and we're also gonna head back to the base really quickly to get some soul campfires to put on top of those as well. I really don't know what the problem could have been, because yeah, it's completely empty. I was up there for about a day of in-game time, and that should have been plenty. So let's just make this fix really quickly and see if there's anything else we can do. All right, so let's just put these soul campfires on top of these hoppers, and I'm gonna go around and get inside of this little creeper farm here as well, and just see if there's anything we might have done wrong. I don't think there is. I don't think. Let me close this back up, and I think the problem may be that I built way too far up with the scaffolding then, or well, not way too far up, but like 5 or 10 blocks too far up. So I guess let's try and bring this down 8 blocks and give it another day or two of in-game time and see if that fixes everything. All right, so yeah, I built up with 2 entire stacks of scaffolding, and it only needed to be 120. I did the math, and 128 is a number that's divisible by 16, so we're probably like just out of the chunk radius for the creepers to be spawning, so that's probably the fix we need to make. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay, I just need to remember to leave 8 in my inventory. So we're 120 up now. Now we'll try and build out. Okay, yeah, I think that might be right now. All right, so for now we got this very basic dirt hut that we're gonna use, but we will decorate it by the end of the episode because we love to decorate our mob spawners. I don't know if you guys have seen the skeleton spawner that we built on stream a week or 2 ago, but that's one of my favorite builds that we've actually done in this world so far. So we'll try and do something that compares a little bit to that build. And now we're on day 940 in this world. I've been up in this little glass case for about 2 days of in-game time here, because at this point I'm pretty sure the farm is working correctly. So let's go ahead and head on down and just see if it is. So I turned it into a little bit of a bunker. We're not going to keep it like this, but I just figured I'd make it look cool for now until we actually do something with it. But this is what we're looking at. Let's see. Wow, that is extremely efficient. Oh my goodness, dude. Already 3 stacks. What is that? Is that more than a stack per day? That's crazy. Like I said, link to this one will be down in the description as well. If you guys want an infinite gunpowder farm in your world, this one is solid. It took me probably 20 minutes to put together as well, minus the time it took me to get the cats, but all in all, it probably took me less than an hour to make. That's honestly crazy. If there is a quote must-have farm for any Minecraft world, this is the one, dude. Absolutely. Dang, dude, this area looks crazy at nighttime if I turn my chunk render distance up. Obviously, I usually have that turned down when I'm recording, but man, looks super cool from up here. That path is looking so good, dude. And that's exactly why we're going to be building a village all in here and a little bit over here as well in this video, is because I love making paths, but I only have a reason to have this path so far. And now that we got this all sorted out, I don't actually have a spare shulker to put all my rockets in that I end up crafting. So we got to make a quick detour and actually go raid a couple end cities. So let's go do that really quickly. Grab all this gunpowder that we've waited up for so far. Go make as many rockets as we can. Dude, that is so many rockets that we can craft up just with what we've gotten so far. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Let's go. We're never gonna need for rockets ever again. We could just, you know, have a little bit of fun if we want to. Okay, that was a little unnecessary. All right, so I got 1 spare shulker, as well as I'm gonna dump these chests all out of this shulker. So we got 2 spare shulkers, and now I also got this pale oak diamond sword that we made at the start of the video fully enchanted up as well. If this isn't a god sword, it is pretty dang close, so I'd say it's about time for us to go to the end, because these 2 shulker boxes are literally all I'm working with at the moment. So let's go get more of these. Bro, look at that end portal with the lighting in here from the lava, bliss shaders, and then the Nautilus 3D mod. Oh my goodness, this room looks crazy. Whoa. Once again, the end looks crazy with bliss shaders on, dude. Okay, are you how does that always happen to me? Wow, dude, the end looks unreal with bliss shaders on. But I have 1 more shader pack that I want to take a look at while we're in the end, so let's do that really quickly. Bro. Whoa, what? This is crazy. This is unbelievable. And my armor trim with this shader on too. Looks so good. In case you don't know, Solar shader is the one I was using for this effect in the end here. This looks just crazy though, dude. Plus the way the blocks all sort of look 3D is unreal with these shaders. Oh my goodness. I love shaders, bro. Even the obsidian looks like 3D. How am I able to run these shaders? This is unbelievable. I think you can change the settings though. Let's see real quick. Bro, are you Are you having fun? Like, yeah, dude, this shader is on another level. I don't know how I'm getting like 60 FPS with it too. That is crazy to me. Anyways, we've marveled at these visuals long enough. Let's go ahead and just get to where we need to go here and get some more shulker boxes. Wow, dude, look at this. This is crazy, man. There we go. We found one, but it's super small. Aw, really? No ship either. That's okay. There we go. There's one shulker, and I will just cut to a quick time lapse of me getting a bunch of these. Hey, what are you doing, sir? You don't get to just teleport away like that. All right. And there's another shulker box. That's right. Get steak punched. Ah, yeah. End rods, dude. Give me all of these. Thank you. This was the smallest end city I think I may have ever seen. That's unfortunate, dude. Hey, there's one with an end ship. Perfect, dude. Let's go. That one only took me like 2 minutes to find. And it's way bigger. Okay, this might have been worth it in the end. Okay. That is so many end rods. Let's go. Oh, okay. We're already getting aggroed on. Okay, nice. End rod, end rod, end rod, end rod. Hit me. Do it. I want up there. All right, all right, all right. That's it. That's enough. That's enough. Chill out. What? Oh, that would have been sick. Stop. Game. Game. Stop. Okay, well, we got an ender chest now. Coolio. I don't know why I didn't think to make one of those before now. Oh my god, game. The last one was the smallest end city I've ever seen. This one may very well be the biggest one I've ever seen. My goodness, dude. All right, let's just go right on over to this ship here and just see if we can get a spare elytra really quickly. Okay, let's make our way down here, see if there is. And amazing, dude. Perfect. Let's grab this guy. And you are mine. Thank you. No. Whoa. Easy there, buddy. Really? Yeah, you're a good sport. You're a good sport. Getting irritating. Why can they just go on top like that? That's so stupid. So many end rods. Can't stop addicted to the... This life is more than just a read-through. That was sick. Of course he didn't die. Garbage. Garbage, garbage game. And there goes the shulker. Garbage, garbage, garbage game, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. One rocket left and I find an end city. Thank goodness. What the heck is this end city, though? This is a big staircase for an end city. I've never seen that before. All right. Wow. That was really lucky. I was almost in a bad spot there. It's not often I get rooms like this when I'm in the end. Fire protection 3. Okay, thanks, game. Oh, a couple diamonds at least. I'll take that. All right, so I got 25 shulkers and no more rockets, so I guess that's time to call it. Let's go ahead and find a portal and get back out of here. All right, so this is what our haul looks like. We got 2 stacks of end rods. I think that's all we got. Yeah, 2 elytras, 2 dragon heads, couple diamonds, couple iron ingots, and that's all we really went for. Oh yeah, plus the 25 shulker shells. So let's go make those all into shulker boxes right this second. All right, so I'm gonna use one of these chests as a shulker chest. I think it's gonna be this one. All right, so we can put all these in there. I'll empty the rest of this stuff out of here later. You know, I say that, but I probably will never empty any of these chests out ever. Oh yeah, and we got 2 ender chests as well, so we can probably just put one of those down right over here somewhere. Yeah, I guess we could put that there for now. I don't really know where else to put it in here, I'm not gonna lie. And if I had to say so, I would say that was a success. All right, now that we got all that taken care of, it's time to start planning this village build, because this is actually one of the reasons we went to go get all these shulker boxes, is because one of the first steps to actually starting on this village is getting a bunch of different materials. I am pretty much out of all the wood that I harvested to get us to this point in this world, so I basically have no resource reserves at the moment. So I'm basically gonna have to get a full shulker of pretty much every material type that we're gonna need, because we're gonna need a lot of all of those different resources. We're gonna need all the different log types. We're gonna need deep slate and blackstone and tough and everything like that. And yeah, this is probably gonna be the most resource gathering I've ever had to do for a video. So let's just get started, because this is not gonna do itself and it's going to take quite a while, honestly. It'll probably end up taking me like half a day to gather all these resources. So I got 5 shulkers to start. We're gonna go birch, oak, mangrove, spruce, and pale oak. And we're obviously probably not going to do it in that order, because that would be insane and a lot of back and forth. But we're going to start with birch and oak, because we have a bit of deforestation to do just on the other side of the tower over there. So let's get into the time lapse. Okay, so after about 2 hours of deforestation, we now have 1 shulker full of birch logs and 1 shulker full of oak logs. I would say it took about 3 to 4 in-game days for each shulker, so about an hour. And we need to do that for every wood type in the game, pretty much. So let's grab another 2 shulkers and head over to this pale garden forest over here, which is also surrounded by a dark oak forest, so that'll make it really easy to get 2 birds with 1 stone. Alrighty, and just like that, we have leveled nearly an entire pale garden. We have about a shulker box full, and we do want to fill another one, but I need to mend my axe first, and I don't think we're going to do so with one of the mob spawners that we already have. What I think we're going to do instead is go build an enderman farm, which is what I was going to do in the last episode, but never got around to it. So it's going to be a little bit of a detour, and we are going to need to put a little bit of elbow grease into this one, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end. Obviously, enderman farms are way better than a skeleton or a zombie spawner, so let's go build that up real quick. But first things first, we can put down 2 pale logs here, because we're going to fill 2 shulkers. And we'll take the shulker box that we filled with pale logs and we'll put it there for now until we get the other one filled. Now, funnily enough, we actually have to do a little bit of material gathering so that we can go repair our axe so that we can continue material gathering. So I just love the material gathering inception that's going on right now. It's just beautiful. So let's go grab one of our shulker boxes and get a bunch of materials together to go build an enderman farm. Oh my goodness, dude. It just doesn't stop. Oh, I was just doing this to test it out and I guess I got an advancement heart transplanter. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it'll make it in the video when I was mentioning this before, but I think we'll end up using all these creaking hearts that we got at some point and all the ones that we end up crafting to make a big resin farm at some point, because I love the resin block. I love resin. Alrighty, and just like that, we have all the items that we're going to need to make this enderman farm, so let's take this shulker and make our way to the end. Really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and grab a lava bucket and include this in the items for the farm, because that's the safer way of building this farm. So yeah, you'll see what we do with that when we get to the end. Okay. What? Game, chill. All right, this is where we put this down, pull out our lava bucket, and I think we just let it run right off the edge. Ouch, that hurt. And then we're basically gonna wait for the lava to stop moving. At that point, it'll be at the absolute bottom of the world. Then we're gonna grab one of these water buckets and place it right beside the lava, but I have to wait for it to stop moving first. Alrighty, I think it stopped moving, so let's just go ahead and place a water bucket right there, and we'll get a cobblestone pillar all the way down. This way, I don't have to fall into the void and die and lose all my stuff.
And use 128 leaves to build away from the main place water.
This is really scary. That is terrifying, bro. There is something terrifying about massive open spaces like this to me. I don't like this at all, dude. Anyways, time to get to work on this farm. I don't want to be here any longer than we have to be because this is crazy. Oh, the way that there is like, oh, I don't like this. It's like, this is getting darker now all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. I'm going to end up letting go of shift, bro. Holy fuck. That was so close, dude. I paused the game. I was so scared. I did not think I was going to survive that just now. What the heck, bro? Oh! Oh! I'm literally so lucky. I had like 4 blocks to work with there. Oh my god. Please, just let it be over.
Stand behind the trapdoor and align yourself with a wall to look around the armor stand.
Okay, so now I guess all we do is look at the Endermen from here and they'll start aggroing towards us. Oh my god, that's loud. Oh, that's not good. I can't use something with fire aspect, I guess. Or can I? Do I need the armor stand here? I don't really need the armor stand here, do I? Wow, that's so good, though. Yeah, this farm is so loud, but let's just get all our tools meted up, and then we can get back to resource gathering.
You know, that right there is a lie.
Oh, crap, dude. And now that we're back from doing that, I totally forgot that one of the goals at the start of this video was to get netherite tools. So let's go ahead and head to the nether and do that really quickly as well. We're totally getting sidetracked, but it's not really getting sidetracked if it's something you meant to do in the first place, is it? All right, we got one step to make before we go to the nether if we're going to get this netherite, and that's to get a bunch of sand from this desert over here. And then we could combine that with a bunch of the gunpowder that we already have built up and make a ton of TNT. So it shouldn't take us too long, hopefully, to get this netherite. Alrighty, and here's the desert we're looking for. So let's go ahead and slap this shulker down and get started. I didn't expect there to just be a camel here. I kind of like you. I've never really seen camels in the game before. Hello. I really like them, though. I know they may not sound very much. They probably don't. Maybe they do sound like camels. I don't know. I'm not a camel expert, okay? But I like them. They're cute. I'm gonna have one day. I was actually thinking that recently. Another creator by the name of Incy, way bigger than this channel that you're watching right now. He's done a lot of building in the desert recently, and I love building pyramids and stuff like that. So maybe we could build a desert-themed city or something like that in the next couple of weeks here. Because if Incy thinks he's gonna be able to hail as Desert King uncontested, I do not think so. All right, let's make a bunch of this and make the rest of this into TNT. Anyways, let's make our way to the nether and finally get our hands on some netherite armor. I'm actually thoroughly excited for this, dude, okay? I've never had netherite before, and I'm really excited to mess around with armor trim on netherite armor. Anyways, let's get this netherite, dude. I'm super excited. All right, I got too excited. I forgot flint and steel. So now let's go back to the nether. All right, so I just watched a video on this stuff, and I guess we're going to want to get down to Y level 15. And we're also going to want to make sure that we are mining on a chunk border. So somewhere like right in between 2 chunks like this. I guess ancient debris spawns more commonly on the borders of chunks. I didn't know that. Very good information. Ah! Stop! All right, let's just do this bit for now, because there's a lot of lava around here. This is getting dangerous. All right, there we go. Let's get another one. Fire the hole. Oh! Hey, there's a couple of pieces right there. Let's go grab those real quick. All right, let's take you. Thank you. Wow, there's quite a few in that vein. I've never seen that before. And then there's one up here as well. We gotta get to that somehow. Awesome. There's 4 ancient debris already. I'm already out of TNT, dude. That's crazy how expensive that is. 2 stacks of TNT got me 5 netherite. Are you serious right now? Hey, there's another piece. Nice. Oh, there's another piece. Wow. There's 2 in there. Nice, dude. Oh my god! This netherite is being protected right now. Okay, I think we're good. Hey, there's 2 right there. Nice. All right, I think I like the mining method better. I thought TNT was going to be more efficient, but I just don't have enough gunpowder yet. And even when I do have enough gunpowder, I can't see myself using that method over mining, dude, honestly. I already got the same amount from just mining for it in probably half the time than I did when I was actually putting down the TNT. So I think we're going to be saving on gunpowder and never using that method. Mining is way easier. Way cheaper. Yeah, for sure. Mining is the superior method. 1000%. Oh, I do have an empty shulker box. Perfect, dude. I'm actually going to grab all of the deep slate that we're going to need while I'm here. I don't know if there's anything else. Oh, yeah, we will need logs from the nether here as well. But while we're here, we might as well get this off the list. Hey, there's another one right there. Perfect, dude. If I'm correct, I think I only need 36 of these. And then we're gonna have to go get the upgrade templates as well. Which, if I'm being honest, I am pretty terrified to have to go do. Because if you saw episode 1 of this series, you'll know that we got quite destroyed by the brutes in that episode. As a matter of fact, I've been to that Bastion since that day. And one of them is still wearing my chest plate. The audacity, bro. Hey, there's 2 more. Very nice. 3 more, I think, actually. Very awesome. Hey, very nice. Got some more. 17 in about 20 minutes, dude. That's not too bad. Hey, there's some more. Very nice. Very nice. All right, I'd like to find a couple more, and then we'll head to the Enderman farm and repair our tools really quickly. I don't know if we're gonna find another one before I have to go repair our pickaxe. Ah, just as I said it. Perfect. All right, yeah, we're gonna have to head back and repair our pickaxe really quickly. But from the looks of it, I don't think we'll need to do that again. All right, let's get mending. Hello, sirs. Look at me. Look at my face. All right, before we head back into the Nether, we have about a half a shulker full of blackstone. And obviously our goal is going to be to fill that before we get back. But I think what I'm going to do is grab an extra 2 shulkers as well and fill those up with warped wood and crimson wood while we're in the Nether. So I don't think we'll actually need anything else from the Nether after that. Alrighty, dude, and just like that, we have 36 ancient debris, and I'm pretty sure that's all we need to fully upgrade all of our gear. Wow, dude, look at what I did to this little area of the underground in the Nether. This is crazy. I basically turned it into a massive mine shaft. But anyways, let's get on out of here because we have one more step to do before we can actually upgrade all our gear, and that's get an upgrade template, which is going to be so much fun, and we're probably going to die several times doing that, but it's necessary. So let's get on out of here and go do that. Might as well throw this ancient debris in to cook up while we're doing everything else. We'll grab the gold as well. We might as well turn it all into netherite ingots really quickly. This is actually so exciting. I've never had netherite gear before. I'm so excited, bro. All right, there we go, dude. There's our first netherite ingot. My first netherite ingot ever. And just like that, we have all the netherite ingots that we're gonna need to upgrade all of our tools, dude. Let's go. All right, so this bastion that we need to get to is right over there. And the way that I actually found this in the first place, our portal is just over here. And I was kind of just hanging out up here mining for quartz for the starter base. And I dug into the top of this. So I think that's gonna be the same strategy that we take this time around. Actually, I have an idea. Let's go down to the bottom first and just see if I don't know if I have exposed the treasure room or not, but let's see if I have. I actually don't think I ever found out. Is that what this is though over here? Is this the treasure room? Is that what this is? I think this is the treasure room. Are you serious right now? Whoa. Oh no, this is just danger. Yes, this is the treasure room. No shot. What? Okay, yeah, I'm at this one, and I think this is the kind of one that we need to go to. I'm not too sure, but that looks right. Okay, I've been at the wrong kind of bastion this whole time. Dude, are you serious right now? Okay, so yeah, we got this one over here, which looks considerably different. Okay, yeah, what is this down here? Is this where we need to be over there? I'm not too sure. Oh yeah, there's a bridge over towards it and everything. Yeah, I think this is where we need to be for our upgrade template. All right, I think we're in a good spot though. Whoa. I wasn't ready. You got steak punched. I didn't mean to do it. Bro, I'm scared. I literally just shook into a misclick. That was I'm terrified, dude. If you go down to the woods today, you'll see a bunch of brutes dying. If you go down to the woods today, you'll see brand new upgrading to netherite. This is so easy. What the heck, man? Couple of stragglers on the edges here. Take them out as we make our way down. I think we can make our way down one more. Oh, there's a couple here. Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm gonna get myself killed, bro. There we go. Got a little bit of a safe spot now. Can take these guys out from. Whoa. You're above me? Keep the freaking chest plate on. What are you doing, game? The chest plate stays on. Let's make our way down the next couple of floors slowly. But that's looking like where we're going to get our netherite upgrade template, dude. Exciting, bro. Won't be long now. Ah, hello there, sirs. Thank you for the warning that you're right there. I do appreciate it. Wow. So much XP. Am I going to be able to... Yes, we are going to be able to take it out just like so. Beautiful, dude. Yes, dude. There it is. Yes, let's go. And we got some ancient debris as well. What is with all the crap in my inventory? Hey, we got 2 of them. Let's go, dude. Nice. Notch apple, I'll take that. Spectral arrows, we'll take that. That is great loot, dude. Not used to that in Minecraft. Going and exploring and actually getting good loot from the structures. That's awesome. All right, let's get out of here, man. I'm so excited. Let's go turn all our armor into netherite. All right, now that we're back at the base, I'm pretty sure we can duplicate these netherite upgrade templates. So let's go ahead and figure out how to do that really quickly. Okay, yeah, just like that. We can make a couple of these already. All right, so let's start with our sword. Get the upgrade template and the netherite ingot. Oh, dude, let's go. I'm so happy, bro. I've never had netherite gear before. This is so cool. This is such a big achievement for me, bro. Well, let's get the rest of the gear. Pickaxe, get the axe, get our shovel, get our pants, get our boots, get our helmet, and we'll get our chest plate. Oh my goodness, bro. Cover me in debris. Cover me in debris. What a genuinely happy moment, man. Look at us, bro. Oh my goodness, that is so badass. That is so cool. For the aesthetics alone, bro, I'm so pleased with the fact that we remember to go and do that in this video. Full netherite gear is crazy, dude. I love that. All right, now that we got that taken care of and we're back on track just a little bit, it's time for us to get back into material gathering because we still have quite a lot of that to do before we can start this village. So with that being said, we're probably going to speed through this part of the video, honestly. So let's cut to the time lapses now. Right, so first things first, we went back to the nether to grab the warp wood and the crimson wood that we're gonna need. And time lapses just don't work very well when it comes to chopping down trees in the nether because the leaves don't break away on their own. So enjoy this clip of me getting jumped by a bunch of piglins. All right, now that we got that warp wood and crimson wood, that's pretty much all we're gonna need from the nether because we also got that blackstone shulker behind us as well. Now we got 1 shulker full of pale oak and we wanted 2 of those, so let's grab 1 more shulker and fill that up with pale oak and also grab another 2 to fill with dark oak as well. Anyways, now we can pick up where we left off before we got distracted by that enderman farm and getting netherite. So let's get to it. Okay, so we've made a bit of progress since the last time I was with you guys. So we filled another shulker full of pale oak logs. We have 1 filled with dark oak logs. And we also filled the shulker with spruce logs and a little bit of acacia logs as well. All right, now the only thing left that we have to do is grab some mangrove wood. And I already have a little bit in a shulker box here that I've been gathering over the last day or 2 on and off. But even though gathering mangrove wood sucks, I gotta stop procrastinating it because that's one of my favorite building blocks, to be honest with you. So let's go ahead and get back to this mangrove swamp. All right, I gotta be honest with you, bro. I am so over collecting mangrove wood. So let's just get back to the base for now. I got about a shulker and a half, so I didn't get much more than I had before, but I'm just done. I'm just done. It takes too long. It's so annoying. And now that we're back at the base, I can put this shulker down. That's all we got for mangrove logs. Honestly, I think we should be good because I mainly just use more colorful blocks like this for texturing and detailing anyways, so we should be good with just that. But with that being said, there are a couple of other miscellaneous things that I'm going to grab off camera, like diorite and andesite, that kind of thing. But aside from that, I would say it's time we start planning out this village. We got a couple of steps to take care of. First things first, we're probably going to terraform the whole area. We're gonna go over here by the barn house over there and terraform over there. We're gonna terraform down here and we're gonna terraform over the edge over there. Once we're done terraforming, then we're gonna obviously build the houses for the village. And then once we're done building the village, we're gonna tie the whole thing together and make it look like it was all one big village in the first place. So a whole lot of work ahead of us, but it's best we just get started if you ask me. I think maybe the best way to start this would be to take down this super smelter. We're gonna have to do this sooner rather than later anyways, so. All right, so the super smelter's all taken care of and I'm just getting ready to terraform the whole place. But as I'm doing so, I'm starting to sort of think, should I do a path before or like the outline of the path before I actually start the village, and that way we can actually figure out where we're gonna put everything a little bit easier? I'm thinking that might be the strat, honestly. But before we can do that, we gotta get started terraforming, so let's just do that. All right, so we're gonna start down here, bring it out. Bam, should be easy enough, dude. So this is basically gonna need to come all the way to the end like this. This is strange. All right, so let's just keep filling this in just like so. Keep bringing all this around just like so. And just like that, we are finished off terraforming this little bit. And yeah, dude, look at that. The power of terraforming completely looks different. It actually changed like the look of this entire area. All right, so I'm not sure if the rest of the terraforming is gonna make it in the video or not, the time lapse, because I'm kind of a bad YouTuber and forgot to record most of it. But I did do a little terraforming over there. As you can see, it's a little bit more flat, a little bit more ready for us to put some builds down on. I also did a bunch of terraforming over here. I brought this down a couple of levels. Sorry about the lag. But yeah, as you can see, the grass is still growing in over here, over by the barn house. We are going to be putting a couple of builds at least on this part of the area of the complex. Hello, sir. How you doing? I'm just thinking about it, and I actually do have a little bit of terraforming left to do right over here, and actually probably right down here as well. Because other than over there, this is going to sort of be like the second acting central hub. I'm also thinking about making like a cascading walkway. I've already outlined it, so we'll probably turn that into like a bit of like a cliff that sort of extends out from the mountain right there and gives us an area to build a walkway on. So, lots of plans, lots of stuff that we have on the agenda. But with all that fun stuff out of the way that I, barely probably got any of in the video, because I'm a bad content creator, I think it's time we use some of these resources that we gathered and actually get to work on one of these houses. All right, so I think the first house we're gonna build is gonna be like right here. So let's make a little bit of space. Make a little bit of space for what we're going to be building here. And I'm going to use dark oak logs for the frame of the house and tough bricks for the walls and stuff like that. So let's get to it. Once we have these up, we're just going to strip them on our way down as well. I wasn't sure how I felt about the look of stripped dark oak logs before, but I kind of like it now. It's kind of growing on me. And strip all these as well. So now we're just going to wall this in just like so. And we're going to actually add a little bit of depth afterwards, because I always put the pillars up, not thinking of the fact that I always like to do sort of what I did with the, you can see with the outside of the base there. I like to have the walls sort of collapsed in by one block and then have two pillars for the frame. So we're going to do that. But first things first, let's just wall all this in. All right, so I had to grab some more tough bricks, but I also decided to grab some polished tough slabs as well to see if that might look good to texture the build with. So let's see if that works. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like that as a texture. Yeah, dude, I really like that. I'm gonna put that on all four walls. It gives a really cool medieval look. All right, yeah, that looks really good. We got the whole thing walled in. So now let's take down these supports that we put in before, or these pillars that we put in before. Yeah, and then we could sort of add a bit more depth to the frame of the house, just like that, just like we did with the starter base over there. And there we go. That adds a little bit of depth to the build. We're definitely gonna build a house on a foundation for one of these village builds. I've never done that before, so we got to do that. I think I might take the house down by one block. All right, so I grabbed some black stone. We're going to put a stair in right there, just like that. Get a little bit of distinction from the rest of the stone colors and a little bit of depth when we put the door in there. We're also going to stick some of these just here, just like that. Make it look like it's a little bit rounded off. That looks good already. Do that, put that in on all these different sides here. Backside's not going to matter too much. We're not really going to see it because it's pressed right up against a mountain, but we'll do it anyways. And as a matter of fact, we might as well just head to the roof right away and get that done first things first. So let's do that. I am going to use a black stone trim for the roof, so let's get started. I don't know how I feel about that shape of roof. I'm not too sure. Let me try it on the other side quickly. I don't mind that, actually. That looks kind of quaint. That looks kind of chill. Let's do that. All right. How are we looking? How are we looking? Okay. All right. I don't... It could be worse, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of small, so we didn't really have much room to work with and be super creative with, but I definitely like the colors. The colors are working really well together. This is a random block that doesn't need to be in the way, but I'm kind of liking the colors for sure. I just feel like, you need to go a little bit bigger with the design if you're going to do anything, super cool. So it's the well-known Minecraft phenomenon where you build something cool and crazy, and then the next time you build something quaint and sort of like laid back, it doesn't feel the same. So I think it's a decent build. I think my brain is just clouded from all the crazy stuff we've been doing lately. So I think on the inside, we're just going to break out all the dirt and replace the floor with some warped wood. Okay, we got the flooring done in there. Okay, that looks kind of nice. Nicely separated and everything. All right, let's get some hanging lanterns in here. So we'll throw a chant. Are you serious? I had to move that in by one just so we could actually hang the lantern there, but that looks pretty good actually. I quite like that. Let's go do that on the other side as well. Yeah, that looks really good. I like that a lot. I also brought some tinted glass with us, so we'll put that in a couple of these windows. Okay, looking nice. I've never used a warped door before. How does this look? Oh, that looks really cool actually. I really like that. That's super fancy. How's it look from the outside? Oh yeah, dude, that looks awesome. This build is actually coming together quite a bit for something so tiny. I know I was sort of like let down on the build at first, but this is coming together quite nicely. This looks really cool. Okay, that looks pretty nice. That looks awesome. I like that a lot. There we go. Alrighty, now with that, I'd say that's pretty much the exterior done. I'm going to decorate the roof a little bit as well afterwards, but one last thing that I need to do is actually extend a path from it so that the path connects with the rest of our base as well. I'll probably honestly just extend this path and continue doing so until I hit the forest path. Alrighty, and just like that, we have officially got this brand new village house connected to the rest of the base, so that looks pretty good actually. Okay, so there's a couple things that I added since I was recording last, and I added some additional decoration to the supports here. Maybe we can add like a warped fence kind of connecting these two warped fences, I should say. But I also added these buttons on the side of the roof, and I think that looks really cool as well. So we're going to keep doing that all the way around. Maybe we could even do that on these as well. Yeah, just like that. Very nice. Where we brought the roof up a little bit on each part. Anyways, we got a couple of extra additional decorations in here, like I said. But before we go inside and decorate the interiors, we have to actually throw some flowers down. Hit this whole area with some bone meal, make it look nice, make it look chill, and then we can head on inside. So I got to go grab some flowers really quickly from the starter base. All right, we're going to bring bone meal all the way along the rest of this path as well, just like so. Once we have all that in, we're going to start with the roses, lilacs, and peonies, as is usual. We'll put some peonies in over here, some peonies in over here. I hate creeper grass because it stops you from placing blocks on it. Oh my goodness, bro. It genuinely makes me angry. Like, it actually makes me angry. Okay, so we got all those in there. Get some lilacs in there as well. Don't know why my game is lagging so much lately, but I literally can't even stream anymore because of it. Now we're gonna get the rose bushes as well. All right, there we go. That's actually looking really, really good so far. Obviously, we have to get some end rods and some mushroom blocks in there, just like so. Those always look really awesome, no matter pretty much wherever you put them. There we go. Get another one in there just like that. We'll even get one in right here just like so. One in behind here. It'll look really nice once we extend the rest of this foliage around the house. Take out this torch. We could probably put one right there as well. Okay, now we can go around with our composters and put some azalea leaves on top of them just like that. Put another one there just like so. Put one there just like that. Put down a couple of azaleas around as well. Break out that dandelion. Get that out of here. Sorry, my dandelion textures are broken right now as well. I don't know why. Another azalea there. Another azalea there. We could probably even put another one of these right here just like that. Oh, wrong thing. All right, look at that, dude. Wow, that adds so... I love doing that. I love doing this. This is my favorite part of building in Minecraft. I absolutely adore this. Like, I cannot explain to you how much I love this part of the game. That just tied the whole build together. Oh my goodness, I love it. We're not even done with flowers yet. Flowers and decorations and cool stuff. So I got some of these blue bunched up mushrooms from the Nether, as well as a bunch of these Nether mushrooms. The red ones as well as the blue ones. I don't know if I have any nearby. Yeah, right here. I have some dried grass, some firefly bushes. Obviously, we got the end rods and the mushrooms. I used pale leaves actually for the composter and leaf combination up on the path here, and I think that looks really cool. I think that actually looks really good together. But yeah, you guys can sort of get an idea for what we're gonna be having down there when all is said and done if you just look at this path, because I've actually spent quite a bit of time just kind of coming up with different ways to decorate paths with this path. So all right, let's get some of these amethyst clusters down around here as well. I know they're not flowers, but they do add to the vibe of a nice foliage path. I love the fantasy vibe that they add. There we go. Okay, I kind of like that actually, having different sizes to put around everywhere. All right, now we can put some cactus flowers down around here as well. I absolutely love the look of these cactus flowers. It's too bad they take so long to gather up a big supply of. They look so cool and they sound awesome too. Oh, that sound is wicked. Oh, you hear that? Did you hear that just now? That's so satisfying. Yeah, just something to add a little bit more color to this already beautiful, massively colorful little foliage area. That looks so good already. Now we'll go around with our tulips as well. We got a skeleton trying to jump us, but he can mind his own business. I said you can mind your own business, sir. I just paid my property taxes. Go away. If the bank is at your door asking for property taxes and you already paid your property taxes, you only have one option. Get over here. Get over here. Where'd you go? That's right. See, he overheard us talking about getting to our breaking point. The tax man left. That's what you have to do, boys. Anyways. Okay, that looks pretty sick. I added some twisting vines to the sides of the path as well. It kind of like encases the path a little bit, but it also matches the theme of the house that we decided to go with the warped wood roof. And now that the whole exterior of the house has come together, it's time to get started on the interior of it, which is, as I was mentioning before, not my strong suit when it comes to this game. Alrighty, so once again, I wasn't recording, but I did actually do that intentionally this time, but we did get the decoration of the interior done. I stopped recording because I just couldn't figure anything out while I was recording. Commentating my gameplay when I play Minecraft is sort of instructive, and I don't really have any instructions to give on interior decoration at all. I am by no means an authority when it comes to decorating interiors, so I think over here turned out kind of mid, but I really like how this ended up turning out. Looks like we have like very tall bookshelves and stuff like that. I moved my enchantment setup in here as well. Not that we really need it now that we have a bunch of traders over there, but yeah, man, I'm really happy with how this ended up turning out. We got a nice little chandelier on the inside as well. I've never actually put a chandelier in any builds, so this is the first one I've ever done. I bet you there's way more ideas for different kinds of chandeliers that we'll end up experimenting with later on. But yeah, with that being said, we got some barrels in here for some storage, some chests that we can't access just for the look, a couple that we actually can as well. So yeah, I'm really happy with how this ended up turning out. We now have another additional little area that we can hang out and keep stuff in this world. So very cool, very happy with that. That being said, I do have a bit of a plan as to what we're going to do next. I think we have one or two different builds that I have in mind, and one of them is obviously going to be just another house, just like that one, but with a couple different blocks. We'll get to that one after, but what I think we're going to do next is build a greenhouse over here. I know that's a bit more of like an intricate build that I could probably dedicate an entire episode to, but I'm not going to build anything crazy. I might do a circular design, but that's about as crazy as we'll get. But I need somewhere to keep all our flowers and all our decorative foliage blocks and stuff like that. So we're going to terraform over here just a little bit, flatten this area out, and then we will build a circular greenhouse. That being said, I very well may need a bunch of green dye, so it might take me a little while to get all the materials for that. So I might actually build this house over here first. But because I'm basically just going to be repeating this design over here with a couple of different blocks, we'll probably just speed through this with a bit of a time lapse. All right, so I've laid out a bunch of lightning rods to get them to oxidize. We're going to use that for the greenhouse build, but if I just turn around really quickly, well, it's actually covered up by trees. My bad. But if we head over here, we can actually see that I did finish this house. It's basically just a copy paste of the other house that we already built. I just decided to use a couple of different blocks for it, but we did up the path nicely around this area, just like we did with the other house as well. But we actually did something a little bit differently with the back of this one. So we actually added a little retaining wall, which I think I'm going to do around pretty much the entire base on this side. So if we come over here, we can see that there's a big harsh drop off from the path that we have from the starter base to the farmhouse. There's this big drop off, and so obviously we can't really do anything in terms of building on there. So I'll probably just dig it in a little bit further and then do retaining walls all the way across, just like we did over behind this house. I think that'll end up looking really good because over here already it looks super good. So I decided to give us a little bit of a backyard with this one and put a tree in the back as well. I don't know, maybe we'll end up using this backyard for something in the future. I'm still waiting for all the cactus that we'll need to build the greenhouse, so for now I have a little outline for a house done right here. This one is going to be even more basic than that one and the other one that we did. I don't even think it's going to have a roof. This is going to be like a very basic village build that you would see in like a vanilla village. So I'm going to get this out of the way really quickly. Let's do that. Okay, so I've expanded the cactus farm just a little bit so this process can go just a little bit quicker. And in the meantime, we're going to go get that house done that I was mentioning before right here. And we're also going to, first things first, get the retaining wall put in because I actually really love the idea of having that all the way along this cliffside. I think there's always been something missing from this area that I decided to set up base. And I feel like that's sort of exactly it because we have this super cool naturally forming land bridge that I've done quite a bit with already and made look really nice. But I haven't been sure exactly what to do to tie that together with the rest of the area that we have down below because of the major drop off that we have on the edge of it. I haven't been exactly sure what to do with it, so this is the perfect idea, and I think it's going to make the whole thing look really nice. It's going to make the whole area look very lived in, so that's going to actually be quite a bit of work, but I don't think it'll be too crazy, so let's get to work. And once we're done with that wall as well as building this house over here that I was mentioning before, then we should have more than enough cactus as well as all of our lightning rods weathered so that we can build this greenhouse here, which I'm actually really excited for. Finally going to have somewhere to store our flowers other than all over the place. Oh no, our poor bee. And then our bees don't have to die on our cactus farm. Okay, dude, let's get to work. Let's get this done. All right, so that is looking absolutely amazing. I'm not gonna lie. I have never done this to a base before, or like a sort of village or complex or whatever you want to call it. This looks crazy, dude. This looks awesome. Not only does it look really cool, but it also gives me a little bit more space to do something with in this area. Because obviously before this was like super jagged and I couldn't really do anything with it before, but now I have all this area to maybe put some trees and some ponds and waterfalls. Man, now there is potential. Now we're coming across some potential, I'm telling you, bro. So I didn't quite finish touching everything up. You can actually see behind the base. This is kind of how everything was all the way along here before, but now we have so much more space to work with. My goodness, dude, this looks so cool. I absolutely love what this does to a base as well. Like I said before I even did it, I knew it would make the area look more lived in as well, because that obviously makes it look like, you know, human settlement. I'm sure throughout the rest of the video we're going to do that around more areas of the base, because even if you walk around the path over here, it just looks cool having an extra layer of stone bricks sort of poking out and acting as a railing. It looks super cool. It adds so much to a base. I absolutely love that. And yeah, we're probably going to wrap it around all the way over here. I did add a bit of a path here to connect the whole area, so coming along very nicely. We do just about have enough cactus to actually start on this greenhouse. But yeah, dude, this place is coming along really nicely so far. I know that's a recurring theme that we say that throughout the series so far, but my goodness, dude, it's not just one build coming together at this point. It's kind of looking like the whole area is slowly starting to come together. All right, so I may have just had a really awesome idea. Come with me real quick. Let's go do this. All right, so I'm thinking to add a little bit of variation, a little bit of depth, and a little bit of light to these retainer walls. We could throw in some copper bulbs back here, kind of like we did over on the barn house windows. We can get these all lit up one by one at a time, nice and tediously, of course. And there we go. We got all those lit up now, and then we could stick a stair in the corner just like that of each corner. Bam, there we go. We got a nice little circular lighting design going, and I have a couple more of these that I want to put in along here as well. But yeah, dude, that looks really good. That looks awesome. I really like that. Obviously I have the outline for a couple more village houses here, so they might be blocked out a little bit, but that looks awesome. I love that, man. Let me get a couple more of those put in, as well as these ones filled in over here, and we'll get a couple going up top as well. And just like that, we get a couple more blocks down, couple blocks in the corners here, couple stairs in the corners here. I decided to go a little bit bigger with the lighting design that we went with on the second level here, so take a step back, take a look really quickly. And yeah, you could see visibly right away that the upper ones are a little bit bigger. But overall, man, all in all, that looks so good. Oh my goodness. That looks super cool. I'm pretty happy with that. I think maybe I'll try and stick another one in there. And that should even the aesthetic of it out just a little bit. Obviously, we have to take all this dirt out still, because the point of a retainer wall is to not have anything in front of it. So basically free up a little bit of space in your area. But yeah, dude, I am super happy with how that ended up turning out. What a nice little side mission. That probably is going to have added like 50% to the overall result of this video. So that looks amazing. I'm so happy with that. Anyways, back to building houses. I got to take care of this basic one over here really quickly. So I got to work, because if I'm going to be getting anywhere near a village done in this video, it's time for us to get to some time lapses, and I decided to go with the shape of this house being two squares kind of interconnected with one another. I then decided to try out some warped wood for the floor, but I decided on blackstone in the end. I put some stairs out front of the house and connected the path to the house. And then this happened. I'm not exactly sure what that was all about. Then I put the roof on by putting a stair on each corner just to give a little bit of depth to the trim of the roof. And I just capped it off with one layer just like so. Nothing too fancy, just a nice basic flat top roof. Then we got started on an equally basic house, just a bit of a different shape, and we decided to go with the same blocks. Looking back on the recording, I probably should have varied up the blocks I was using to fill in the walls a little bit more, but that's okay. I like the diorite that we ended up going with, so we're gonna continue going with it, at least on the lower level of the base like we're at right now. Maybe there could be something to that in terms of the lore, that this is more the lower class area, so they were forced to build their homes with lower quality materials. I don't know, something like that. So like I mentioned before, we decided to fill in the walls with diorite, a very nice block for a lower quality section of a town to be using. It looks sort of akin to marble. I really ended up liking the diorite that we used, so we went with it. Once again, we had a roof to put onto this house, of course, so I decided to do the exact same thing I did with the other one. An upside down stair facing out of each and every corner of the base. And there is actually a reason that I ended up doing that, and I'll show you guys that in the next frame here. So the reason I ended up doing that is because the slab that I ended up using was a top slab, which you can't put any chains on. But if I have an upside down stair facing out from each and every corner, I can put a slab just like that, and it also smooths the roof out just a little bit. It looks really cool, and it actually gives me the ability to hang stuff from it as well. After I got done with the last house, I decided to throw together a super basic one just to fill in the space just a little bit more. The interior of this house literally ended up being 3x3, so it's like a vanilla village house you'd see. I think the blocks we ended up using and the decoration that we ended up doing in the end ended up really actually making it look like something that was worth having in your village. So as basic as it was, it really pops, it really stands out, and I think things are really starting to come together. I know we say that all the time here on the channel. There we go. We got 2 extra village houses right over here, and we also have the one that we put together, the 2 sort of squares intersecting with one another. Alright, so as you guys saw from the time lapse, we did go ahead and get these 2 houses done, as well as this cute little house over here. I actually quite like this one. The shape of it is really cool. The way it ended up coming together actually really impressed me. It's very basic, you know, there's not much room to do much on the inside with, but I don't know, I like it. This is an interesting one. It just stood out to me for some reason. Anyways, I did do a little bit of decorating on the outside as well, gave a little bit of depth with the trap doors and the shelves. It's becoming pretty apparent pretty quickly that we're going with a bit of a warped wood theme for this village, and I really like that. I really like that so far. Blackstone with anything looks amazing. I'm just a big fan of Blackstone in general, but the warped wood really goes well with it. It's quickly becoming one of my favorite wood types, I'm not gonna lie. I did start getting a little bit of a path going around here. I know we meant to do that first, but I never ended up doing that, so that's probably the first thing I'll do after I show off sort of what we got finished over here. But yeah, as you can see, we have a couple of plant holders here. I decided to put them on top of some Blackstone slabs, full blocks now, but we do have a little bit of interior decorating to do. I didn't actually do either of these houses or the one over there, so we got to get that out of the way really quickly, but I'll probably honestly do that off camera and show you guys after. But one thing I will say is that taking on the challenge of building like a city slash village is really different to just doing a standalone build. You actually have to plan how you want the entire city to look and sort of come together, and I feel like I didn't do a very good job with that over here, so I'm gonna rethink my strategy just a little bit with where I want to place my builds, because things are just sort of looking very uniform, and I don't really like that in terms of building like a medieval-esque village in Minecraft. It doesn't quite feel right to me, so I'm gonna try and be a little bit more varied with where I put my build, a little bit more varied and a little bit more selective. But as you can see, I do have another outline for what is eventually going to be a bit of a redesign of a cleric hall that you would see in a regular village, so I'm gonna get to work on that. We are just about ready to get started on the greenhouse, and interestingly enough, I decided to download Lamatica, and so I spent a couple of hours learning how this all works, and so we are going to get all of the resources that we're going to need, and we need quite a bit of green stained glass, so I'm still working on getting all of the cactus that we're going to need to do that. But I'm also going to need a metric ton of waxed weathered lightning rods, so we have to go make a bunch more of those. And oh my goodness, dude, it took so long for those other ones to get to the weathered stage. It's ridiculous, and I had to basically get the exact same amount that I just got before, so literally took like close to 10 in-game days for all of them to weather, dude. I can't believe that, and I can't believe we need to do that again. That's ridiculous. What a ridiculous building block, bro. It's okay though, it's not like we don't have plenty of copper. Wait, dude, I don't even have enough copper, I don't think. We're gonna have to go to a trial chamber and get the copper that we need. And so we did that. We went to a trial chamber nearby. Luckily, it was only about 500 blocks away. I grabbed about half a shulker full of waxed copper blocks, so it should be a while before we need for this again. Apparently, I'm gonna need way less green dye and glass than I thought to do this build, so apparently I wasted a bunch of time for absolutely nothing. Yeah, there we go, just like that. We got all the green stained glass that we're gonna need, and like I said before, just a couple miscellaneous that we need to grab, but other than that, it looks like we're ready to go. All right, so we finally have enough weathered lightning rods, and oh my goodness, dude, that took absolutely ages. I swear to God, this is the worst AFK process in Minecraft. So with that being said, in one of these episodes, we're gonna have to build ourselves a copper factory, as well as specifically a copper oxidization station, because my goodness, bro, this is terrible. As you can see, we have a bunch over here on top of this mountaintop, and if we go around the barn house here, we have a bunch over here. I just want to get some stacked up all the way at the most oxidized state, just so we can scrape it if we need to later on. That just took way too long, dude. But with that being said, we can finally get started on this build, and I will see you guys in the time lapse when we do. All right, I'll be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure how this time lapse will end up turning out. I'm just getting used to using Lamatica, and I don't have everything set up properly, so it was a little bit sloppy putting this part of the build together, but that doesn't take away from the end result at all. I ended up being such a big fan of this build once the inside was all decorated and lit up, because not only does this serve as a nice area for us to chill and have as a part of our village, but there's also a ton of storage for pretty much every flower and foliage block in the game in this greenhouse. So I'd say it's the perfect little build to have thrown in with this village build, because I want at least a few of the builds that we do to be unique and serve a purpose as well, and I think we definitely got that out of this greenhouse build. All right, so as you can see, we got the exterior of the greenhouse done, and to be honest with you, dude, I don't know how to use Lamatica. Obviously, the way that I used it, it was helpful, and it gave me the ability to fully plan a build in creative and then translate that to my survival world very easily, but I don't know how to bring the schematic up layer by layer, and I also don't have the easy place or auto place mod or whatever it's called, that allows you to basically just place a block in midair as long as it's where the block is supposed to be on the Limatica schematic. So I don't have any of that sorted out, but I'll have that figured out for next video. Very rookie, I know. You can probably even see it in the time lapse. It came together very sloppy. But with that being said, let's head on in here really quickly because my goodness, dude, this just looks absolutely beautiful with Bliss shaders on. I am the biggest fan in the world of this, and we literally aren't even halfway done this build yet. Look at that green glow, dude. That looks so awesome. But yeah, dude, I really enjoyed this, and like I said, I'll have all the issues sorted out with Limatica for the next episode. The only thing I'm really going to use it for at this point for the rest of the build is going to be a tree that I had generated into the build when I was doing it in creative. So I'm going to use Limatica to just rebuild that tree by hand, and then for the rest of it, we will throw in a bunch of chests, make it look nice, and throw in the rest of the decorations that I threw in the build before. So let's get this tree thrown in really quickly, and then let's get a bunch of storage going for all of our foliage. After I finished putting the tree in the greenhouse, I put a bunch of item frames on each and every chest that I slapped down. In just a moment, we'll be getting all the flowers moved over from the starter base to here, so that's why I went ahead and did that. Alright, so this part that I'm putting in right now is bar none the most important part for this build, and I think we can actually just go like this. Perfect. Unfortunately, we got the chest right here, so we're not going to be able to put any of the trapdoors, but I put the trapdoors under some weathered lightning rods to give the effect of like a bunch of framing on the inside of the glass. Basically the way you would have it with a real life greenhouse, and I think it ended up looking really cool. So let's get this put in all the way around. This is a super tedious task. This took me a long time in creative, so it's going to take me a long time now that I'm in survival doing it. So let's just get to it. So like I mentioned before, we do have to move all the flowers from the starter base to the greenhouse, but we actually have to decide where we want to put all the flowers. So I went ahead and did that as well. Alright, so the next part of the build I am going to be using Limatica for, just to remember exactly how I did everything because I really liked my end result before. So let's just speed through this really quickly and finish this build off for good. Some copper chains hanging as well for a little bit of extra color. Some more glowberries hanging down, light them up. Also get some vines hanging down from here as well. Some more vines growing just like so. Some more glowberries, light them up. Some more vines on the top here. Some more glowberries. Dang, dude, that looks absolutely phenomenal. Let's get all these other lanterns busted out really quickly just so we can get a look at what we're actually ended up with in the end there. Dude, that was just not English. Like, that was just not English. Anyways, my babbling nonsense aside, we have moved all of our flowers in here that we have at the moment. I'm gonna go visit a flower forest and watch a movie and just let my brain chill for a bit. I've been playing Minecraft all day. So we'll have quite a bit of this filled up in a little bit here, and I also gotta go to the Nether, get some flowers and foliage from there as well. But does this not look absolutely amazing, man? Like, I love the finished result of this. I feel like I'm missing having a couple of areas around here lit up, but I'm not too sure at the moment. So we were missing a bit of lighting at the top of the greenhouse, but we'll take a look at all that, plus the little bit of a surprise build that we did outside the greenhouse when we get back from the Nether. But for now, the reason we needed to go to the Nether is to get some blaze rods, because I use pretty much every single blaze rod that I have for all the copper bulbs we've used throughout this build, or these builds, I should say. Now, after standing there for about 10 minutes like a plebeian, getting shot at by ghasts and lit on fire by the blazes themselves, I decided to stay true to the theme of this video and get sidetracked by making a farm. And the blaze rod farm that I ended up building actually ended up being pretty crazy and super efficient. It nets about 1,000 blaze rods an hour, and I'm really happy with how it ended up turning out. I'm not gonna lie, working on this thing was super annoying, and that's why you're not gonna get any live commentary from it whatsoever. I lost my mind, okay? There is just something about the act of getting lit on fire in Minecraft that really bugs me. I don't know what it is, but it's a pet peeve, and it needed to stop while this farm was being built, but it just wouldn't. I'll link the tutorial to this farm down below because it was a really good tutorial that I came across. But just to explain the process a little bit really quickly, I dug 7 blocks down under the spawner, and then I cleared out a 13 by 13 area. Then I put down a glass floor, leaving out 2 by 2 square to collect the blazes. After that, I built up in each corner by 10 blocks with stone, and I filled in every single side of that little cube that I just created. After that, I broke out the glowstone around the spawner that I used used to try and get them to stop spawning, but it just didn't work, and I had to deal with them all throughout anyways. So this was just nothing but annoying because I also forgot to take the glowstone out before I put the lava in the chamber to actually force all of the blazes into the little killing chamber that we make for them. 2 out of 10 experience, would not recommend unless you really need blaze rods like I do for my copper bulbs. Anyways, always fun to get a little bit sidetracked and add something useful to the world that we're going to use for a long time. All right, so that was an unexpected but fun little side task, but if we come on into the greenhouse here, we could see that we did do a little bit of work in the meantime. Got all our foliage down and made it look real nice, like a nice little meadow area. And we also got all our lighting into the top. It looks really awesome at nighttime now. We also put some end rods on the outside as well. So as the sun starts to set, we'll go take a look at that. But overall, I think this build turned out really nice now that it's all said and done. If we had just outside the greenhouse here, we could see that I made a nice little mine entrance. I didn't really do anything on the inside of this yet, but it's just another cool little build to add to the whole area that we have going here. I did also go around the base here on some of the areas where we put the retaining wall, as well as extended the path around and bone mealed it up and put some flowers in and made it look awesome. This area is really starting to come together. But with that being said, I do have 2 more build ideas for this video that I want to get done before we end up getting to the end of it. First things first, I have this outline over here that I'll show you guys. So I ended up coming up with this outline for a house, and I actually really like the idea of this coming together. So we're gonna build this house here, and then we're gonna finish the video off on a really big build. We're gonna do a big windmill right here, and you guys probably will see mostly just time lapse for that build, but it's a build I've wanted to do in this area for so long now. Actually, before we do anything else, speaking of bone meal, let's get this whole area bone mealed up by this retaining wall here. I think I have ideas for this area. Okay, perfect. And now that we got this whole area bone mealed up, let's put in our end rod mushrooms. Man, I was worried that I wasn't gonna have a very good thumbnail for this video. I was worried that my city building skills weren't there, but look at that, man. Look at that. Sorry, I know I'm breaking the 4th wall a little bit right now, but that was a bit of a worry of mine, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm not really worried anymore now that we got this whole area sort of tied together a little bit more naturally. So I was saying before, I have an idea for what I want to do with this part of the retaining wall here. And I think what we're going to eventually do is create a river on the very top level of this retaining wall where the land bridge used to be. And it's going to sort of flow down both sides of the mountain. And here we're going to get a pond where we'll build a bridge over top of it. We'll put in a bunch of trees on this level. And then we'll have the water flow this way and go down another level so that we have like cascading waterfalls and stuff like that. Dude, even saying this out loud is getting me excited. Imagine how excited we're going to be when we get all this put in. So I may include that in this video, but I'm not sure. But I wanted to include the sort of brainstorming of it all with you guys, because it's been about a month since I posted last at this point of me recording, and I got 2 more builds to do and editing and making a thumbnail and blah, blah, blah. I'm way behind schedule right now, so I really hope the video ends up being worth the wait. But with that being said, let's get to work. Oh, real quick before we do, we'll take a look at the outside of the greenhouse, and I think that ends up looking really dang cool in the end. Quite a few points throughout this build that looked really bland on the outside, and I struggled to sort of figure out how to fix that issue. But some of these blue flowers, whatever they're called, I always forget. They always solve that issue. But I'm all out of them, and I'm gonna need to grab more. So yet another thing on the list to do. Yeah, so totally just lied to you in that last little bit of the video. Pretty much immediately after this, I decided to get to work on this little area of the retaining wall and make it look a lot more welcoming. I started at the very top of the land bridge, going from the starter base to the barn house, and I put a little pond in that area that I have the path decorated very nicely on the 2 sides. Then I stretched that pond across the path and flowing down into the retaining wall. I extended the path around the enchanting house that we built first in this village, and I continued that basically all the way along the retaining wall. Like I said, grew some trees, put some flowers in, we got our end rod mushrooms in there, and as we do little pieces of this project, my stress levels go down, and hopefully mine and your satisfaction levels continue to go up, because this is all really starting to blend together very seamlessly at this point, in my opinion. After I finished making that area look nice, I got to work on the house that I showed you guys before. This build, I'm telling you, after the fact, ended up turning out so good. It is bar none my favorite non-mega project that I've ever taken on in this game. Just the way that the shapes all work together, and the way that we ended up using our lighting design, and the roof trim in particular is by far my favorite trim I've ever done for any roof. I'm self-glazing a lot right now, and I'm not trying to, but this was an awesome build. It is literally my favorite build that I've ever done in Minecraft, aside from, you know, the really big ones that take a lot of time and effort, and that I kind of have a bias towards because of that. I like this little base that we built here more than I like my starter base. I might actually end up up camping out in here. All right, and I think for the most part, I'm done with this build, and this might very well be one of my favorite, like, non-mega projects that I've ever done. This may be my favorite house that I've ever built in Minecraft. I love this, and I think it's not just gonna be a house. I think we're gonna make it a chapel when we decorate the interior, because we can use, obviously, the top area, the top tower here as, like, the bell tower. We can imagine it's that, at least. Then we can use both these sides for, like, areas where we can put pews, and we can also have, like, a lectern at the front and maybe raise it up by a couple of blocks, and we can have, like, a little mini church that you would sort of see in a really small town. But we're not going to be doing anything with interiors quite yet. All 3 houses in frame plus a couple others need interior decoration still, so we'll be doing that before the video's over for sure. But with that being said, this windmill is probably going to take quite a bit longer than this house did to build, so I got to get to that ASAP. All right, so for the windmill build, I've decided what blocks we're going to use. We're going to go with the dark oak, as we've been doing throughout the rest of the village, and we're going to use pale oak planks and maybe a couple of other white blocks if I can figure out a palette to use. But before we can get started, we are all out of blackstone as well as diorite, which might be one of the other white blocks that we use for the windmill walls. So I'm gonna have to grab some of both of those, so let's get to doing that really quickly. So I headed into the nether with 2 shulker boxes, and by the time all was said and done, I think I may have gotten a little bit carried away. Idiot. I spent about 2 hours gathering blackstone and filled 2 shulkers twice. And while that may sound like a lot, we typically use about a shulker box of blackstone per episode so far. And by the end of this episode, it'll have been 3 or 4 shulker boxes. I don't have any villagers to trade this stuff with yet, so this is our option. Oh, I didn't go repair my pickaxe yet, but I found a bunch of diorite. Okay. After I finished mending my pickaxe up, I went back to that diorite cluster that I found before. But before getting too far into mining, I went back to the base really quickly and grabbed the beacon so that we could just instant mine this stuff really quick. Well, I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of setup for just a little bit of diorite that we're gonna be getting, but we got everything sorted now. Oh yeah, that's gonna make this so much quicker. That was worth it, for sure. Get it. Get it. We got skeletons. Very cool game. Cool. It's like a 3-year-old trying to show you something. Whenever a skeleton pops up, that's what it feels like. It's just a 3-year-old trying to show you something incessantly. It's like, okay, buddy, I get it. Very cool. After gathering the diorite that we're going to need for the rest of this video, I made my way back to the base and pretty much immediately got started on the windmill. In other words, I, for some reason, forgot to record anything before I actually started the windmill. So we're just jumping right into it. I started out by putting down the frame of the windmill the way that I usually frame a build, with the frame of the build sort of poking out 1 block from where the wall ends up going. And once I put down just 1 corner of this build, I felt super confident in tackling it, and the ideas essentially started flowing. At this point, I decided I wasn't a big fan of the pale oak for the walls after all, so I ended up doing a bit of experimenting with mangrove. I didn't like that either, and in the end, I just decided to wall the place up with blackstone, so it's a good thing we went and got a bunch of that before. By the way, don't ever build anything with blackstone walls because you will literally never go back. I absolutely love how this turned out, and we are not even halfway through this build yet. Now, I don't do this on all my builds, but I did decide to connect all 4 corner pillars with an extra row of logs. I really like how this looks on some builds. It depends on the build though. But then I went around and stripped every single log that I used for the frame of this build. After that, I couldn't help myself but decorate the little bit that we built so far. I always sort of end up doing this, building my builds layer by layer because I get excited and I want to put lanterns in and stairs and walls and make the build look nice. So I did that quickly with what we have so far. Okay, so this is looking absolutely amazing so far. I genuinely, I think I'm outdoing myself with this one in particular. I'm going to break that scaffolding down really quickly there, and I'm going to come right to the center of the build right here, find the block, and build up from there. I'm going to make sure I'm level with the build, and then I'm going to bridge over just like this as many times as I need to. And the reason I'm building this scaffolding is as a reference for the very center of this side of the build. And then I know the build is 23 blocks long this way, so the very center of that is going to be 11, I think, or 12, I think, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then I can bridge out again with the scaffolding and go down here and build up once again. And bridge our way out to what is going to be the center here. And then keep bringing this scaffolding out as well. And this is going to be the very, very center of the build, the absolute center block. And the reason we wanted to find that out is obviously because if we're going to be building a windmill, we're going to need a bit of a circular frame going up from this square frame that we've built so far. But before we get started on that, let's let's just fly back really quickly and take a look at how it's turning out so far. I mean, the whole area is just looking so great from what we had at the start of the video. This is going to sort of be the foundation of the windmill, and then we are going to go to the very center that we just built to with our scaffolding, and we're going to start figuring out how big we want our circle to be, and then we're going to start going up from there. And because I'm doing a unique design for this build, I don't really have any sort of tutorial to go off of for the actual blades of the windmill, and I've never done a build like that before, so wish me luck. I'm not sure how it's going to go. I'm not going to lie. Now, I must have made the mistake of not recording with flashback for this part, but I did put some stairs and some slabs and some walls on the roof as well, just to round off the shape of it a little bit. If I'm being totally honest with you, when you saw in the time lapse when I built it up and broke it down and then built it up again, the shape that I had the first time before I broke it down and rebuilt it was probably better, but it doesn't really matter. In the end, I'm still really happy with the end result of the roof. This in particular is one of my biggest holdups in Minecraft when it comes to building, is building tower roofs like this, so learning a couple new techniques along the way with this build was really helpful. At this point, we don't have a whole lot left to do. We just got to put the wool on the frame of the windmill that I made. But if I can just say for 1 second, this cinematic shot that I got is just gorgeous. This game can be so beautiful sometimes, man. And just like that, if we take a nice step back from the windmill here over to the tower, we have a very, very nice build in my opinion, dude. I am so happy with that. Maybe the blades could have been a little bit bigger, honestly, to be a bit more proportionate with the rest of the build, but I didn't want to go too big because honestly, that was my problem with the tower here when I made that in the last episode. I couldn't get a roof figured out and ended up doing a dome in the end after like 3 days of trying to figure out the roof and kind of getting burnt out in the process. So didn't want to run into that same issue with this build, but my goodness, I probably could have gone a little bit bigger, honestly. This is a lot more simple than anything regarding this tower pretty much. So I'll keep that in mind for future reference. I'm also going to be throwing some windmills in over by the farm off camera. I think it only makes sense to have a windmill where you're going to be around a lot. Like we're basically making this whole area look like a little settlement. So I kind of want to throw in things like that that feel like they should be there or that they would be there in real life if this was, you know, a community of people. But there is one last thing that I want to do really quickly, and that's what I mentioned before about putting moss in on the sort of balcony area there. We head on over to the balcony here. I apologize for the loss of frame rate as I use my elytra. I did put doors in here, so this is going to be acting as a balcony for us to sort of just come out here and hang out on and take a look at our sort of civilization that we're building here. Yeah, I think I want to replace all of this blackstone out here with moss, except for like a 1 block wide path all the way around. And then we could put some azalea trees on all 4 corners. And I think that will really add to the build because I kind of just did a lot of black and white with this one. Thankfully, I was able to get some dark oak fences in for decoration to mix it up a little bit, but it's mostly black and white. And honestly, with how much blackstone we used on the base, it does look a little bit off in terms of the color design. As you can tell, I'm very picky with my builds, like very picky, probably even more so than I should be, but it ends up making for good content. So with that being said, let me go grab some moss and get to work. Actually, we're gonna need to make a moss farm in the next episode because I probably only have like a stack of it. And yeah, just like that, I think that is a very essential color pop that we added just now. I'm very happy with that. I'm very happy with this whole build in general. But with all that being said, we have some interiors to decorate because that's something we've neglected over the last little bit. We got to decorate the interior of this build. We got to decorate the interior of the other house that we built just like this one down here. And we got to decorate the interior over here. Now, with that being said, I am glad we ended up doing a couple of more unique projects throughout this video because those two houses that I built over here to try and add to the village, I'm probably going to end up tearing them down because if we fly over here, you can see that I actually have the outline for sort of like a compacted city housing area over here. So I've seen lots of people build cities this way, and I think this would add something really nice to this area. I think we'll make this whole area like a little housing district. It just makes sense the way we've built everything so far, but I'm going to try experimenting with this build style in the next video, so we'll save that for then. But I'm probably going to tear these down here and bring that waterfall down into a pond over here and just have like a park area. We'll have our housing district over here and maybe some over there as well. As you can see, I started stacking up the creeper farm. I want to get some more gunpowder going as well. Over here is the mountain where we put a bunch of lightning rods down to oxidize. This is just over by the barn house, just across the valley from the starter base and the central district over there. Eventually over here, I'm going to throw in a strip of medieval themed housing all the way along the edge of this mountain, wrapping all the way back around this way. And I'm going to turn it into sort of like a market district. I'm going to call it the cul-de-sac of commerce. That's right. I've already planned that far ahead. I got a name for it and everything. But if we head on over here, and I do apologize for the abrupt shader change. Bliss Shaders absolutely loves making it so you can't see 5 feet in front of your face in the mornings in Minecraft, so not sure why that's a feature, but I hate it. Anyways, if we come off to the side of the tower here, we can see that there is this massive area that we obviously deforested earlier on in the video, which is funny that we did that because we didn't use like any oak or birch wood throughout this entire project that we embarked upon in this video. But with that being said, we do have this massive area over here that we're gonna have to build on eventually because we're kind of running out of space over in the main area there. If we pull up our minimap, we can see that this area here is right on the shoreline of an ocean, and then we got this area over here that's right by a lake. So once I started expanding my mind beyond what we're going to be building in this area here, I started to think about what we're going to do over here. And pretty quickly, I started thinking about a port city over here with a bunch of docked pirate ships and big ships and stuff like that. And over here, I was thinking we could do a village that would support a fishing industry. Now, this coastal city over here, like I said before, we'd have a bunch of ships docked on the coast here. We'd have pretty massive docks and also canals indicating where ships should go, just to indicate like a bit of hustle and bustle. And the same thing with the town itself. We'll have tall buildings, wide roads, town centers, that kind of thing. And then over in this fishing village here, I want it to sort of be like a low-class economic zone. So I want the houses to look run down. I want it to feel like it's a bit grungy, like it's an area where people have struggled to live for a couple hundred years, sort of. Now, the reason I'm being so detailed in my explanation here is because thinking about where I'm going to be building and how I'm going to theme these areas and stuff like that has really got me into sort of the world building of this world. So for example, what I mean by world building is exactly actually what I was just talking about. But to be more specific, if I do end up making a lower class fishing village here, why is it lower class? Why do people struggle to live in this area, but not over in this area in this nice opulent city? Is this landmass part of a greater country? And if so, is there regional leadership that may very well be at odds with one another? Maybe there's age-old history between the leadership of the city and the leadership of the fishing village. For example, what if the people that make up the city and the people that make up the fishing village are two separate colonial peoples that settled here around the same time and that were allied with one another at one point, but the leadership of the fishing village was betrayed by the leadership of the city, which is what allowed the city to flourish economically while the fishing village sort of fell by the gutter. But as if that wasn't bad enough, it didn't stop there. No, the city leadership went on for hundreds of years after that to continue rubbing salt in the wound by doing things like limiting the fishing village's access to essential resources like fuel and medicine, and at times even things like food and fresh drinking water. Really messed up stuff. And all throughout this time, the city on its economic rise did everything it could to consolidate its power with the actual royal powers of the greater country, whatever we're gonna do with that. And now that we start talking about this, these land masses actually start really looking like countries to me. I didn't really look at the map through that lens before, but yeah, this is just a bunch of different countries, dude. So yeah, as you can see, I haven't really put much thought into this at all, obviously. But on a more serious note, I definitely have put a lot of thought into this, and you guys can expect to have some bits of lore here and there throughout the videos from here on out. So after absolutely dumping on you guys in terms of future plans for the world, I decided it was time to get started with some interior decoration. You guys are pretty much just gonna get time lapses for this part because my brain brain just stops braining when I'm recording and trying to do interiors. That being said, I actually ended up being quite happy with this interior. It's pretty basic, but over on the other side of the house that we're decorating right now, I decided to put a little kitchen area. I put down 2 barrels facing in toward one another, and then in between those barrels, I put a cauldron with some water. I built this nice little like overhang area that I think works well in this house. After that, I put down 2 composters over by the kitchen area. Now at this point, it definitely looks like things are starting to come together on this interior, but for some reason, I started to feel ashamed of my interior decoration skills during this clip, and that's why I put my head down here. So anyways, as the sun started to set, I realized we needed a bit more lighting in here, so I threw a slab over the window over on the other side of the house by the bed area, and I threw an end rod under that slab, and I did the same thing over by the kitchen as well. After this, I moved on to the tower, and I started by breaking out some of the flooring that we'd already put in and doing a spiral staircase all the way to the top. After that, starting from the top floor, I put in some banisters with some spruce trapdoors as well as some black stone walls. You aren't actually able to fit between the walls and the trapdoors on the edge, so works perfectly. Then I started on the real important part of the body of the windmill here, and that's getting every single floor ready for all the village traders that are going to go in here. I'm going to have a bunch of blacksmiths from the top floor to the bottom floor ready for 1-to-1 iron trade so that we actually have a consistent, reliable source of infinite emeralds. And so that's why you guys can see me making basically market stalls on every floor of the tower interior. And just like that, by the time all is said and done, this is roughly what we're working with. This isn't quite the end result, but at the top of the tower here, I decided to put in another floor because we have a lot of extra room to work with up there. Now, last but most certainly not least, we headed over to the chapel to start decorating the interior of that, and I struggled a little bit at first to get sort of like the seating arrangement set up, but then I realized that this is a church, so the pews in a church are usually quite close together, so I just ended up putting them right next to each other, touching one another. Then I put a couple of hanging lanterns just to light the place up a little bit. And even though we don't have much space to work with on the inside of the chapel, I did still run to a nearby village and grab a bell so that we could put it at the top of the tower. And with that, that sort of brings us to not just the end of interior decoration, but also the video. Really, I truly mean it when I say thank you very much to anybody that made it to this point of the video. It does mean a lot to me, as you could see throughout the course of this video. The editing and the pacing of it got progressively better throughout, but for me to achieve that result, it took about 2 to 3 times longer to make this video than it's taken me to make any of my other content. So please do let me know what you guys enjoy or prefer down below. Would you rather see one big build per episode that takes about 2 weeks to make, or would you rather see bigger projects like this that maybe take a month or 2 to put together? Because I gotta be honest with you, I thoroughly enjoyed making this video and actually making our main area feel super lived in. By the time I get this video edited and uploaded, I will probably have made the title something along the lines of I accidentally created the Minecraft world I always wanted. And I don't think there's a more applicable title to that, because really I mean it when I say that. I used to watch videos in like 2014, 2015. I'd click on a random video, say episode 8 of a random person's Let's Play series, and they'd be walking around this big, massive, expansive base, and it's just one of those worlds that looks like people have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on. I used to want that experience so bad, and now it looks like we're starting to have it. I really can't even begin to express to you guys how much I learned in the process of making this video, and about halfway through the creation process of this video, I started to pick the brain of a pretty well-known YouTuber at the moment named It's Outlaw. He's a creator that does hardcore Minecraft content, and he's been doing really well for himself recently, and he has given me a ton of valuable information when I've been in his streams asking him questions about pacing and editing and his workflow. So very little chance he'll ever see this video, let alone this part of the video, but shout out to him. If you guys haven't checked out his channel, definitely be sure to. I'll leave it linked below. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed making it. If you did enjoy the video at any point, then definitely leave a like on the video. It takes you, the viewer, just 1 second to do, and it helps my content reach more people, so I would really appreciate it. If you're new around here, consider subscribing and turning notifications on for more content just like this. And with all that out of the way, I gotta get out of here because I got quite a bit of work to do for the next episode.